Maximo. First one of the day. And that will be the end of the first over. So 11 without loss after one. And apologies, a few technical issues this morning, but hopefully they're resolved very, very shortly.
Hello, check.
David Marks in the line. It's late change, actually. I think they wanted to play Abbas, but Abbas didn't come up. So Marks has another go. Had a big day yesterday. Looks like we're live. That's good news. So I don't have to continue to do my text commentary. Anyway, Ahmed Kel pops this up. Feels like got a bit of company now. So yeah, good morning if you're hearing me for the first time. I just missed the first over. And in case you missed it, Ali Raza pulled a 4 and a 6 off Mehboob Ali. There were 11 off it. Ahmed Kel is the opening batter for Belgium, being promoted from the middle order. No Munib in the lineup. Bit of a wild shot here from Ali Raza. But anyway, now we're nice and settled. Again, apologies for that. A slight technical issue this morning, but now we're good to go. Hello to Maddie Benton. Good to see you. Saying anyone coming to Hornchurch on Monday for ECN? I know there's a few that have talked about it. Unfortunately, I can't make Hornchurch because of the schedule this time of year and just the logistics of it. But Tina will be there. Nish will be there to commentate. I'll definitely be keeping an eye on it and following it closely. Marks put in a shift yesterday, didn't he? I'll guess give you 100%. Marksman, as he's known. Ali Raza gets this one through. Gets it through pretty well. That'll be another boundary. He started strongly. 1 or 2 loose strokes, but Ali Raza, if he gets going, he's able to go big. Yeah, great to see a fair few names in the chat. And again, thanks for your concern. I was as concerned as everyone that maybe Corey hadn't pushed the button. Push and run this time well fielded. Oh, it's a handsome looking shot there from Ahmed Kel. Kind of plugs a little bit, still runs away for 4. Taking on the infield in the power play. He has his first boundary. Yeah, Ahmed Kel at the top of the order. What are your thoughts? I know Phil G likes that. Phil G spent a lot of time here recently for the night series. I suppose what it does do, though, it upsets the left-hand, right-hand combination. Short pulled away, and Omid Kel will get a second boundary in the over. That one goes to the fun zone. Uh-oh. That was almost a blooper waiting to happen. The old overbalance, end of the second over, and Belgium off to a flyer. 25 without loss after 2, and I think a bit of a pattern. I would have loved to have seen that replay go a bit longer. But as you can see, and Malta kind of compounding their issues, a bit short at times to these two. Portugal, they won that critical match 3 yesterday. They seem assured of a place in the final tomorrow, but still plenty of work to do. All these teams have the same fixtures again today, in the same order. Belgium 1-1, Malta without a win. Hoping to get on the board here. Malta now 74 in the world, taking on Belgium 45 in the world. If they were to win this game, it's a big upside for them. Lala comes back. Fraction short again this time. One of the strategies is to have the deep square back because the sideways boundaries are longer than the straight boundaries at this ground. It's because the ICC minimum basically 60 meters. But the straight boundaries, there's an exemption because they cannot be 60 meters. They're more like 50 to 52. So if, theory being bowl short, make them hit sideways, got to hit longer. But problem is, these players are pretty comfortable clearing the 60-meter boundary as well. A wild one from Lala down the leg side. Chanjal Sudasanan, he's been very good with the gloves, I think, in this series. A couple of years into his international career now. That would have been another big wide, to be honest. But missed out. Seen him a long way back. Maybe a bit of bat in there as well. Getting that swing, but the direction hasn't always been there for Lala this morning, or in this series for that matter. So I did have to do the first over kind of text commentary. I was just getting started when I realized that it probably, I think they were delaying the start of the live, and there's a reason for that actually on YouTube. The reason is that when we archive the games on YouTube, it can only be 12 hours maximum. So here you're kind of pushing it. We don't want to lose the end of the day. So I think we meant to start the actual picture a little bit later, but not that late. Missed the first over. But yeah, what do you think of my career? One of the jobs I looked at when I was a youngster, I thought it would be a dream job. Would you do the text commentary? You know, I'll try and do it. It actually jumps up on him a bit. So it would be something like this. 2.5 Mehboob Ali to Ali Raza, short of a length. Raza misses the pull and wears it on the arm. And then you just take a break for a while, I guess. I used to love following the text commentary, you know, especially if you're at school or at university and you can't actually listen or watch. Because in those days, you couldn't stream. There wasn't the internet for it. Ball 2.6, Mehboob Ali to Ali Raza. Played out to point. End of the over. 28 without loss after 3. What do you think? Have I got potential? I actually had some friends that used to do that on Cricinfo, and it just seemed like a really cool job. Again, we're talking pre-streaming days. 11, 14 and 3, much better over there from Mebubali. But Malta have got the job on their hands to try and restrict this Belgian batting lineup, even with Belgium bringing a couple of changes this morning. Yeah, Phil saying straight boundary during the night series was only about 4 metres in front of the comms tent. Yeah, well, the thing is here, they just can't create that extra space. So even though there are certain minimums that are set out in men's T20Is, basically a 60-metre minimum or 65 yards, you can get an exemption if the field just isn't that big. I think this is one of those examples. You do your best. That's why the square boundaries are reasonably large. You can say they really want to take it on here, don't they? 3 overs into the power play. Both are there, both feeling good. Oh, a little scratch on this. It'll be the first wicket of the day. Omid Kell playing away from his body. Little scratch on the under edge, and Sudasana does well to take it low down. And so a critical breakthrough for Malta. First thing for them to celebrate in the morning in Belgium. 28 for 1. It's a loose shot, wasn't it? Feet were nowhere near it. Playing away from the eye line. And he straight away, and he got a little scratch on it. So Omid Kell at the top of the order. Unfortunately, not as many as he would have liked. He's out for 11. And the score is 28 for 1. Disappointing for Omid that he can't make more of that opportunity at the top of the order. Not always you get it. Sometimes you never get it. Burhan Niaz, though, comes out at number 3. Very talented youngster. And Phil G, I think he liked my text commentary, but he prefers my voice commentary. That's probably why I fell into this instead. Yeah, a lot of love for Phil G in the chat. So there should be. Phil, how are you doing, and how's the weather in Romania? Give us an update over there. Burhan gets this one through the field. In fact, that will run away for 4. There's Johnny G, recovering from his big dinner last night. Johnny, he's played a lot for Malta. And he loves the scoreboard, be it electronic or manual. He's even doing kind of during the over live scoring. Johnny G, he's one of the characters of European cricket also. He's recorded a song about it. He has jammed up a little bit here. Get a run off the inside edge. Marks once again. Tough task of bowling to the top order of Belgium. I suppose today it's a bit of an open book though. Didn't have enough runs on the board in either of the games yesterday. Oh, miss hit. It's a bit lucky to get away with that. Raza really taking it on here in the first 6. Burhan Niaz. He'll be disappointed with the way he got out yesterday. He got run out. Direct hit was an amazing bit of fielding. This is the second game. Hashi ran him out. Don't think he was necessarily expecting the ball to come to his end. Classy shot, though. Fielder is back there. It's Rocky Dinish. Rocky quite often will do the keeping, but they've got Sudasana in that role in this series. End of the fourth over, and it's 35 for 1. Yeah, let us know what's happening in Romania, Phil. And yeah, lots of things to look forward to. I know we've kind of had a bit of I won't say a famine of cricket over the first couple of days this week. Well, we had no cricket at all Monday, Tuesday. Coming back now with some T20 stuff Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But from tomorrow, let's just say that the carousel will be swinging around again. In fact, we have 2 locations tomorrow and then 2 European cricket series running in tandem. I think that has to be the first time that's ever happened. So we have Hornchurch and Romania, which are 2 fully fledged European cricket series that will overlap by 3 days. $35 for 1, then after 4, maybe Barney gets a third over. Oh, hit in the air. Oh, it's going to get away from the fielder. That's good. And Chiraco down there, a bit disappointed that he can't make the stop. It's kind of neither here nor there. He's kind of looking for the catch, but he never gets close to it, and then he puts himself in an awkward position. Yeah, Phil's saying the Blue Crew in Bucharest having breakfast together and all getting hungry for some ECS tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Not too far away now, Phil. And of course, you can tune into the final here tomorrow as well in the Mdina Cup. Nice little tuck away from Burhan. Thinking of 2 here. In fact, they're going to go for it. I'll get it. I might want to get run out twice in a row. Yeah, Kroom, good point as well. Last day of May, we were promised a duck in May. And I hate to say it, I ain't seen no duck. We're asking about the scoreboard. Yeah, well, I don't think we can quite carry our big... All right, it's in the air. This one might be a chance. In fact, it's taken. Now, life doesn't always give you second chances, but it does for Kunan Chirako. This one does carry comfortably. Mebu Bali with a wicket. And Malta with another breakthrough in Belgium. Batting first after being asked to by the Malta skipper, Priyan Pushparajan. They have 2 breakthroughs now. Just a bit of a loose shot going for that short boundary. You can understand that. But for Niaz, it's the end of the line. Another disappointing outing for him. He's out for a dozen. 41 for 2. Here's Ollie Harrington, who's into the side today. Was listed open, but still waiting for his chance. Sherry Button comes out at number 4. Belgium, 3 changes. Harrington coming in as well as Rafaela Aloxzai and Zaki Shah. Manib's out. Shiraz Sheikh, regular captain's out. Taplial out as well. Bit of a streaky one from Sherry first up. So, with no Shiraz Sheikh leading the side, Ali Raza fills that role, something he has done before on occasion. Good in swing up. This time Raza plays it out, a little bit inside out there. Yeah, Romania going ahead with 4 teams. Kaji asking, why aren't there turf pitches in these countries? It's pretty simple. Where's the money? It takes a lot of investment and expertise to craft turf wickets, and just doesn't exist. Well, bit of a miscommunication here. In the end, they do decide to go through with the run. Yeah, Phil talking about Burhan Niaz. I know he's been in the Pakistan Junior League before. He's been drafted into the US Junior League as well, as Phil said in the chat. He'd be disappointed not to kick on. That's cricket, I suppose. Not every day is your day. It'll be the end of the fifth over, 43 for 2. You can see you're not too far away from Romania starting tomorrow. Yeah, so this is basically, you look at June. So June starts tomorrow, along with Romania. It's our last day here tomorrow. Hornchurch the very next day. And then a bit of overlap. So Romania and England have a 3-day overlap. England and Czechia have a 1 week overlap. And then we're into kind of discrete events again. Last day of Czechia is the 22nd. We run into the first day of Finland on the 23rd. First time in Finland since 2020. So looking forward to that. And then Bulgaria, always great to spend some time there. Marks bowls out, and he's going to have another wicket here. Ali Raza goes on the pull. Must have been a little touch. And the marksman, he shoots from the hip once again, and he has the Belgian skipper. So 43 for 3. Again, not really in the greatest position to play that shot, Ali Raza. You'll see it on the replay thanks to 2 circles. He tried to sell it that he didn't hit it, but I think he knows deep down that he must have got a little touch on it, and Sudasanan makes no mistake behind the wickets. So Ali Raza out for 18, 43 for 3, and certainly Malta doing their chances no harm after a little bit of a rough start, you've got to say. For about 25 in the first 2 overs. See, his body weight's falling away to leg. That's a cuttable ball, not really easy to pull. If you are going to pull, you've got to get back and across, and you've got to get your head across and get your weight going across towards off stump. And essentially, he wasn't able to do that. So an opportunity for Ollie Harrington here. I've seen Ollie play before, actually. He's played for Royal Brussels. I remember him from the ECS in 2022. Almost mixed the first one. So decision to stick with Marks is paying dividends. Marks was a late call-up, I think. I like the idea of playing Abbas and giving Marksy a break, but Marksy, credit to him. He's bending his back. Harrington's an interesting character as well. He's English-born, but Belgian citizenship. I do believe this is his first fully fledged T20I. I know he's played under-19 cricket for Belgium before. No, we've seen him in the European Cricket Series as well. 23 years old. Also has played a bit of cricket down under, in the country, Western Australia. Which means he should be good on the short ball if you spent any time down there. Pulls this away and has his first run. So good luck to him, of course. And the thing is, over the last 6 years now, since international cricket's been open, if you want to call that, it's been opened up through the T20 format. We've had thousands and thousands of players on ECN. And obviously hundreds going into international cricket. I suppose it would be thousands, actually. Marks. I'd love to get rid of Sherry, but he is a very, very talented stroke maker. Sherry's been a little bit careful at the start. You can understand that. That will be the end of the 6-over power play. And I've got to say, in the end, I think that Malta win it with those 3 wickets and the run rate not out of control. It's 44 for 3 after 6. Those 3 wickets, the top 3. Mohamed Kell sent to open, out for 11. Then Niaz went for 12. Ali Raza went for 18. This was Malta's problem yesterday. They had players making starts, but not going on to make big scores. A happy weekend, everybody, as well. I know sometimes we lose track of when the weekend is on ECN. It's the world we live in. Going to make a change now. Jaswinder Singh seems to have a bit of a golden arm lately. Played well in the series at home to Malta, to Estonia, I should say. And also picked up wickets yesterday. Harrington plays the first one out. Jaswinder, I don't know, he's a bit of a nagger. That's probably what I would call him. Hello to Ken. Nice to see you as well. Hopefully you're well. Woz is in there, I can see. Big swing and a miss. Yeah, so I had a good question here about, why can't we have turf pitches, or what do I think about synthetic pitches? I think I'm glad they exist because that's the only way we could get cricket on in Europe. Seen some amazing kind of innovative solutions as well with pitches, and some of them actually do act differently. Some of them a bit more bowler friendly. Sometimes there's a bit of variation, but yeah, it comes down to think that it takes investment, which it's a funny thing because there's a lot of money in cricket. Just a lot of it does get distributed at the top of the pyramid. I suppose there's other things at play though. Even if we had turf pitches for our regular European cricket series, which is 5 T10s a day, I don't think that would really work on turf anyway, because the pitch would just get destroyed in no time at all. Little tap away this time from Sherry Butt. There's a rebuild job between these two at the moment. Yeah, so that'll be the end of the 7th over, 48 for 3. Pretty good stuff by Jaswinder again. And he goes for 4 singles in the over. That's coming off the back of Marx's over where he took 1 for 1. So a boundary drought at the moment. Haven't had a boundary for 17 balls. In those 17 balls, it's been 2 for 9. Jaswinder, being trusted to bowl a bit early, and why not? It's been very, very good. Yeah, I like this from CHN in the comment section saying, could be a guy as good as Warney. You'd never know because of the pitch. Well, I don't think Warney needed the pitch. I think you probably would know. We have seen some good leg spinners. You get good bounce off these surfaces. And if you know European cricket by now, then you'll know. And this is what we play on. Cherry Butt goes back and cuts pretty well, and that'll be 4. Johnny G's been on fire this morning. Second ball fielded cleanly. No signs of the morning after the night before for Johnny G. Straight onto that scoreboard as well. Well done. Doesn't even need the gloves this morning. Of course, he's a very good keeper. Won the best fielder of the tournament in the recent over 60s World Cup, playing for the rest of the world, Johnny G. There's a bit of trivia for you. First boundary for Sherry Butt, though. Marks bowling out here in the 8th. 50's up as well with that shot. It went to the boundary. I will say there are some turf pitches in Europe, though. A slower ball. Little fine edge. Edged it on the full, actually. Did Cherry Butt, but he will get a single. Yeah, Denmark has turf, and actually they're playing on it right now, playing a friendly series with Spain. Netherlands has plenty of turf pitches. Spain has a couple. I think that's pretty much it outside, Jersey and the British Isles. Ireland as well. Yeah, continentally, you're looking kind of Denmark, Netherlands, and Spain. But yeah, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. And the thing with the artificial pitch, at least it takes out the pitch as a factor. So, I mean, both teams are going to get the same pitch. It doesn't really change at all. Hello to Holly. Nice to see you. Watching from New Zealand, no doubt. Marks, once again, he's giving everything. We saw him leave the field yesterday late in the piece, so I wonder how fit he is. He's pushing through the barrier here, I think, just to get his 4 overs out the way. Last ball for him. Full toss, attempted Yorker, I think. He'll get knocked away for a single, and Marks will finish 2 for 29. Once again, a good effort from the opener. Straight away, looking to the bench, saying, "Can I get off now?" It is 55 for 3 after 8. We'll say, though, if you want to be technical, see, we can follow Marks off here. If you want to be technical, if he's come into the game, probably shouldn't be allowed a replacement, though. If it's an injury that he carries into the game or some sort of soreness that he carries into the game. Hello to Shubham Anand Singh saying, yeah, Malta's looking promising today. It was certainly the fact they do have those 3 wickets so early on. And they have restricted quite well. Not too many boundaries so far. I mean, those first 2 overs went for 25. But since then, last 6 overs have only gone for 30. 3 for 30 in the last 6. So it's like a fake power play, really. Last 6 overs. Overs 3 to 8. 3 for 30. Only 5 and over. Yeah, but nice to see you, Shubham. Hope you have a lovely day. Hopefully you have a lovely weekend. Jasvinder to continue. Of course, they will have to change the bowler at that top end. I wonder who they go for. Push and run. Slightly slow response from Harrington. Not sure how often these two would have batted together. Holly saying hello to her dad, Rob. Hello, Rob, by the way, as well. And I think he's in here as long as he's grounded his bat. Not out's the call. I see it's one from side on. Yeah, wants to see Johnny Grimmer take a catch. Well, I would back him to do it. Just try and show when this ball hits the wickets exactly where the batter is. Out the way, Varun. I think you can see he's well past. Chandra, I like the way he peels, like it's definitely out, even though the batter's behind him. Just sensing that it might be out. I like that confidence from a keeper. Back and cuts, finds Varun. So I think we'll probably see some spin sooner rather than later. 2 righties at the crease. Probably you're looking at bowling Varun Prasath from that top end. Push Parajan can bowl some off spin. I suppose the other option you got today is Amar Sharma with off spin as well. It's a genuine off spinner coming into the side for the first time. So it does look a pretty spin heavy kind of lineup for Malta. They did leave out Imran Amir, who we didn't see bowl yesterday. Eldest Matthews out of the side. Slow ball gone wrong from Jasvinder. And it's put away, and it's put away very handsomely by Sherry Butt. Maximo. Like the idea of variation, but it kind of, all that pressure evaporates, doesn't it? Disappointing. Jasminda, he's made a slight mistake there. It relieves that pressure. Even then, we had 8 balls between boundaries. Let's get back on it. Expect to score 157, and Malta didn't get anywhere close to that yesterday. In fact, they never batted out their 20 overs on day one in either of their matches. They were batting first, of course. At least they'll know what they have to do this time. These players like Pushparajan and Prasath in your lineup, I don't think you count them out at all. It's always the thing. I think batting first, you never know quite how hard you need to go. Amar Sharma there fielding the ball. Nice to see him in the side. Yeah, you never know. So they're playing a kind of conservative sort of game that would get them to, say, 160. That's kind of the game they're playing right now. But then 160 might not be enough if Malta get on a heater. That's the thing. You just never know what's going to happen. Harrington keeps this one out. And apart from the 6, another pretty tight over from Jasvinder. Goes for 10 in total, though. And after 9 overs, it's 65 for 3. That's why I think you see typically teams want to chase, because there's more ability for you to kind of flick the switch or kind of turn the dial up or down, aggression versus caution when you're batting. When you're bowling, you're always trying to restrict. You're always kind of trying to take wickets. Your bowling kind of doesn't change too much. But with your batting, you definitely have the power to take more risks in search of greater rewards and a greater run rate, even though it comes with that risk of losing wickets. But, you know, if you're chasing 200, you bat a certain way. If you're chasing 100, you bat a certain way. So, yeah, Shubham saying 8 overs of Pushparaj and Varun be pretty crucial. I also think Amar Sharma will get a bowl in here at some point. I think you don't bring him in for nothing. He's listed to bat 6, but I think he's a genuine off-spinner. Both Prasath and Pushparajan are kind of, they're converted spinners from bowling seam up. Okay, so they are going to go to Prasath here from the top end, as I thought they might. 2 righties at the crease, so he can spin the ball away from the right-handers. First one out for a single, but one thing with the spinners, I'd love to see them trying to draw the batter forward, and we have seen kind of more errors, batters getting on the front foot, albeit with those straight boundaries being shorter than the square boundaries. I like this from Monty saying, unofficial ECN rule, every ground must be adjacent to an enchanted forest where the balls enter but rarely return. True. Although it was as well. And in Belgium, it's kind of, it's okay, isn't it? It's only okay what we're seeing at the moment. Run rate 7.1, it's kind of 140 pace. It's not really the kind of true Belgian ball T10 kind of strategy, which I suppose you can understand. But I mean, you've got a player like Sabah Zakil. I mean, remember what he did yesterday? I know sometimes he's a bit of a nervous starter, but he really got them out of a jam last night against Portugal, against quality bowling attack. He's the kind of guy I think you'd love to see get an opportunity to change the game earlier rather than later. So probably around the 10 over mark would be a good time for him to come in. 10 overs coming straight after this. Prasath again. Just curves this one inside. Harrington feeling the pinch. Gets a bit innovative, no fine leg. So this will test the keeper, actually. Sudasanan auditions for a bowling stint. It will be the end of the over, and they'll grab a drink as well. So 10 overs in, and Malta a lot more competitive this morning. After winning the toss and electing to field, they have Belgium, the hosts, 70 for 3. Prasath were a pretty tidy over, just going for 5. So it's going to be a pretty interesting period of the game now, because I think Belgium, they can't just continue to settle for kind of a run of ball. I think you need to try and go up a notch. So I think we'll see a few more risks, I think pretty much straight away in this next phase of the game. But I suppose maybe Belgium conscious that no team has actually batted out the 20 batting first, including them last night in this series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. If you do want to get in touch, you can always get me at Mr. Maximo. I love to receive messages, and I have so many that I can't always get back to them straight away. But thank you for everyone that does take the time to send me a message. And obviously, the quickest way for me to see your message is to come into the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. And we've always had some robust discussions in there about all things cricket. But pretty interesting 10 overs in the entire series actually coming up. The thing is, Malta, you might say, okay, well, there's no way they're going to make the final now. Well, hold on a second, because only half the games are played, and then everything that happened yesterday could be flipped. In Malta, they do have match winners. They can win here. Okay, against Portugal, we're top of the table at the moment. That'll be tough, but again, if you get your stars firing, Portugal certainly didn't play perfect cricket last night, then maybe you find yourself 2-2 and very much in the mix for a finals berth tomorrow. So plenty to play for. Also, every single one of these T20Is is a standalone T20I, which carries ranking points and knock-on effects. And with rankings comes better funding, better opportunities. That's why it's been such great structure. I mean, it's an imperfect structure, I suppose, by definition, that you've got 100 countries that are all over the world and can't always play each other. So, I mean, ideally, you'd have 10 groups of 10, and they all play each other, and then there's promotion, relegation. Can't really happen for logistics and expense. So we never really know how countries would go against countries around them in rankings if they're not geographically convenient. But hey, it's a system. It's better than having all 90% of the cricket-playing countries out in the wilderness. Here's Priyan. Pushparajan coming on to bowl over number 11. Right-handers versus basically an off-spinner. He's a brisk off-spinner now, Pushparajan. But I think this is where you got to make a bit of a stand. Belgium, if they can recover from kind of 70 for 8 to get up to whatever it was last night, 162, then I think you back yourself here to play a few shots. Extraordinary game last night. Sherry Butt, 19 off 17, facing up. Pushparajan, though, he's very clever. He's kind of learned this is his best bet. How to restrict, get through his overs quickly. It's a very clever ball. I like the one that comes out of the front of the hand. It's not your genuine off spinner. It's the one that actually goes the other way. I'd say it's a full doosra. It comes out of the front of the fingers instead. Now, middle edge, just going to be saved nicely. Mark Sastade on the field. Also saves a goal. Haven't had a goal yet this morning. Part part of the difficulty of Pushparaj is how quickly he gets through his overs. It's just gone before you know it. Once again, kept in the infield. That's Patanka, the tank, back in the lineup today. So unless you're whacking the ball for 4 or 6, the over's gone in about 2 minutes. There's 3 off this over. And the innings melting away here for Belgium. Has to jam that one in, jam that one out. End of the over. Just 3 off that. Good work from Priyan Pushparajan. Is 73 for 3. A few more overs like that. Malta, they're going to grow from there 38%. I suppose still questions with the bat, but I don't think they could bat worse than yesterday, put it that way. And Monty's saying he was on a youth exchange to Indonesia many moons ago, decided to have a cricket match, had to teach the locals, but they were super keen. Good to hear. Always great to hear how cricket spreads and what sort of pitch did you use for that one. I know that in Bali, there's a lot of tourists there, particularly from Australia, and they have competitions. In Thailand as well, I know there's a fair few fun competitions. You combine it with a holiday. All right. Start of a new over, and first one's going to go for 4. Prasath coming back. That one was in the air. It teases the fielder. Kind of catchable height, wasn't it? But it was struck well from Sherry Butt. Whistles to the boundary. Well bowled. Good comeback. Who won the goal match yesterday? Malta won the first game. Portugal won the second. And Belgium won the third. Oh, well, it's mishit. And he's going to be gone. Surely no. Oh, now almost creates a run out. Sherry Butt had started walking off. The fielding standard, particularly the catching's been pretty good in this series, but that is just a Class A goober. Dropping a very good player. Long boundaries out there. Oh, it's casual, wasn't it? Srijay is normally such a good fielder. But he's dropped that one, and Sherry dropped on 26. Now, next one's going to go in the same direction, but it's going to get it between the fielders, and it hurts straight away for Malta. Well, just when they're playing better, they make a real elementary error. And then Harrington puts the next one away. It is too short. I mean, just like the one before was too short as well. Good fielding. Or good placement that time, I should say. Big moment there. Srijay will be feeling lower than low after that. Prasath got short and wide. Knocked to Sharma. Wonder if he gets a bowl here, especially if the spin's effective. Another option they've got. Like that length. Better length for me. In the end. A couple of boundaries in the over. A single, a drop catch. Off that single, 9 off the over. And it's 82 for 3 after 12. But big moment in this game. It's funny, it's not always the best balls that take the wickets. Marks did go off momentarily, but has come back on now. Elders Matthews on for a little while. Mehboob Ali has now gone off the field, so Eldo's actually still out there. Marksy is back. Well, see if Sherry Butt can go on with it now. He was walking off. He was sure that he was gone. Couldn't believe it, as it was a bit of a filthy half tracker. Pushparajan back for a second over. Who knows, though? I mean, maybe Zakil comes out next and smashes them. I think you got to bat Zakil next, surely, if there's a wicket coming off that innings yesterday. He's listed to bat next anyway, I should say. This one is short, and he Jabs at it. He's actually going to find the gap. It'll find the boundary. An unusual place to hit that ball, Sherry, but obviously spotted the big gap at deep cover. He finds it and get 4 runs. Interesting, he didn't want to hit across that probably after top edging the one in the previous over. Well, Monty, I'm fascinated by your Indonesia cricket story. Saying in the end, that game with the locals, they chipped off grass with hose to make a dirt pitch. Actually worked pretty well. Played with tennis ball made heavy by injecting them full of water, thanks to the family planning clinic. What sort of equipment are you using there? Full-fledged drive this time as Srijay does make the stop on that occasion. Well, that's a story unlike anything I've ever heard. Harrington tries, but again, only a single. I know you don't see it often in T20, but you do sometimes. I don't think he can continue at this pace and stay there. Might have an over or two, but I think you've got to gamble with Sakil. And not just that, you've got other batting to come. And guys that will probably maybe feel a bit more comfortable hitting sixes. 88 for 3. Looks a bit light on for me, you know. Who's that? Carom ball from Pushparaj. He's added that one into his arsenal. Fielded by the high-sleeved David Marks. And that's the end of the 13th over. 88 for 3. Belgium. Yeah, I would call it kind of a bit directionless, this batting innings. And it's a genuine problem. You don't know how many you need. You don't know how many is enough. So you don't really know how aggressive to be and what kind of rate you want to be going at. So at the moment, they're going at 130's pace. I think Malta would be very happy to be chasing something in the 130s. Hello to Harry. Hello to Golam Mustafa as well. Hey, nice to see you. V-Rap saying, who do I favour to win it? Well, Belgium's still favourites. It's probably fair given that Malta failed with the bat twice in the series, but I think it's a bit closer than 65-35 even. Here's Amar Sharma to get a bowl for the first time in the series, coming into the side. Didn't play yesterday, Amar. Here's an off spinner. First one, and gets the call. You can see Harrington's frustrated. Well, Harrington's kind of got to go now, really, I think. Still got Sherry Budd at the other end. 7 overs to go. 7 wickets in hand. Good location first up. Gets the call from the ump. Harrington again. This has been his get out of jail shot a couple of times. That runs away. But again, only get 2. Won't even get the boundary. And they're probably happy with him trying to play that, the Malta fielders, because there's not enough pace in the ball for it to get to the boundary anyway. It's a big risk to take for 2. Again, good looking shot, but doesn't get a run. I think the time comes where you got to maybe use your feet, but you got to be targeting that straight boundary off the off spinner, spinning into you. Got your body as a second line of defense. He tries to get on with it here. Does Harrington, but again, he'll have to settle for a single. Credit to Sharma, though. Not just Sharma, but typically the lines have been pretty good from these spinners, trying to keep it out around that tram line. You can set a field to that. Obviously, you're protecting that straight boundary a little bit better if you can get it out, get wide, away from the batter's eye line. And this time he does use his feet, but he is going to get it over the top. A maximal for Sherry Butt. Well, enough's enough. I think you see there from Sherry, isn't prepared to just be reactive for too much longer. Premeditated, charge down, probably looking to go straight, but when it was wide, he just decides to go through with it and just gets it to climb over the fielder for 6 runs. Follows up with just a little push for 1. Yeah, well, there's more talk about surfaces in the chat. Cricket being played on a goat track. Well, I do not know about that, but it sounds amazing. Apparently, he's a hero on those pitches. The Turkish Chris Gale. Well, we have the Baltic boss. We have the Turkish boss as well. That'll be the end of the over. 98 for 3 after 14. So they're going exactly 7 and over right now. Translates to 140. I think they want a few more than that. Belgian ball, not really on display so far. Six overs to go. 7 wickets in hand. You have to push the issue. Normally, it's not a problem for Belgium. He's trying to get on with it. Here's Sherry Butt. He's dispensed with the helmet. This is a T20I, so you are allowed to do that to spinners in ECN T10. We've mandated helmets all the time for batters. I think end of the over, if Harrington hasn't hit a boundary, hate to say it, but I think strategically you've got to throw Ezekiel out there. You just can't have him getting splinters after what he did yesterday. It was around the 16-17 over where he started his burst as well. Speaking of bursts, Sherry Butt tries to burst a boundary. Instead, falls short. It'll only be a single, but I just don't think you can deny your team the opportunity to have Ezekiel storm. And maybe lightning doesn't strike twice, but you don't know if you don't try it. That's more like it from Harrington. Finally gets one that is in his zone, and he unleashes it out of the ground. Maximal. There's Wazzy Mabas. Unlucky not to make the 11. Probably shouldn't be attempting crowd catches if he's not 100%. Ravi, though, with the short sleeves and the shorts, shows you summer is around the corner here in Belgium. First 6 for Harrington has 1-4 and 24 deliveries. Push putt with the comeback ball. Uses his feet here. Uses his feet pretty well. Maybe Bali does the fielding down the ground. You definitely see Harrington knows it's go time, so maybe he's earned himself another over on account of hitting that 6. Push through by Push Barajan. Just a single. They're still on for 160s here. Fascinating. Have to come home with a wet sail, though, to get that many. Belgium. 109 for 3 after 15 overs. This is a bit of a look at what the program is today, and it's exactly the same order of games as yesterday, with Belgium taking on Malta right here. Portugal will take on Malta in match 5, and then Belgium-Portugal in match 6. If Malta can't get a win, of course, they'll hope that they can. I think we already know by the last game of the day that Belgium-Portugal's the final, but still fully fledged T20I. There's certainly incentives for teams to win every game they can. I think it's Belgium and Portugal. They're very close together in the rankings, only 2 spots apart. At the start of the tournament, they're only 1 spot apart. So, yeah, stay with us. It'll be a long day of cricket. Still about 10 and a half hours to go. So we're only just getting started. Sharma. I like that they're forcing the batters to make the pace on the ball It seems to be working, doesn't it? And so they've got spin options in Sharma. Obviously, no Imran Amir in the side, but Sharma's come and he's done a good job so far. Harrington, that's a stylish looking shot. And in fact, that could even be a goal. We'll have to check it on the VAR. But that's more like it. Oh, can we get that on the replay? Did that go around the post? I hope we got time for this. Oh, we'll have to come back to that. Now I hit back and hit back pretty well, but this time it's cleaned up. I don't know if we've still got the goal. I need someone to go back and look at it then closely for me. Tell me, is that a goal or not? I'll just... Oh... Jeez. It's a tricky one. Oh, very late cut there from Sherry. I'll have to settle for one. I've got to say, I know it ends up in the back of the net, but I don't know if it went around the post through the side of the net or whether it went inside the post. I need the chat to be my VAR. I don't think we'll get another look at it here. Go back, slow it down. Tell me what you see. I'll try and do the same. I'll try and multitask. But is it a little bit too little too late? I still don't think, regardless of what happens, I don't think they've maximised their potential upside of the high score here. No full toss. Harrington will get a single. That's the end of 16 overs, 119 for 3. I know it's a bit postmodern, but I just don't feel comfortable with Zakil not getting a bat after he was so dominant last night. And I know he's not necessarily a sure thing, but I would have loved to have seen him get it a bit more of an opportunity. What does the chat think about the goal? 4-hour intervals, by the way, with today's matches. Need the one when it goes past the post. Are we seeing ball or post? That is how we can work it out. But I'm going back and having a look myself. It does end up in the back of the net. Could have been a goal, you know, based on that. I'm going to go to the extra VAR. And don't worry, we'll concentrate on the game. 17th over. Jasvinder's back. So back to, I say some pace on the ball. I'd say it's a lot of pace on the ball. Well, this is close. No full toss, heaved away by Sherry Butt. Bit of work for the fielder. Lala does it, gives it off. Okay, I've got my decision from VAR and I've had to really slow it down. And I can confirm. Wait for it. Wow, fraction short. Goes after that short boundary. He's going to get it. Maximal. Too short from Jasvinder. Priyan shoots a dirty look. Belgian trying to get something going late in the piece. So I can confirm, after really slowing it down and having a look myself, it is no goal. It went behind the post. So we are still locked at 0-0 in the football. So it was no goal. Overturned on VAR. Dave called it a goal. I went back and looked at the exact frame of it. And the ball definitely goes behind the post. Controversy. Harrington. He's caught up well. Let's be fair to him. There was a moment where we thought maybe he would be strategically retired, but he's come back and It helped up a couple of hit me balls, I think, as well at this level. Goes up in the air, but it's kind of skewed. And a very good catch down there. That's Jamshid Kunanchirakal that takes it. Kind of leaning back Matrix style. Probably wasn't sure how close he was to the rope, but Sherry will go just short of a half century. Belgium 128 for 4. Another wicket in the series for Jaswinder Singh. You could just tell, even with it being a short boundary, that he didn't quite get it. It's down towards the bottom of the bat. And Kunanchirakal will take the catch. So, well, Sherry's given them a decent chance. 45 off 39. Probably not quite as quick as he would have liked to have scored, but he's the fourth wicket to fall. 128 for 4. Well, Zakil comes out. He's only got 3 overs to bat. And look, the thing is with Saber, he may not last this 3 overs, but just felt he's the kind of guy. Maybe with the strategy here, I still think you might need just kind of somebody that's willing to play a T10 kind of innings in the middle as just kind of to give you a shot. You can then always kind of build around that player. 128. I mean, 162 is still a decent score, but the thing is they've never tried really to get more than that. So if it turns out to be short, if somebody gets going for Malta in the second innings, then you've never really given yourself the opportunity to have a ceiling that's higher than about that 160 is the way they've batted in this innings. Time will tell, though. I was asking what's Portugal ranked. Portugal's ranked 43, Belgium 45, and Malta 74 at the start of the day. They've changed slightly since yesterday. Zach Hill getting ready to face up. If it was ECN T10, I think he's used up his 60 seconds. Maybe not entirely his fault. The field is still getting set. Okay, 19 balls. What kind of damage can Insana do? There you go. For 8 away. He's out of the crowd. Where have you been all my life? Sabah Zakil. Really would probably have dreams about facing someone around about Jasvinder's pace. And that's a Maximo. Into the 17th over, 134 for 4. First ball from Sabah. Picks up where he left off last night. I know that Chun in the chat saying expected fireworks from Zakil because Vinny's hyped him up. Well, there you go. Will not care about risking his wicket, Sabah Zakil. He's so talented. Mentioned that game where he came in at 14 for 6 and then it was 14 for 8. He hadn't scored. Then he peeled off 100 from number 8. Classic odd couple batting together here. Harrington and Sabah Zakil, just in their styles. Harrington, though, to his credit, you look at it, his strike rate, and he actually now, I have to check, but he's actually striking quicker than Sherry Butt was in his innings. So he has caught up. Pushparajan is going to come back, bowl his last over from that top end. Three overs to go. How high can they climb? Belgium after a big finish. Well, could have trouble at the bowler's end here, actually. We'll get through. Leg by. It's very close if there's no bat in it. I mean, we can't really see the impact, but maybe the impact just outside the line. Umpire doesn't uphold the appeal. All right, this should be an interesting contest. Well, Subber, he's got a bit of a point to prove here. They've sat him on the bench for the whole innings, and he's come out and he's smashed two of the biggest sixes you'll ever see. That one's actually gone over everything. He still is T20 cricket. I know you got to find the balance. You want to bat out your 20, but I mean, he's just come out. He's gone bang, bang. I think he's Belgian. They might get away with it still. It's a big hit. Now he's dictating terms, isn't he? And that'll be another boundary. Zakil, if you ask the Maltese team, who do you least want to be bowling to in the second half of innings? I guarantee you they'd say Sabah Zakil. 6, 6 and a 4 to get Insana going. How long can he last? Well, good comeback from Pushparajan. Thing is, even if he does get out now, you're not dead. You've still got 6 wickets in hand. And you've got guys that can whack it around still to come. Sets himself here, goes leg side. He gets that out of the ground. Maximo. Huh? Hate to say I told you so. As Zakil's come out, he's smashed pretty much everything except one miss. And it brings up the 150 for Belgium. There's another school of thinking that would say, hey, he's only doing this because he's got the platform. I guess that's fair as well. Another one. Thank you for coming. Maximo. 6 more to Zakil, who's 28 off 6. End of the over. Pushparajan gets lit up in the 18th over. Ends up going for 23, a magical over. And it's 157 for 4 after 18. Yeah, I suppose you got to look at the alternative saying, hey, he's in a position where he can bat fearlessly. But knowing Sabah Zakil, he would have batted fearlessly anyway. so, you probably didn't need to restrict yourself in those overs, kind of, let's call it overs 6 to 16. Middle overs. Yeah, just repeating that game we were talking about yesterday. It was in Austria. Sabah Zakil batted number 8. He came in at 14 for 6. Then there were 2 wickets, not him. It was 14 for 8. He hasn't scored. And he ends up peeling off 100. And they end up winning the game. Lala coming back. 19th over. Harrington walks at this, gets it on the full. See, you can tell the way the game's going because there's no way you'd even want to here if you're Belgium. You got a guy who's red hot. It's come out. It's batted for 5 minutes. Got 28. I suppose the objective is to put a good score on the board. It does look like Belgium are going to do that and have already. Hits this straight, and it goes as well. 4 runs this time. Big gap straight down the ground, the short boundary. The situation is tailor-made for Zakil. 32 off 7 now. And I remember back in the first ECC, he was probably the batter of the whole tournament. He's had injury issues. Yeah, he's got... Well, they call him Insana because his brain doesn't work the way regular people's does. He just thinks differently, doesn't have fear. Oh, shot. Really good timing. That's going to be slapped away, and that'll get to the boundary. Straight through the fingers from Jasminda. Another boundary to Zakil, who's 36 off 8. And this is what I mean. Imagine if this was over 15, not 18. Imagine if it was over 12. He'd be doing the same thing. But he's only got 9 balls max to work with here. Like Steve Urkel deserves more than a cameo. Full one gets him on the foot. Zakil probably put him out for 12 months. Hopefully he's all right. I think he's annoyed that he missed it in the first place. Lala with a bit of a wry smile to his opponent. Ollie's in danger of getting lapped by his new friend at the other end. Slow ball, he waits on it, and he's going to get dropped. Did get to it on the full there. Push Parajan, who's taken some unbelievable catches in his time on ECN. Does get 2 hands to this, but puts it down. Be disappointed he does drop that one pre-un. Good fielder. Sets high standards. Zakil, does he want the one here? Does he want more? He wants more. He walks. He gets it on the full. He launches it, and he ties the batters up at 42. Striking it over for a ball. Zakil going insane in the 19th, and Belgium 174 for 4. Wow. I guarantee you Malta are happy that there's only 1 over to go. Because if this was 5 overs ago, we're looking 200, 220. Sky's the limit for Belgium. Gonna keep coming back to just checking myself rather than taking all the credit, saying part of the reason perhaps is that there is such a short time to go. He doesn't have any fear of getting out. Sometimes he's a bit jumpy early on, so if he comes out the 12th, maybe he doesn't bat exactly the same way. But I don't know. Like I said, he doesn't have the part of the brain that experiences fear, really. Zakil. All right, Harrington faces up. Prasad, he goes back to bowling pace. Yeah. Well, that was a weird ball. He's gone the little jink. Sub has dropped his bat, but they do get through for a single. Oh, well. Here we go. Hey, chases this. Probably was a wide. Probably want 2 here. Don't think you can go for it, though, at this stage. Harrington wanted it. Slide back. Jeez, chaos in the last 5-10 minutes. That's Rocky. He's on the ground. You can see, probably never had to go after that in the first place. It's so wide. And then puts the stop sign up. Harrington was just assuming they're going for 2 no matter what. And the Indian, he slides back. We'll say it won't be the fastest 50 should he get there. Zakil, because remember, Dipendra Singh Eri of Nepal had a 9-ball 50 versus Mongolia in 2023. We've had, I think, 3 9-ball 50s on the network now. So, pause to breathe, which I haven't had too much time for since the fall of Sherry Butt. It's another burst, isn't it, with this part of the innings? Not dissimilar to what we saw from Zakil yesterday, but he was already at the crease on that occasion for a while. Harrington walks, gets this on the full. Again, we'll have to settle for 1. Harrington, though, give him credit. He's caught up. He was slow early. He's caught up. Belgium in healthy shape. I actually think that's good, you know. It's perfect bowling from Prasad. He's gone back to his roots, gone back to his You seam up. That one bounces right pretty much on the junction of the line and the crease. Zakil, 2 balls to go. He's frustrated that he won't be able to get this away. Yeah, credit to Prasad. He's bowled good areas here. Zakil probably needs to take a position up over there. I suppose bowler could follow him if he does. 177. Last ball. Right, it'll be run out here. So Zakil will fall off the last ball. Well bowled by Prasad. Otherwise, they're looking kind of 190s chase. In the end, there's only 3 runs off that last over. Very good switch to pace, considering he's only bowled spin in the series. He's only bowled spin for a while, actually, Prasad, but he gets it absolutely right. And so 3 runs in that run out in that last over. And Belgium will finish on 177 for 5. What about that blast from Sabah Zakil? You can take nothing away from Harrington. He ends up not out, 44 off 37. But you look at the strike rate. Let me take you through the strike rates. Kel struck at 122. Ali Raza 120. Niaz 200. Sherry Butt 115. Harrington 119. And Sabah Zakil struck at 307. So again, if you're not going to go through your 10 wickets, you need to be producing, don't you? And I think Zakil, and they might be a bit frustrated with the last over, but it's a case of the bowler getting it right, I think. Still, of the 2 teams, you'd much rather be Belgium, I think, as they set 178 target for Malta. Malta chasing their first win in the series. Looking early, we saw Raza get a little scratch behind Omid Kel. He went reasonably early as well, caught behind as well after making 11. Niaz will be disappointed that he went. Johnny G was in the action early, went a bit quiet in the second half, actually, Johnny G. But yeah, Chiraka wasn't able to get this one, but soon he would have. Niaz, well caught. There were some good catches in this innings. Couldn't Chiraka with a couple of them. That was Marks, who was able to get that key breakthrough. Then there was this kind of holding pattern, wasn't there, with Sherry Butt and Harrington, all kind of just a bit cautious not to lose too many wickets and to put too much pressure on that lower order. Harrington eventually kind of broke out of it. He was in a bit of a slump, to be honest, but then the boundaries did come and he caught up. Just a good catch, though. Got Sherry Butt for 45, just short of a half century. And that was Q stage left as Haber came out and went absolutely nuts straight away. And this was the burst, wasn't it? He came out. We had 29 off the next 7 balls, 28 off the first 6 balls he faced, and just completely changing the game. Again, ask Malta, who would they rather be facing in those middle overs? Guarantee they're not saying Zakil. The old chaos cricket towards the end. Only saving grace was that last over. After we had the big overs there, we had 15 off the 17th, 23 off the 18th, 17 off the 19th. But then Zakil not able to get hold of Prasad. And that all came down to where he put the ball. He put the ball in very difficult areas. And in the end, just 3 runs, 3 singles off that last over. Funny old scorecard. You've got top 3 between 10 and 20. You've got the next 3 between 40 and 50. Sherry Butt top scores with 45 off 39. Harrington on debut, 44, not out of 37. Zakil, though, it was the innings of consequence, wasn't it? 43 off just 14 balls before getting run out off the last ball. And he was actually going even faster than that. He was going at 42 off 10 going into that last over. Bowling-wise, we're pretty disciplined as far as just 2 wides in the 20 overs. I thought they bowled pretty good lines and actually forced Belgium to take risks if they wanted to score, which Belgium weren't really that keen to do in the middle overs. 2 for 29 marks. A wicket for Lala, Mehboob Ali, and a wicket for Jasvinder Singh. But Prasad, 3 overs, none for 17, 2 overs of spin, 1 over of pace. Yeah, I mean, they've given themselves a shot, Malta. They they're going to have to bat very well, a lot better than yesterday. I suppose the difference between yesterday and today, they know exactly what they have to do in this second innings. But Belgium, I think they're pretty confident with their bowling attack. They have enough runs on the board. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes, it looks like. 15 minutes to go until the restart. Malta chasing 178 for their first win in this series and a big boost to their ranking, I'm sure. Many Sander Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying your weekend so far. Plenty to come still. You're watching day 2 here in Belgium in the Mdina Cup.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the second half of this match. It's match number 4 in the Mdina Cup for men. And we're watching the Belgian side, the hosts, coming out to defend their score of 177 for 5 of 20 overs. First team to bat out, the 20 actually in the series. Funny old scorecard, actually. We had 3 players in the 40s, but 3 different kind of innings, actually, from all 3 of them. Sherry Butt with 45. Harrington with 44 not out, and Sabazekil with 43, but off only 14 balls. Before that, we saw the openers, Kel and Ali Raza, falling for 11 and 18, respectively. Berhan Niaz with 12 at number 3. But really, it is a real litmus test for these Malta openers with Rocky Dinish out there. Mehboob Ali is going to open once again. Can they handle the quality of this Belgian lineup? Can they go at the rate required? I think this, you know what you need to do. You basically need to go 9 and over to win this game. And I don't think you really want to be falling a long way behind, given that the bowling won't get a lot easier in the second half. So in Malta yesterday, we saw them bowled out in both of their games. Ekrami to do the left arm spin opening spot. Of course, Tapliel not in the side for this game. And Ekrami is very, very accustomed to opening the bowling. So not a role he filled yesterday, but a role he's very much used to. Just having a second look, and that looks like Darsha Patanka at the other end, actually. The far end. So yeah, they have gone with the tank. So they're not opening with Lala after all. Sorry for that. Oh boy. Comes through quickly, Ekrami. He's a slippery customer. Ali Raza couldn't glove it behind the stumps either. Again, cramps him up. Not the start Malta wanted here. I guess 6 over power play. Given the batting to come, you got to be a little bit brave here. You don't want to throw your wicket away, but I don't think you can just swallow a maiden either. First up. With the angle just missing, but another dot ball. What a start from Ekrami. No real interest from the keeper, Ali Raza. Rocky will get a run last ball, the over, but really not much to write home about for Malta so far. Just the single off that one. It's 1 without loss after 1. Ekrami wheeling and dealing. He's not going to give you too many bad balls, so you got to kind of work out how are you going to manufacture something. Not easy. So now we'll see Iftikhar Kankel. I've got to say, I think he's had a really good series. He's got a good change of pace. Quick hello to Iqbal Zafar. I know that he's watching as well. Supporting Belgium. Dinish faces up. Slip in place. Let's just go past. Thing is, if you're chasing 180, you're basically relying on somebody to go big, I think. I can't see Malta doing it bits and pieces. I think you're relying on big innings, 50 or 70, 80 kind of innings, maybe 90 kind of innings. So if Rocky's using up too many balls, he's restricting the ability for someone to play that innings if that person's not him. He's 1 off 8 now. He's in a bit of a hole. And Patanka at the other end set up, obviously, to attack in the power play. Hasn't even faced yet. Would have been some thoughts about maybe even opening Pushparajan. I think shuffle your ace to the top of the deck. I don't know. I get it. They got bowled out yesterday. They probably had a bit of a chat about let's not throw wickets away. Let's make sure we bat it. But it's not just about batting it, is it? It's also about making sure you score 178 minimum. And he's pretty much added about 12 runs to that target by not scoring so far. More like chasing 190 now. This one does angle in. Rocky gets some bat on it. That will run away. He'll go for 4. So he breaks the shackles right on cue. Dinish with the first boundary of the response. Loves that little turn around in the corner. That movement off the seam came into him. We saw with Harrington earlier, he caught up to a very acceptable strike rate. And could be disappointed with that ball. Open facer from Rocky. This is kind of how he got out yesterday to Shantu. That left arm angle across. All right, well, here's the tank, Darshit Patanka. Can you feel there's already pressure on him? And he hasn't even faced yet on account of the fact they've only scored 6 off 11 so far. He'll have a look at the first one. So despite the boundary, still a very acceptable over for Belgium. Only going for 5 in Malta. Slow out of the gates at 6 without loss. Now you got Ikrami coming back. You got the same contest, which didn't produce anything except a single in the first over. So in Malta, if they lose this one, I think we can be assured that they're not going to feature in the final tomorrow. Maybe mathematically they'd have a chance, but yeah, I just don't think there's a likelihood. It's all about trying to win every game. There you go. I mean, Akrami's loving this one-on-one. Back away, and this time the tank. Did you get on strike? They do get through for a single. Hello to Kroom, good to see you. You must have some cricket today, I'm guessing. All right, well, it's the first time we've seen Akrami to Patanka. Ali wants it wide outside off. It's one that straight. Yeah, I mean, look, it sounds weird, but an 1/8 of this innings is already gone. And it's happened so quickly. They've only been playing like 7 minutes. I bet they wish they had Tapliel in the side as well. They can have another left arm spinner, Belgium. Oh, well, that one's been chipped up, and Zaki Shah into the side. He's put it down, but I've got to say, might not be a bad drop at this stage. I mean, it is a bad drop, but either Patanka or Danish has been able to fire a shot. 7 off 16 combined. Well, it's first ball's been hit out of the infield. I suppose, yeah, the concern is, I suppose one of the things is, well, who could do better against these bowlers? Because you just feel like it's such a dead spot. Well, Dianish, he will unload on this one. He's got some catching up to do, and that'll help. Rocky goes bang. Cuatro carreras. And look, take nothing away from the bowling, by the way. End of the over, by the way, as well, at 12 without loss after 3. Because the bowling is very good, so I'm not saying it's not, but I suppose there's no intent to take it on, and they might have just overcorrected a little bit compared to yesterday. Still time to change things. Someone has to play a big knot. The thing is, if you use up all these balls, then you get out. And then you just feel that it's probably kind of wasted time. Such a hard one to try and find the dynamic. So, Patanka gets dropped very early in his innings. He faces up now to Kankel. I think Tank will take it on. He almost loses his off stump. But I actually feel like it's one of those times as the Belgians, and it sounds funny, but I reckon you got two guys that could take the game away from you, Pushparajan and Prasaf. And the longer they're not out there, I think the happier you are, so long as these two aren't hurting you. If they're going run a ball less, you're totally fine with that. Tank gets it down the ground, but again, only a single. That's Harrington down there. I think his first ever T20I. Batted pretty well as well. Did take his time. A lot of compliments for him the way, I suppose he did put Belgium in a position to launch and didn't sub Ezekiel launch towards the end. Dab away once again. Rocky happy to get a single. So at least something ticking on the scoreboard now. And look at that required rate. It's about to tick over 10. And the other thing is in T20Is, their margins don't really matter as far as the rankings. Okay, margin can matter for the tournament, but I think you're thinking about the rankings, so you'd rather kind of get rolled going for it than just. Well, there we go. That's up. It's in the air. Kankel won't get the wicket after all. Just crept over Khalid Ahmadi. They'll come back for 2. There's still the power play, so mid off up in the circle. That was the slower ball. Does Pickett was a bit worried there, wasn't he? Patanka, in the end, just crept over. There's that slower ball again this time. He grabs a bit of the line, but umpire thinks it's a wide. Fair enough call, I think, in the T20 format. If these two don't get out, I think there is a time where you have to make a strategic change if they're not going at a rate. Well, that's in the air and gone. So for Patanka, not able to move the needle. Disappointing for him. This time, it doesn't go over. Khalid Ahmadi, the smiling assassin, gobbles that one up. And the dismal start for Malta continues, 17 for 1. I suppose Patanka's been the lesser offender as far as balls used up. He's faced 8 while Dianish has faced 15. But he's not able to strike a boundary. Again, just looks a little bit out of nick at the moment. He would be disappointed yesterday because he hit 2 boundaries, looking good in his only innings, and then just missed a full toss or hit a full toss straight up in the air, leading edge, and got dropped for the second game. So he probably finds himself in a tough spot, whether he even holds his place for match 4 for Malta later on. Well, Here's Pushparajan. And I'll probably go back and laugh about this start if he peels off 100. He's that good, he probably could. But wasn't able to go on with it yesterday. Belgium know that they're going to have to go through Pushparajan at some point. They'd rather probably get him out there early and hopefully get him out early and put this game to bed. Prasath also a pretty dangerous hitter still to come. Pushparajan off the mark with one. He'll retain the strike. Successful over from Iftikhar Kankel. And Malta are 18 for 1 after 4. Worm needs a bit of a poke, doesn't it? 4 overs in. Only more or less half the rate required. But still time. You'll say that. There's one thing you do have. You have more time. Pushparajan is the guy they'd be relying on, I think, given his current form, which has been unbelievable, really, in season 2025. Ekrami will get to bowl to Pushparajan. Let's see how aggressive Pushparajan is with Ekrami. 2 overs to go in the power play as well. You can see does really put some velocity on the ball. Ekrami in the power play doesn't really want batters coming down and lofting over the top. Good take, actually, from Ali Raza with block at least. And sneaks down the leg side for a wide. I suppose the big question is, what can you do to Ekrami? One thing I would consider is a little lap. I know you don't want to miss it, but try and get that front pad outside the off stump. He's not really turning the ball. He's spearing it in. Maybe with the pace of the ball, you can even get 4 that way. Fairly low risk. And, well, there we go. It's going to be a second time lucky for Zaki Shah and Pushparajan. Thick inside edge. Again, he's just done by that angle in. And Ekrami will get that key wicket. Kind of going after it, but kind of not. Zaki Shah this time saying, well, I might have dropped the other one, but I'm not dropping this one. You could argue this one was even more important. And Malta lose a wicket they could not afford to lose. And in the 5th over, it's 19 for 2. Pushparajan out for just a single. Trying to go after that, but it was more or less a thick inside edge. And Zaki Shah takes it, and that's cricket, I suppose. Once again, Pushpa just not able to get going. Bit of a reality check for him at this stage of his international career. Prasath, last great hope. I've seen this guy do some pretty incredible things. There's Lala as well, but Lala just didn't look kind of up to the mark against this attack yesterday. Remember, we haven't even seen someone like Khalid Ahmadi yet, who you potentially have to deal with 4 overs of. Zakil, also likely to bowl, you'd imagine. Oh, almost a second one as well. Prasath pushing. One thing's been really good about Ekrami is just the pace in which he's bowling is over. I don't just mean the pace when he bowls it, but the balls are coming. Oh, it did carry, actually. I thought originally it didn't. Really should have been gone. That really would have been lights out. And he does him with the angle of the next ball. But he's just getting through the over so quick. It's a 2-minute over, bang, and geez, it's gone. So I have a bit of a theory with batters that it's not just balls that make you more comfortable facing balls, but it's the amount of time you're out there in the middle in minutes. You tend to feel comfortable after X amount of minutes. And in those minutes, just more overs are being bowled. Prasath can't beat the infield, and Malta, they are right in the doldrums after the first quarter of the response. 19 for 2. Prasath trying to go after it. Doesn't get it in the middle. 1 over the power play to go. Gives us a chance to look ahead to tomorrow, because the good news is Romania back on. And they'll start even before us tomorrow morning, 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India, with 5 matches. And the format there, there'll be 5 matches a day for 4 days. The last match of day 4 is a final between the top 2 teams. 4 teams playing. Also for Bliss Warriors and Phoenix, they are playing their first ECS, and they'll meet each other in the first game. Also Raw Eagles there, Bucharest Gladiators there. So you can join Phil and Rico. Hopefully they haven't got lost in Bucharest over the last few days. They'll be there for the return of the European Cricket Series after 6 days of no cricket in the ECS. A bit unprecedented, but we're happy that they'll be back on. Rocky misses a shortish ball. Alokazai comes in. He's into the side. First one hits Rocky. Yeah, so I think what you're seeing here, and Proximo was saying, yeah, I mean, Malta was so good against Estonia. What's happened? But I think, and you know this if you've played, and I've played at various levels, and I've played against international and first-class players, Matt, the levels in cricket, they find you out. You know where you sit. And right now, Malta not really able to deal with what Belgium are delivering. Push and run this time. Rocky gets out the way, hands it over to Varun Prasath. It's not to say there are times that they might be able to, but I think on the whole, you look at Malta, that are about 30 ranking places below Belgium. And Belgium, they know their game so well. They know their attack, and they know even the players they can bring in, how they can slot in. Whereas Malta, I still think they could shuffle their batting order lots of different ways. I mean, Shrujay Patel's batting 9 here today. He batted 10 yesterday. It was probably their best bat. He could open, for example. No ball called. Check front foot here. Must have been for a front foot. So chance for Prasath to bat with immunity. Just overstepping. Well, you want this to go for 6. Then you might feel you've got some sort of chance, Malta. He misses a ball on his pads. That's one thing about Prasath. I kind of highlighted this technically from him yesterday, that his natural front foot little trigger is a little movement kind of straight down the pitch, just a little step. But he's not so good at opening himself up to hit on the leg side. When he does, quite often it's when he fetches balls. He stays very side on, fetches balls from outside off, and will slap them either leg side, sometimes straight. But these balls are angled in. It's a little bit of a blind spot in his technique that I'm sure he's aware of. He's certainly improved technically in the last year or two. Trying to get rid of some of those bad habits, which I think crept in at the domestic level for a while. It was that time where he was missing a lot of balls between his body and the leg stump, which good players, you just don't see that. Alokazai want to make a good impression. Rocky again tries to force the issue, can't beat the infield, and he as does the fielding. The thing we'll say is that we do get big kind of whiplash-like changes in momentum, but for Malta, it better happen soon, otherwise this game's going to disappear. Rocky back and works it. And that'll take us to the end of the over. I wonder if it was a 7-ball over, actually. If so, I'll respect it anyway. So I've got 23 for 2 after 6. There was a no ball in there. Oh, no. I think we're okay. 23 for 2 after 6. I think it was scored correctly in the end, and the umpires got it right. So Rocky retains the strike, 14 off 20. Batting to come, Lala. It will be Lala last chance saloon, I think. He gets out there. Sharma's into the side for the first time. Sudasanan, he's been plucky in the series, but they kind of need more than that, don't they? Lokazai goes for 3, plus there was a leg bite in that previous over, but already it's ballooned out to 11 over acquired. And I think Akrami sensibly is bowling out. He knows he can eat another over up on Rocky. He just hasn't really been able to get anything off him. The odd single here or there. Maybe one boundary, but we're into the 7th over now. Again. Rocky is getting out the way. Prasath, I think, has to have a dip. But now you're out of the power play as well. So you have 5 outfielders all waiting. Prasath yet to score in 5 deliveries. Just no one able to produce with the bat for Malta. Setting the field here. Ali Raza doing the captaincy for Belgium this morning. No Shura Sheikh in the lineup. Again, just a little prod. I've got to say, I know it's a difficult situation. Maybe you have agreed now, okay, we're just going to see Ekrami off, but just to see that rate creep away with no real signs of aggression. And there it is from Prasath, but does he get it? It's up, it's in the air, and it's gone. 7-ball duck for Varun. Nicely taken out there by Oliver Harrington, his first catch in a T20 International. And unfortunately for Malta, batting first or batting second in this series, the more things change, the more they stay the same. It's 24 for 3 and a wicket for Ekrami. Certainly deserves it. He's got 2 for 8 now. Eventually the big shot came and solid hands out there from Harrington. 24 for 3. So they're sending out Sudasanan now at 5. I think you got to send Mehboob Ali out. You need someone to play an absolute heater. Now, Sudasanan's a busy player, but he's kind of the same sort of player as Rocky Dianish. He's more, he can play a supporting role, I think. But you need 11 and over now. And Chanjal, I'm one of his biggest fans, but I don't think this is the spot he should be put in. I think you got to hope Mehboob comes out and smashes a 50, 60, 70, 80 in quick time. Chanjal. There's the task ahead of him, put it that way. "22 balls since the last boundary. Down the leg side, must have got some of the pad. There's no wide call. Done by the bounce. Well, this could be a real old tough slog the way things are going at the moment. Malta, not even 3.5 and over through the first 7. They're 24 for 3. Yeah, I suppose this is where you miss, you know, the kind of maybe the obvious opening option. Obviously, Zishan Khan filled that role in the Valletta Cup when I was there a couple of years ago. But Ekrami, what a fantastic spell. In fact, that was a maiden, albeit a fake maiden, because there was a buy in there. So it's 24 for 3 after 7. Ekrami 2 for 8 off his 4 overs. Alokazai gets a second over. Now Rocky gets some length to work with this time, and he will get the boundary. Well, they need plenty more of that, and soon. This is his shot. If there's one place you don't want to bowl to him, it's probably here. He's very good at getting inside the line and kind of picking it up. He's also got the occasional blast over point. I've seen him put a couple on the roof at the Massa International Cricket Ground. Better length here. That's what I mean. Don't give Rocky something to pick up. Make him play off the front foot. Doesn't hit too many straight down the ground. Still 150 to get from here. Gets this down the ground, but again, only a single. Harrington does the job. He'll be enjoying himself, I'm sure. I'm sure he's got plenty of family and friends tuning in, playing his first T20 International. Sinasanam, nice looking drive here, but once again, only a single, despite the fumble from the smiling assassin. But he's looking forward to getting a bowl. Maybe we'll see him at that top end, as they have bowled out Ekrami. Haven't been afraid to bowl Khalid quite early. I do tend to think of him as a death bowler, but been quite effective even in the first half of the innings. Wild one from Alexei that time, and Ali Raza has his work cut out for him to stop that getting past. Gets to the point you have to start treating every over like it's your last, and for me that point's probably when it gets 12 and over, or something like that. You need 12 even if you lose a wicket on the way. Okay, and that's that little technical thing with Rocky opening the face, trying to run it down to deep third, but you're not offering the full face of the bat. It does get harder to hit. That one whistles past the outside edge. Good to see Wayne in the chat. How are you, Wayne? Happy weekend. Hope you're enjoying it. That one climbs over middle stump. Rocky's ordeal continues. Alokazai almost with his first wicket of the series. Malta still struggling. 31 for 3 after 8. Yeah, Wayne says he's got a new drone out today. Got some good pics and videos. You can see that Belgium, to be honest, we were a little bit concerned that Belgium didn't take enough risks in the middle of the innings. I suppose we'll never know what happened if they had kind of pulled the trigger a bit earlier. But in the end, they formed a foundation that was certainly acceptable to then launch with Zakil in the last 3 overs. I still feel that if Belgium have had this 178 chase down, say that a Push Parajan or a Prasath had got going, then they would have been kicking themselves. They weren't more aggressive. Zaki Shah into the lineup Starts the big wide. It's had plenty of action already. 3 catches hit his way. 1 was caught, but it was the big wicket of Pushparajan. Sudasana goes on the hit. Just gets it past the fielder. Just think about it, though. Do you think that the game could creep out of reach while Mehboob has been on the bench the whole time? I'd say the same with kind of Zakil in the Belgian lineup. Doesn't seem right. Meanwhile, we've got 2 very similar types of players out there that are workers and hard workers, no doubt. But to think that right now it's out past 2 a ball, and really 2% might be generous for Malta. It's probably predicated on them losing a wicket straight away. And having Lala come in and whack a 70 or 80. But again, Lala has struggled given the higher quality of this Belgian attack compared to, for example, Estonia that they played. The difference between playing a team in the 40s versus a team in the 60s. Hello to Sam Houghton. Great to see you. As we see Dinesh surviving that LBW appeal. Yeah, Sam, good to see you. Hopefully you're well. And how's things been going? Tell me about the MCL, Sam. I know I was on the phone actually to some of the guys down there. It looked like a great time. Love to play in that one day. Flicked in the air, but Dinesh once again can't get it off the square. Someone turned around the corner. Once again, only a single. They need over to a ball now. So it will be the end of the over. 36 for 3. Zaki Shah only goes for 4. Again, if you ask Belgium who'd you least like what to face, I'd probably say, well, there's one big hitter that we haven't had to deal with at all, and we're happy about it. Unfortunately, that so-called Manhattan down the bottom doesn't tell a very pretty story. Harrington gets the bowl for the first time in a T20I, coming on to bowl the 10th over. Alokazai, by the way, also was playing his first ever T20 international, so certainly looks up to it. We saw him playing for Beveren recently in the night series. Harrington, I'd say that, when he plays at the club level, he's probably more of a bowler that can bat a bit. He's tall, hits the pitch hard. Mentioned he does have cricket experience in Australia, born in England. First one right on the money. Harrington. Following to Sudasan, and these two now, 24 off 38 combined. Loses that one down the leg side. Just misses everything. Nicely taken by Ali Raza. Well, here's some news. Luke Belgium saying, Premier League darts coming to Belgium for the first time in 2026. Long overdue. I've loved going to the darts. I have been before. It's a great night out. Chopped down from Sudasan and won't get a run. Yeah, I even dressed up for it. I think I had a pirate onesie when I went to go watch it. It has looking drive, won't get a run. Just got a, I don't know what the word is. Disappointing response, I suppose. I know you can't have your big hitters fire every game, but it came from the start, didn't it? Yeah, I spent a lot of time in Malta. I've enjoyed my time in Malta. I always want to see them doing well. I think what's disappointing is that we know that they can play better than this, albeit against tough opposition. And no one likes getting out or risking getting out. Harrington hits the stumps. Classic fast bowler there. I think he's safely home. Time for a stump fix. I'm seeing this side on, actually. Yeah. Easily had the bat down in time. Yeah, but just can't seem to find the right combination. Question in the chat. I'm asking, has there ever been biff in these matches? If there are fierce rivalries, Euro cricket could grow faster. Have a real weekend cricket type of feel. Well, thankfully, we've never had anything physical happen. That's the end of the 10th over, by the way. 39 for 3. If you do have questions, throw them in. ECN European Cricket Network, great to have you with us. I mean, I don't think we ever want to see anything physical. We do definitely have fierce rivalries. I think a good example, some of the derbies. So Ariana CC, Ariana Keefe in Sweden recently. And they've got history that goes back 5 years. A lot of these clubs are kind of born out of each other. So that's certainly one example of a fierce rivalry. You go to Hungary and the Budapest Blinders, Royal Tigers rivalry. Again, one club coming out of another. So I think if you follow it, I mean, you do need to follow it a little bit, but you'll understand the rivalries between the clubs the more that you follow. And there are plenty. Even with these two teams in Belgium and Malta, they played a series, I think it's 2021, that was, let's just say it was very, very animated. There was some quite unsavory incidents that happened. So obviously it's cricket. You don't want cricket to become a fighting sport physically. Let the bat, let the ball do the talking. But hey, Belgium, they're sitting very pretty. 39 in the first half. Malta needing 139 and not going to happen. But again, the fact that you could be 39 off 10 and not have batted Lala, and I'm not saying Lala's batting that well either. Obviously, yesterday was disappointing from him, but he does have that potential. There is that potential upside. But then that's for the people in those positions to decide, who's in the team, what the team looks like, what combination is. Credit, I will say to Malta, they are playing an opponent here that's a good 30 spots above them. In fact, two opponents that are. So, sometimes you can be critical. There are some countries will pick and choose who they want to play against because they feel, if they're a low chance of winning, they don't want to play. So that's a positive. Malta and Belgium, as I said already, have quite a healthy rivalry due to some history. Yeah, Chun, just clarifying, I'm not saying punching on, more that competitiveness. Yeah, I think you see it. I will say these international teams is maybe a bit more sanitized than at the club level. Sudasan is out there and he's read the room. He's still going to go for it now. But it's going to be one of those things where I almost go from not zero aggression, let's say 1% to 101%. They're not able to find kind of a happy medium to keep the score ticking, to keep them in the contest. That'll help. Big wide and mishandled by Ali Raza. In fact, it will go all the way, with it being a slower ball. So, Malta, they need the charity. Put it that way. Zaki Shah, back of the hander. Gets past Raza on the second bounce. This is where I think one of the benefits of the T10 format over the T20 is when you know the game's over, it generally doesn't have as long to go, because we're in for a bit of a tough slog, I think, over the next 10 overs. I used to say about T20 cricket, actually, compared to 50-over cricket. Straight between the batter and the stump, Sudasan, and coming out 4 of 12. I just don't know, what did they gain by batting Chanjal ahead of Lala? What were they saving Lala for? And coming off back-to-back half-centuries in the Estonia series. Chanjal goes after it, up in the air, and gone. So a disappointing end for Chanjal Sudasan, and Zaki Shah with his first wicket of the series. And Malta going from bad to worse, really. 44 for 4. Does take it on. You can see he went up a notch in aggression there. It's a longer boundary out to the side of the ground. And well held out there on the boundary. Check it out again. It takes it on. Yeah, probably ECS. This is a 6. But with the boundaries pushed back square of the wicket, turns out to be a pretty comfortable catch. Alokazai with his first catch as well in a T20 International. Well, here's Lala. Unless he can reel off an unbelievable streak of hot overs straight away, this game's done. Basically needing 14, 15 and over from the get-go. And swing straight through the first one. I will say this as well. They tried Lala opening yesterday, didn't really work. Middle over, didn't happen for him, went 6 and out in the game before that. Shah keeping it very tight. He's not the only one. A wicket in the over. And Malta 44 for 4 after 11. So Sihan is watching from Australia. He's saying if cricket gets more popular in Turkey, guarantee that the beef will come. Bring the views. It's not just all about the views. But I will say Turkey have been a really, really exciting team to watch. They were in the ECC Challenger Division last year. Had some real brave performances. And going back even further, their ECL club, Istanbul KSK, so the champion club of Turkey, actually beat the Irish and the Portuguese clubs in their first ever ECL in 2023. Harrington's back for a second. But it was an amazing day, actually, where the Turks beat the Irish and the Portuguese, and it culminated in celebrations that were equal to kind of what winning a World Cup would be, and they were pumped up. So yeah, the Turks certainly might show their emotion. Bowled him off his pads, and Rocky's got to go, and a tough old walk-off. for Rocky, it was kind of like a fight that you knew was over a long way from the end, but still went the 12 rounds. Staying leg side of the ball. It's first wicket for Harrington. So a big moment for him. Following the batter. And Ollie will remember that moment, I'm sure, for the rest of his life. His first ever T20 international wicket. And Malta 44 for 5. I think after that, last game, I hate to say it, I'm a huge Rocky fan. I think everyone knows that. He's had a brilliant couple of years, but I think at this level, I just don't think you can bat him at the top. Maybe you bring back in Matthew to the lineup. It's a tough one for Rocky, but I mean, learn from it. It's one thing he's always done since I've known him. He's always learned, tried to improve. He's full of heart, but just couldn't really go at the rate he wanted there. 21 off 35 in the end, striking at 60. All right, Sihan, I've got a job. I've got some homework for you then between games. Srijay Patel comes in number 7. Batted 10 yesterday, batted really well. Actually, would have thought even he'd be an option to open today based on how well he batted. Okay, Sihan, I'm going to give you a link and I'll give you a couple of timestamps and you can watch the Turks playing the day of cricket I'm talking about. Lifted up and away by Mehboob Ali. And that'll be a Maximo. He's been a long time coming, hasn't it? It's the first 6 of the response and it comes in the 12th over. Says it all, really. Down the ground this time. He'll settle for a single. So I'm going to try and find a couple of timestamps for you to check out the Turks because I think you'll enjoy it. And let me preface it with what I send you, that we did not expect the Turks to be very competitive based on their club from the year before. It'll take us to the end of the over here and now. And the score 53 for 5 after 12. At least 50 does come up during that over. Yeah, so actually I'll show you. I'll give you a couple of timestamps here that I think you're going to enjoy. If you like hard celebrations from the Turks, then I think you'll enjoy it. Srijay takes it on. Handle down there. We're still in a 0-0 draw, I think. We had pretty close to a goal in the first half. And on VAR, or the Super VAR, it was actually disallowed. But really, a bit of a hiding to nothing here, Malta. Not exactly a confidence booster going to the next game either. Next game will start in about an hour and 20 minutes, by the way. Lifted up, and that is going to fly away. Maximo. Yeah. Too little too late. Hold on, was that a goal? Is there a goal there? I wasn't even looking for this one. Let's have a look. Have we got Malta maybe with the winner here? Where does that go? Oh, wow. What a goal. What a goal. Srijay Patel has won the game for Malta, the football game. Now he's got a boundary. Can we go back and see that goal again? That was a freakish bounce on the smallest goal on the ground from an impossible angle. Well, Malta have used up all their luck in a way which really has nothing to do with the T20 International. This comes around, comes off the bin, and then deflects. It's like an own goal off the trash. Pick it out of the back of the net. Wow, stop the voting. There's your HCL Software Player of the Day. Oh, wow. It came out of nowhere. Scary to say. It might have been the most exciting thing that's happened this innings. Hello to Zishan. Good to see you. And yeah, let's hope that Malta can show a bit more with the bat in the next game against Portugal. Nicked and gone. So Patel will walk off, but again, at least he had a dip. He'll be gone for 13. Thick edge flies through. Another wicket for Zaki Shah. And it'll be 65 for 6. You can actually see the deflection quite clearly. Pretty easy catch behind the wickets for Ali Raza. Yeah, hello to all my friends in Malta. Hello to all my friends in Belgium as well, of course. And yes, I know that... where was this message? I'm going to try and find it. Yeah, Anga Dilda saying, yeah, looking forward to coming back to the ECL again with some Belgian chocolates. Yeah, I know Beveren worked very, very hard. They've got the spot as well. She won, I think, might be the first team to qualify for the ECL. So looking forward to that. And Beveren, let's not forget, they actually made the championship week in the year that we were talking about, 2023. Very exciting team, no doubt. All right, so I've sent one link in there. I think it might... My favourite one's actually, I think, the night game from the same day. And then you're going to see some celebrations. Jasvina Singh's come out to bat. And really, as we know, this game was over a long time ago. Pretty well bowled by Kankel. From Mebu, it's a good chance to test himself against a testing bowling attack. Yeah, there's a bit of homework. Osman enjoyed the goal. I'll even let that all caps stay. Mebu, I have to settle for one hit, and even he, despite his best efforts, kind of stuck at that that run of ball pace. So I'm just catching up on the chat, and Osman's been given a red card by Wayne. But hey, sometimes the all caps rule you have to use your discretion. Big swing and a miss from Jasvinder. Adion looks like he's got up in Malta and said, yeah, maybe not worth getting out of bed for. Look, they will get the next opportunity. And if they could get one win out of 4, they'll actually say, you know, for our rankings, this is actually going to help us. Good little in swinger there from Kanko. I like him as bowler. Guy we might see for Bevan in the ECN next year. Yeah, the all caps in the chat is it's a bit of a no-no. Well, that's in the air, hanging for a while, and now the wicket's going to go down. And unfortunately for Malta, it's been a tough old time with the bat in this series, and it continues. Lala out for 9, 67 for 7. Pretty simple catch down there. Spending a bit of time shining the ball. Why not? Yeah, flying at the moment. Mebu Bali, just the one Maximo for him, out for 9 off 9. Zaki Shah takes the catch. He's had the ball following him a little bit in the field. 67 for 7. And I'm getting a lot of comments saying, you know, Malta in their home area are a bit more competitive. I think it's less to do with the at home and it's more to do with who they're playing, honestly. Because I think pitches don't really change that much across Europe. I know you get some that are slightly different. It's not kind of an India versus Australia pitch situation or anything like that. But I just think I talked about yesterday that each kind of group of 10 in the rankings has its own kind of feel. So teams in the 20s, teams in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. And so when we last saw Malta, they were taking on Estonia, a team in the 60s. And now they're taking on 2 teams in the 40s. And I think you can really see the gap. Oh, he's chopped on. How has that gone onto the stumps? I believe my eyes. The latest of cuts might have even come off the body. Jasvinder, how'd you do this? It's almost off the back hand. Couldn't really work out why that hit. This might not help us because his body's in the way. But sums it up for Malta, really. Look, a real chance to be bowled out for the 3rd consecutive game. Jasvinder goes for 1. Zaki Shah, another wicket for him. Certainly enjoying his entry to this European Cricket T20 International. Jasvinder out and 67 for 8. Still no Amadi either. Belgium probably thinking it's good. He can basically have a rest this game. Doesn't have to bowl given the situations. Amar Sharma, not the worst with the bat. And there he goes. Zaki Shah on a hat trick. He's got 4 for now, and he's 1 ball away from a T20 international hat trick. And a 5 for that matter. Malta 67 for 9. Belgium, they're very chilled at the moment. I know they've got a big one against Portugal tonight. Just done for pace a little bit there. Amar Sharma. Welcome to the series, Zaki Shah. Having a party. Johnny G looks on. He's been flipping the wickets more than the runs lately. 67 for 9. In fact, that's now a run of 4 wickets for 2. In fact, 3 wickets for none. Now, Peninsula out there. May not get a bat. Marks, for a number 11, he's been pretty good actually in this series. But scary thing is he's had to bat far more than you would want your number 11 to bat. In fact, this is his 3rd innings of the series. But first thing he's going to have to do is face hat-trick ball here. This innings is never clicked from even before the wickets fell, but the amount of dots that were kind of loaded up on the shoulders of Malta earlier on, and they would have hoped Pushparajan could save him. Prasath hasn't happened. Oh, very good hat-trick ball, actually. Marksy does well to keep it out. And it's been a bit tough to watch, I suppose. Not just the Malta fans either. Let's hope they can find something in the next game against Portugal. Starts in an hour and 10. Oh, yeah. Why not? Marks just slams one out of the ground. Maximo, 6 runs. Well, imagine how far that would have gone with the Mongoose. Oh, that's something to enjoy, these fans. As Marksy down at number 11 launches this one. There's been a lot of enjoyment for the Malta side here, but that's a moment they can enjoy. End of the over as well. 73 for 9. This is what's coming up then. Match 5, Portugal versus Malta. Portugal, of course, will feature in the next 2 matches. One against Malta, one against Belgium. The toss will happen in about 40 minutes and the first ball in about an hour and 10. So 11:45 a.m. GMT, which is 1:45 in Central Europe, and 5:15 in India. A standard T20 international procedure. The toss will happen 30 minutes before the game, along with the lineups. Kankel to Jamshed Kunancharakal. He'll get his first run. That'll do it. It's all over. And Malta all out for 74. Kankel will finish with 3 of his own. As Marks not able to deal with that one. And it's a big win for Belgium. Big net run rate booster as well. Which might become relevant with the first and second position, depending on what happens later on. But they beat Malta by 103 runs. I think with the size of that defeat, I think we now know that Malta will not feature in the final tomorrow. You know, they had some moments there, especially early in the game, where they certainly were bullish. They were able to remove some of those dangerous Belgian bats in the top order and actually able to restrict through the middle overs. But Zakil, he kind of got Belgium up in the clouds at the end of that first innings. And then it was a failure to launch second dig with the Malta bats struggling to get anything going, losing wickets at regular intervals. And in the end, for the 3rd consecutive game, they are bowled out, this time in the 16th over. So disappointment for Malta. They'll have to pick themselves up. Next game, of course, coming up in about an hour and 10. We'll be back in about an hour and 5 to take you into that one. But let's go have a look at this second innings. And really, there's a lot of nothing that happened first up. Then Tank did get some of the strike, which wasn't able to fire. Pushparajan, that was a bit of a death blow, wasn't it? And even worse when Prasath holed out for a duck that he had to labour for. But yeah, I think for Malta, I think they couldn't do any worse than just completely reshuffling their order. And if I'm honest, I'd be thinking outside the box. I mean, I'd be thinking, just put your most dangerous bats to the top and let's not have this period where you put under pressure. So I would consider opening with Pushparajan. Pushparajan's a no-brainer. You've got to open with him now. Give him that chance. It hasn't worked in the middle order. Might as well bat him at the top. Srijay Patel's another potential opening option. Or I would even consider just opening with Prasath and Pushparajan and just seeing if you can get off to a good start, because they've always had to play from behind with the bat. They've always had to play from a spot that they've backed themselves into. And I know it might backfire, they might go early, but it can't really be any worse than this. Marks with a rare bit of excitement for the Malta fans, the Malta players. That last one was good ball, though. He acknowledges it. As Kankel finishes this game. Malta all out for 74. Give us your thoughts in the chat. If you're the Maltese coach, what would you do in this situation? How would you approach against Portugal? As Malta, well, they knew what they had to do. They needed to go at 9s, and in the end, they're not anywhere close to that. Sad and sorry sight for all the cricket lovers in Malta, although I will say, remember, they are playing a team that are 30 ranking spots higher. 21 for Rocky ends up being the top scorer, but it was a tough innings to watch, wasn't it? He was only able to score 3 boundaries and 35 deliveries faced. A lot of dots in there as well. Srijay Patel, the only other player to reach double figures, 13 off 7. But again, at least he had a go. Still think it might be worth a chance to throw him up there, see what he can do. Of course, Pushparajan 1 and Prasath 0. That spelled trouble for Malta. Bowling-wise, well, they had a great time, didn't they? With 4 for 27 for Zaki Shah. He was on a 5 for, he was on a hat-trick. Last ball that he bowled, 3 wickets for Iftikhar Kankel. Continues to impress at the level. 3 for 14. And Ekrami, really, he deserves a lot of praise. 2 for 8, including maiden. The other wicket there went to Oliver Harrington, his first in a T20I. And Alakazai with his first bowl in a T20I as well. Didn't do too much wrong. We'll take a break then. And we'll be back in around about an hour's time. Exactly an hour from now. We'll say in 25 minutes. There'll be toss news. Watch for it on the screen. Malta hoping to go out with some positivity, as it'll be Portugal, their opponents, when we return. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Hopefully the sunshine and good vibes continue. We'll be back for match 5 when we return here to Hofstadter for more Mdina Cup T20Is.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Still 2 matches to go in the program. T20 international cricket as well on the program today on the European Cricket Network as the Mdina Cup continues. We're into the men's match number 5 between Portugal and Malta. Malta luckless so far with no wins in the 3 games they've played. This is their final game of the competition. We now know that they won't be part of the final tomorrow. Portugal will, though, and they actually will have to play the next 3 games, the 2 today and the final tomorrow. Some toss news for you. Priyan Pushparajan has won the toss, elected to bat for Malta. Just the one change there with Eldos Matthew coming in at the expense of Darshit Patanka, so they leave the tank out. Jeremy Martins comes into the side for the first time in the series, so he's a big in for Portugal. Glad to see he's recovered from that injury he sustained in that series against Norway on home turf. Sherman Vas is relegated to the 12th man position. Bit unlucky, actually, I think, for Sherman. I thought he had a pretty good game last night, but they've decided to go for the extra pacer. The pace has done the job pretty well for Portugal so far. With Malta, though, got to say, raised a couple of eyebrows with the team selections. I mean, the tank to drop him when he didn't get too much of a chance to bat well, I think, in that last game. They've kept Rocky in the side. I know he had a really rough game, even though he was their top scorer, but he just chewed up a lot of balls from the start. And yeah, Rocky's listed to open, and Mebu Bali is listed to open with him. So I think Malta just almost like they're throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. There's just one change for each of the sides from their last outing. Portugal, 81% against Malta, 19%. What I will say is that we have not seen the Malta bats firing, the bats that can do it, and we know they can do it at a high level. And guys like Pushparajan, like Varun Prasath as well. But for Malta, really, this is their last game, so time to put up. A beautiful day, actually, at the ground. 23 degrees currently, heading for 26. There's a chance of a shower, but it's expected to be well after play. Let's hope it stays away anyway. But yeah, blue skies, and yeah, Portugal take the field for the first time today. Had a bit of an arm wrestle, didn't they, against the Belgians last night, but the Portuguese got out in the end. Potkita was very, very important. The Chad holds his position in the first drop of the batting lineup for Portugal. Martins comes in listed to bat for. Nunes was very canny with his captaincy yesterday and how he managed his bowlers and everything, even how he managed his innings when he was batting. Welcome back to everyone in the chat as well. Good to have you back after about an hour break. Maybe you had a spot of lunch or dinner, depending on where you're watching from around the world. Hello to Paul Kempen, who's come in, and he's hoping for a better performance out of his Malta side this time. Hello to Helix as well. Nice to see you. So Shantu, left arm awkward for the bat, that is. Okay, so they're not opening with Rocky. They're opening with Chanjal Sudarsana, as they do make a change. Interesting. Mebu Bali at the other end. Here we go with match number 5, live from Belgium. I think from that first shot even, you can see Chanjal's been sent out and he's got the instructions to attack. There's the Chad. I do believe they might need to order a few extra shirts as long as the Chad is holding his spot in the lineup. All right. Lala, a.k.a. Mebu Bali, facing up. Gets done first ball. It's at middle. That thing with Lala, he likes to get front foot, and he's almost got a premeditated big front foot. Look at it go there. Big front foot step. I think as you go up the levels, the bowlers they see what you're doing, and they're going to bowl that kind of length. I wonder if this is a sleeve issue. Maybe we're having a chat to the square leg umpire. Maybe a sleeve issue. Maybe it's a background issue. A shirt issue. Not quite sure what this could be about. Maybe he's not wearing the vest. Is that what it is? Yeah, Portuguese sub around the boundary, but not wearing the vest. That's why the vest just there, so that the batters are sure that that person's not on the field. So that kind of makes sense. Gets a good ovation. All right, back to the task at hand, though. Lala pushes behind point this time. Doesn't get a run. I mean, they had a shocking start, middle, and finish to their batting in the last game, Malta, but that's behind them now. They'll just be hoping they can finish well. And if they could get this win, probably the tournament's still a success if you can grab a win out of 4 games against 2 teams ranked so far above you. That's not the place to bowl to Mehboob Ali. It's lifted up and out of the ground. Maximal is just over the crossbar, so no early goal. See Malta win the football game in the last game. This is just a bit too short from that heavy length. And again, he doesn't really go back, but he kind of swings from the crease. Johnny G watches it fly over the fence. Maximal, first one of this contest. Shantu gets the ball back. Probably not quite the same shape as when it left his hand. False start for Upen. It's been a really good in for this Portugal side. Certain professionalism with which the Portuguese going about their cricket, I think, comes from where these players generally play their cricket. A lot of UK based. You've got Potquito's SA based, South Africa. Hit down the ground, maybe not quite out of the middle, but good enough. 4 more. Shantu tries the full ball, but overdoes it. Can Lala get in here? Throwdown style from Shantu that time. Yeah, Luke mentioning Jeremy Martin's coming in. He's involved in quite a nasty collision in that Norway series, game that Portugal actually lost. That's the kind of walking wolf that I think Lala now practices what might have been a better option. But anyway, end of the first over, and Malta are 11 without loss. The other thing is that Mehboob, at least he knows he's got the whole 20Is to bat if he can, so he probably doesn't have to be over aggressive. Yeah, Jeremy Martin's also a very handy bowler coming in. And here's Juan Henry, who's going to bowl over number 2. Sudarsana tries to work that away, doesn't get inside the line. Adian talking about the fact they're opening with Mehboob Ali, taking my reshuffling advice. I mean, well, this is something they did try yesterday. Funnily enough, against Portugal. Didn't really work. Sudarsana definitely is going after it as well. I mean, the plan A for Malta would be for Push Parajan to score big runs. I know you don't want to get too focused about one player, but he's number one, he is good, and number two, he's in amazing form as far as the year goes. Okay, maybe not in these couple of days. See Sudarsana, though, he's got that aggressive intent. He's not afraid to lose his wicket. And that's what kind of marked the start of the Malta innings last time, that they were afraid to lose wickets early. And yes, they had bowlers they were facing that were hard bowlers to get after. But they never really gave themselves a chance. Sudarsana goes up and sets a bit of a task for the Chad. He's good enough to do it. Just a single. And cricket, and particularly batting, is a confidence game. So you saw that with Sakil, for example. When he came out, he's just feeling so confident. That was for Belgium in the first innings of the last game. But Malta very much down on confidence, despite the ability they have in their lineup. Rala pushes. He will get a run here. His version of a quick single. There's Gomes. Took a bit of a ball to the leg yesterday. It wasn't very pleasant for him, but good to see he seems back on 2 feet. Sudarsana once again swings hard into the bat. Henry might have a bit of more of a leading role given no Vaz in the lineup. Going to pace a bit more. Having said that, Martins does come in. No wonder if there was room for a spinner in the lineup for Portugal. I suppose they're spoilt for choice in a way. But you've got all these pace options. It's kind of all-out express kind of attack. Nicely cut by Sudarsana, but he won't get a run. Henry's over and he goes for 3. And Malta are 14 without loss after 2. Yeah, so bowling options. You've got Shantu, obviously, with his pace, and Henry with his pace. You've got Jeremy Martins to bowl. You've got Faf Stoneman to bowl. You've got Hardeep to bowl. Well, there's 5. And I don't think I even mentioned Hashu. So there's 6 paces they've got in their lineup. Look at the table. You can see Malta, they won't be able to make the final, even if they win this game. They won't be able to catch a second spot. So they know this is their last game. In a way, okay, helps them plan what to expect. But this is kind of like their final. There's that walking heave from Mebu Bali. I suppose a more orthodox way to hit this would be to hit it through the covers. Don't know if I've got this one again, but you can see that's with this angle, it's not going to be easy just to play that step, and I don't even know what to call it. It's like a heave. Shantu, if he's smart, he keeps it there. Slightly slower ball this time. It's lifted up and over the top. So 6 runs there, Maximo. Shantu, we tried something different there. I don't think he needed to. Now he's ringing the changes in the field. Again, this is the perfect ball, given that Lala, he's got that kind of forward and away front foot. Nicely in the hitting zone. So I don't think you want to let him hit too much on the front foot. You want to make it short of that full length, but not so short that it's kind of a standing pull. We saw him execute earlier as well. Well, he's going to get lucky here because he's backed away. And, well, lucky or unlucky, I thought it was going to fly, and it did. But Hardeep has come back and taken a fantastic catch with the flight. That's an outstanding bit of cricket. Almost couldn't believe my eyes then. Straight off the bat, it seemed to be flying to the boundary or over, but Hardeep's taken a wonderfully judged catch. And Malta have lost Lala. Again, backed away. Ball followed him. I mean, he thought it was safe, I think, off the bat. But what a very good catch from Hardy. As Mahbub goes for 17. At least he does go at a good strike rate. But he's the first to fall. It was 20 for 1. Finley's saying, interesting start for Malta. Certainly better than their previous game. Well, the intent's there, isn't it, this time? And, well, Lala, that's fresh out of luck. That's last two he'll get in this series. Yeah, Sihan saw the footage of the Turkish side Istanbul KSK in the break. Yeah. Sure, that made your heart warm. A push barrage. Oh! You cannot do that. Jeremy Martins. Once again, I was suspended in disbelief as Pushparajan will go to one of the catches of the season. Shantu's on a hat-trick. Watch this one go in. An unbelievable piece of cricket. A special player. A special catch. And hit well over the top. Bang! Right into the right hand of Martins. Comes down, sticks the landing. And two brilliant catches in 2 balls, and the luckless Priyan Pushparajan goes for a golden dunk. It's 20 for 2. Let's see it again. Unbelievable catch. Oh, climbing even in the top of the fingers from Jeremy. Ball that maybe would have bounced once and gone for 4. Timed his jump perfectly. Well captured by our friends at 2 Circles as well. Stop the voting. There's your HCL play of the day. Not just that, Shantu's on a hat trick, don't forget. New batter, Srijay Patel. I'm happy to see him up the order. He deserves it. He top scored from 10 yesterday. He's a bat. He bats for his club right up the top. Slip comes in. A hat-trick beckons for Upen. Oh, so close. So close. Patel doesn't get behind the line of it. Flirts with it. Might have been bowled. Might have got caught behind. But somehow he survives. Jeremy Martins with the Statue of Liberty on steroids play at mid-off. What a piece of cricket. Shantu thankful. He's getting backed up by his fielders. Hasn't always been the case this week. Srijay pushes, runs. Potential run-out attempt there. That might have been close, you know. Worth another look. End of the 3rd over, 21 for 2. Oh, yeah. He was well short. Martin seems fine to me. What about that catch? Bit of the old one-upmanship as well after Hardeep took what I thought was a brilliant catch as well, running back with the flight. Top edge that seemed destined to go to the boundary, I thought. First up. 11, 3 and 7 through the first 3. What do we think of that catch from Jeremy Martins, though? Henry, he'd probably like a bit of love from his fielders as well. On to Srijay Patel. I suppose it's a different sort of attack they're getting here as well. They had the spin of Ekrami, and they had huge problems dealing with that. Those overs just seemed to melt away earlier. Also, they had Kankal bowling really well at the other end and mixing up his pace a fair bit. Sudasana wants to go big. He just gets away with it. Gomes going back from cover. I think Sean saw a lot of it. Maybe Jeremy could have caught this one as well. Got on the left-hand grab. Just fell out of his grasp. 3-4 meters out of his range. Oh, another run-out opportunity. Sudasana would have been well short there. Was slow to respond. Gets the thumbs up from Srijay. Well, I don't think he would have got the thumbs up back from Chanjal had that hit the stumps. Interesting from the main camera, actually. See kind of who ran, who didn't. Clearly out. Easily out if it had hit. Chanjal. Oh, he got the little screen set from John Henry. Still think it would have been tight anyway. Nicked, genuine nick. Flies away for 4. They have flirted with the idea of a slip so far. I think it's a pretty good play, if I'm honest. With these two, the way they play. Do like to work the ball in that area. You're always a chance. They've abandoned it, and as a result, Sudasana will get 4 runs. Yeah, talking about consistency. Shantu 2 for 23 and 2 for 22 yesterday. Nicked. That will be gone this time. As Sudasana, he went hard. That's the thing, though. Still wasn't able to produce even a run of ball pace. As Henry will get some love. Well held by Carlos Nunes behind the stumps. And Malta, early wickets again. Plaguing them no matter what the approach. 28 for 3 in the 4th. Again, where's he trying to hit that? He's trying to hit a leg side, and that's the thing. Very hard to get away with these cross-bat swipes at this level against a disciplined bowling unit that aren't going to give you too many to hit leg side. And good keeping from Nunes. You can see the big hanging edge, and he moves well laterally, doesn't he? Wearing the famous Portuguese number 7 jersey. Ronaldo. Nunes. Never saw Cristiano Ronaldo taking catches like that, though. Rocky, welcome back. Comes in at 5 this time. Rocky wants to go straight away, has the intent, almost gets caught. Martin's back there. If anyone's going to catch it, he was going to catch it. Already, though, you can see Rocky showing intent. Just down to the wingspan of Jeremy. So into the over. 30 for 3 after 4. No wickets in the first 2, but 3 wickets in the second 2 for Malta. But yeah, catching makes such a huge difference, doesn't it? Do keep the slip in for the left armour. Shantu continuing. Patel hits it, runs, almost runs himself out. So yeah, Shantu. There's 2 wickets in each game so far. Would have just been home. I guess, you know, they're looking busier. That's the thing, Malta, but it gets the quality of the technique, isn't it? I suppose this time they're not batting Pushparajan or Varun Prasath in the top 5. Tries to take this on. Doesn't get too much of it. I'm curious that they batted Rocky above Priyan. Or not Priyan, pardon me. Priyan, forgot. He's already out. I'm curious they batted Dinesh over Varun Prasath in this spot. I thought maybe having the left-handers changes the angles a bit as well. You almost forgot that Priyan batted because it happened so quickly. know maybe the multi-running's a bit kamikaze, but at least they're trying to make something happen. Far too many dot balls in that previous game. The thing about Portugal, they've had a habit of direct hits. All right, that's up in the air as well. And a well-judged catch. Oh, lights, camera, Chad. Has to crane that neck up skywards, but it will be the end of Srijay Patel. And a third for Shantu for the first time in the series. Paquita goes back from the circle and takes another well-judged catch. And Portugal, very high standards in the field at the moment. Srijay takes his chances. We are still dealing in the power play, but he couldn't get it far enough. Shantu breaks through again. Srijay out for 3 into his series with the bats. 30 for 4. Well judged catch. Has to back the truck up to Paquita. I think he did well. He kept his eyes on the ball the whole way. It didn't actually turn fully run with the flight. Kind of ran sideways. Had a better view on it all the way. Still no Prasath here in the top 6 as they'll go to Eldos Matthews into the side. The only change they made from that previous game, he came in for Darshit Patanka. He almost nicks off first ball, Eldos. Had his moments as well. Talented player, and again, it's a good test for him. See if he can stand up. Pretty good looking defense there from Matthew, but Shantu, you'd be tempted to bowl him out, wouldn't you? Because he just continues to pick up wickets. 3 for 18 for him. And Malta are 30 for 4 after 5. The last day for a little while that we'll have just one location because Romania will get underway tomorrow. Fingers crossed that we don't have any more delays there, but yeah, scheduled to get underway tomorrow with 5 games. Starts about an hour and a half before we start with the final. Hornchurch will run for 2 weeks starting on Monday. Czechia will run for 2 weeks starting the following week. So there's kind of a 1 week crossover between those two. Finland for the first time since 2020. And then Bulgaria, always a great location at the Vasilevsky ground there in Sofia. Plenty of cricket coming up. That's your June. Sorted with ECN. Henry gets this one to bite back. And Rocky, again, you can see there's a few little technical things coming in at times. And they get shown up with better bowling. And one thing is Rocky kind of backing away slightly and kind of leaving the bat hanging or trying to deflect. Not really holding the weight in position. And this time, a lot better. As he's going to go up to the skies and that ball flies. Maximal for Rocky. That was better. Watch the retrieval. Oh. This was the danger zone. There go the sunglasses. Oh. We need a replay of that. Not an easy part of the field there. The grassless, boggy part of the field. But yeah, he kind of doesn't back away so much that time. Holds his weight and launches. And then I was a little bit worried about the sunglasses pickup. Had a couple of goes at it, shook about. Rocky now slices up and over the top of the offside, and that'll run away for 4. In fact, it will be a goal. I'm pretty sure this is a goal. We'll have to go to the VAR. Does it go through the post or does it miss? We'll have to go super slow when it passes the post. All right, we know it's 4. Oh, I think it's missed. It's missed. I'm going to go no goal. They're still locked at 0-0. It's only 1 goal earlier. It was Srijay. It was a ridiculous goal. Tiny goals off to the side of the ground. Wow, that's a shot and a half. And that'll get away for 4 more. Rocky He just kind of has a fearlessness about his batting now, doesn't he? He says, you know, I've batted time. It felt bad. So now I'm going to attack. Actually, once again, he gets across outside off stump a bit more, puts himself in a better position to play that pull shot. Watch the helmet here. Yeah. Up it goes. Rocky with the counter punch. He goes full stumps this time. And it doesn't take so much to swing a game momentum-wise. We saw that with Portugal last night when Zakil came out and flayed them all over the place. Another wide. Hard to believe it's the same player, Rocky, that we saw labour so badly in the last game. Funny how you start to make your own luck. That could have gone anywhere. It goes to ground. Yeah, Johnny Heason talking about the rankings. Yeah, about 30 places between these two. Genuine edge that time. Flies away. Matthew still yet to score. Last ball to power play. Or not. Yeah, so every kind of decade of positions has its own field. I'm going to give you some random teams from each of the decades or the sets of 10 in the T20 men's rankings, okay? So it's a long way across this time. I'll get one. That'll take us to the end of the power play. So Malta, 49 for 4 after 6. Okay, so top 10 teams. You can probably guess what those are. Pick any of your test nations, but just pick out a couple at random. West Indies and South Africa. They're 5 and 6 at the moment. And you look ahead to the kind of 11 to 20, and you've got kind of Netherlands, Scotland, and Ireland all in there. Teams like UAE, Namibia, USA, Canada. They're your teens, if you like. Then you've got your teams in the 20s. The 20s, you're talking kind of PNG, Papua New Guinea, Uganda, Kuwait, Jersey's in there, Bermuda's in there. And then you got your 30s. In your 30s, you've got teams like Spain, Italy, Germany, Guernsey, Norway. 40s, you've got Denmark at 40 at the moment. You've got Portugal, Austria, Belgium, France, Switzerland, Isle of Man, all in the 40s. Teams like Cambodia, Japan in there as well. Cayman Islands in there as well. 50s, again, you go down another notch. You've got Czechia in there. You've got Finland in there, Romania, Sweden. Other teams from other parts of the world, like Thailand men. Bahamas in there as well. Botswana, Mozambique. Stoneman comes on. Change of bowling. Excellent wingspan from Nunes. Stop that getting... Yeah, so 60s, obviously... One of the teams in there, Estonia, who Malta actually beat 2-1 in the T20 recently in Malta. Did lose a game last ball to them as well. But in the 60s, you've got teams like Vanuatu. Faf thought that was hit a lot harder. Started to duck and then realised it was popping over his head. But yeah, 60s teams are like Estonia, Hungary, Samoa, Ghana, Indonesia, Fiji, Rwanda. 70s teams, of course, that's where Malta are. Good swing here, Faf. Just can't control it at the moment. Here at 70s team, we've got Malta, Gibraltar, Slovenia up in the 70s, Luxembourg, 72. actually. Then 80s. You got Croatia. You got Mexico. Cameroon. China in the 80s. Brazil. Long way across and given out. That's the end of Rocky. Well, Stoneman was getting a lot of balls to swing away, and this one maybe it was a cross-seamer. Just holds its line, and Rocky gets a long way across, beats the inside edge of the bat. I'll be curious to see the impact here. Didn't seem like it was going over. Oh, yeah. Well, there's no bat on that. I think there's no doubt that's out. Hits him behind the popping crease. Umpire had no hesitation, and I think it's the right decision. So Rocky's tough day comes to an end. I think there's not really too much doubt that one's out. But still for Rocky, it's a more productive innings, albeit only 7 balls long than earlier. He'll go for 17, and Malta 52 for 5. Some decisions are tough for an umpire, some aren't. That would be one of them. Well, you got to ask yourself if the pad wasn't there, would that ball have hit the wickets? And I think it's a resounding yes. Final decade, if you like, is the last one, the 90s. Got Turkey in there, actually at 95, South Korea, Bulgaria 93, Mongolia, Mali. Greece are actually number 100, but I haven't played so much. I think Greece could beat a lot of teams in Europe. We already know they won the ECC Challenger T10 last year. Well, better late than never. Here's Prasath coming in a tough spot, 52 for 5. Stoneman. I wonder if he'll just continue not trying to swing the ball to Prasath, because he might lose down the leg side. Or does he try and straighten it down the line? Let's see. He does. Prasath does well to get bat on it. Gets one. Yeah, good question here from Adian. Will the West Indies get broken up for the Olympics? Yeah, they will. In fact, they probably won't qualify because only 6 teams are going to go. You tell me a Caribbean island that's going to qualify in the top 6 for T20. So it's probably a non-issue. Even you'd argue the top West Indies team might not be in the top 6. They're ranked 5 in the world right now, but yeah, Olympics. Can't be messing with the countries. Matthew with a nice little turn away here, and he will get it away. In fact, it goes all the way, does it? Check it out in the replay, but very good shot. Maximo steps across. Must be a good view of it, actually. Finds the gap. Just carries. Again, well handled in the tent. The off-the-field fielding's been excellent in this series. Actually, we talked about that the other day, the West Indies, actually, and I said, has the time come to break them up? How come all these other countries, little countries, Gibraltar, Malta, how come they all have to play as their individual nations, whereas the West Indies, just because of I suppose, what happened 100 years ago, they get to form a kind of alliance. And look, they were one nation at one point, so I'll get that. End of the 7th over, and it's 60 for 5. Yeah, I would say, okay, in tests, you can leave them alone. In 50 over cricket even. But hey, let's have a level playing field. I'm just putting my European cricket hat on here. And Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, Jamaica, all these countries, St. Kitts and Nevis. Why shouldn't they have to play on their own? And what it would do, it would make more nations. It would make, I suppose, a bit more competition as well in the kind of the next level after the top tier, or the top 10, if you want to call it that. Let us know what you think. I think the point is, I mean, I was a huge fan of the West Indies and still am, but I think the glory days well and truly gone. Those teams from the 70s and 80s. Just because that's the way it was in the beginning. So they still get to play as the West Indies. Henry throws himself around, bowling out here in the 8th over. But we went into that the other day, so we don't have to harp on that point. I suppose that would mean that all the countries would have to have their individual cricket federations rather than being controlled by the West Indies Cricket Board. Stoneman comes up firing. Oh, I think that would have been out. Cannot afford to ball watch against this Portuguese infield. Let's have a look. Here comes the ball. Ball would have beaten the bat comfortably. Yeah, I know a lot of people saying there's tiny countries playing. Cook Islands is one. I mean, Gibraltar's only 5 kilometres high and 1 kilometre wide. They're playing. Prasath. Oh, actually beats the field. Rare miss from Portugal. It cost him a boundary. Oh, not quite a goal. I think it just misses the post. But a thick under edge. Checking it. Yeah, clearly missed. Again, comes up firing. This time, Henry intercepts the throw. All right, I'm going to give you some of the smallest countries on the ICC men's T20 rankings list. Ready? Short ball there. Nicely bowled by Henry. Well directed. So you got Maldives in there. They have a population of about 500,000. They're ranked 86th. As we get to the end of this 8th over here, Henry bowls out 1 for 36. It's 65 for 5. Yeah, the Maldives, South Asian island near the Indian Ocean. Smallest Asian country by both land area and population. It's only about 300 square kilometres. The country comprises 26 atolls, is known for its tourism industry. The Maldives became an ICC associate member in 2017 and have participated in various regional tournaments. Singapore is also pretty small land-wise, at least 735 square kilometres with about 5.7 million people. Stoneman comes back for another over. Yeah, that's also true. Wayne saying, why should the West Indies be broken up and not Great Britain? I mean, that's a whole other conversation, Wayne, how that works. But really, United Kingdom is the country. United Kingdom of England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. So that's why, well, typically Great Britain compete because they're Northern Irish and you get the option if you want to play for Britain or Ireland. Oh, getting complicated. And it kind of stems from the fact that after World War II with FIFA, one of the deals to get the votes is England, Scotland said, hey, we'll get on board with this, but we want to be separate countries for sport. And a lot of things stemmed from there. It also just creates more countries to play. So that's why that typically in sports you see England and Scotland and Northern Ireland separate. Swing and a miss this time. I'm not sure if there was any bat on there, so there's a little edge. I'll wait to see what the umpire says. No, that was a bye given. Yeah, Gibraltar, only 6.8 square kilometres, approximately 34,000 people live there, although I say about that many come into work every day from Spain. Malta, only 316,000 square kilometres, population of about 500,000, with even more cars than people. There's a bit of a fact for you in Malta. Yeah, so it has a mixture of kind of political nations and established history, right? I suppose my thing in T20 comes from, I just think watching all these small countries have to slog it out. Slow ball went wrong there from Stoneman. I wonder if this is high, you know. Maybe just coming down because it was a slower ball. Umpires are fine with it. So 68 for 5 after 9. Yeah, Cook Islands, 236 square kilometres. Only 17,500 people live there. 53rd in the T20I rankings. They're doing pretty well then. They're a self-governing territory in free association with New Zealand, becoming an ICC affiliate member in 2000 and associate member in 2017, playing their first T20 International in September 2022, playing in the East Asia Pacific region. Jersey's another one that's pretty small, only 100,000 people in Jersey. They're ranked 27th in the world. Guernsey, 38th. They're even smaller in population and area. Isle of Man, likewise, pretty small. They're bigger area, but it's quite a small population, 85,000. Matthew wants to go up a notch, doesn't he? But risk of the 6th wicket here. That was a loose stroke. This is Hardeep getting a bowl. I'm waiting for the Make Britain Great Again political slogan. I mean, it makes a bit more sense than where they use it at the moment. Into the bat job this time from Matthew. Will get through for 1. Yeah, Monty remembering handball being played at the Sydney 2000 Olympic Games. Australia got a team just because we were the hosts. And of course, it's not widely played at all. So that was a nice moment for them, getting the chance. It'd be like if you had the Cricket World Cup in, I don't know, Peru. And then Peru are playing against Australia or whatever. Prasath gets a fair bit about on this. Right, finds the fielder. Yeah, no, bit of mention of Poland there. In Poland, yeah, they don't have the ICC accreditation yet. And I know a bit of organisation has to be done at the kind of federation level to get their ducks in a row and put in an application to the ICC, because they do qualify based on the criteria. I think they have enough cricket there, they have enough teams, but just can't organise their governance at the moment in a way that the ICC will be able to accept an application. I hope Poland can get organised sooner rather than later. We'd love to welcome them into the ECN family. Good cricketers playing up there. Prasath. Again, hasn't been able to open his shoulders just yet. How do you? And interesting about the countries that have more than one Olympic committee. Did not know that. Last ball of the over. Hardeep bowling with some good pace. Bails off at the top end. I wonder what happened there. Maybe we'll never know. It's the end of the 10th over. Maybe we will know. It was just the force of Hardeep's feet coming down, knocking off the bail, which I think isn't his fault. 72 for 5. Yeah, having a look at the comment section. We do appreciate it. I like this political slogan. Make NZ new again, or make New Zealand new again. Give us your other interesting takes on that political slogan. That's a pretty good one. Make New Zealand new again. Make Britain great again, because it's in the name. What else you got for me? I think we might have used the good ones already, but you tell me. Make Greenland green again. That's my that's my contribution. I'll leave it to you now. Yeah, a carnival in the chat. That's a good question as well. What teams would you combine West Indies style? So if they're going to combine, okay, that's fine. Then yeah, well, do we get a Team Europe? I feel like we should get a Team Europe. Problem is, I guess you've already got Netherlands that are on the continental sides that have been playing at the top level of limited overs cricket, at least in the last couple of World Cups. So I mean, they're not going to go quietly. So you probably can't do just a Europe and exclude the Netherlands. So yeah, then who are we combining? You tell me who you think we can combine. Because yeah, where's your cutoff? Because around the Netherlands, you could just say, I suppose, rest of Europe, but then it wouldn't quite feel right, does it? To have Europe without the Netherlands, or to have Netherlands without Europe. But you could easily have, I mean, it could have a South Pacific side. I mean, the most obvious one, to answer your question, for the West Indies would be South Pacific. So South Pacific, you could have all the little islands there that are countries. You could probably throw in kind of, yeah, or you could call them Oceania if you wanted. You could throw in countries like Papua New Guinea in there as well. Yeah, who could you combine? Of course, we kind of combine with the Western Shield and the Melton Shield, don't we? Which is a really exciting concept. Some good ones have come in already. Make Singapore sing again. Very good. That's what I'm here for. What else have we got? Adiun saying ban shredded cheese in the US. Make America great again, but as into grate the cheese. Grate. Very clever. Make Iceland cold again. We have a climate change message there from Christopher Ward. Very good from you. Hashu's on. This guy's rapid, as we've seen. Yeah, interesting. Monty's saying, what about a Scandinavian team? You could go even further. I mean, Scandinavia is specifically Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. Nice looking shot this time from Matthew, and he's going to get 4. That's a very, very good looking shot. High elbow. It does have a beautiful technique, Eldos Matthew. Showing a bit of batsmanship. Might have been missing so far in this Malta lineup. Walking stick 77 for Malta. Yeah, so Scandinavia is basically Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. But they are part of a group of Nordic countries. So I might even say, you might as well go Nordic. And then you can throw some more in. I think that one's okay. So Nordic countries, yes, you've got Norway, Sweden, Denmark. You've got countries like Finland, Iceland, the Faroe Islands from Denmark. You've got the Åland Islands from Finland and Greenland as well, as long as they haven't already been invaded. We'll come back from Hashu. Matthew flirts with it outside the off stump. And then you got all the bordering countries around there as well, like Latvia, Lithuania. Pick up and throw. Tight one. I think might have just been home now. They might get an overthrow. And they will. This will be a really interesting one. The Chad having to clean up the mess. Would this have been out?
Mamma mia.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Yeah, I like this. How about Team Iberia? Spain, Portugal, and Gibraltar. What an alliance. Well, hello to Maria Boardman in the chat. Good Yorker this one. Matthew digs it out. Hashu goes for 7 in his first. Malta building, but are they building enough? 79 for 5 after 11. Yeah, Maria Boardman saying she's Chad's gran. Well, hello. Can I call you gran, Maria? We've loved having Chad on the network. Certainly has become a bit of a cult figure pretty quickly. I want to know, Maria, let's get the background on Chad Potkeeter. Did he always fill out the shirt as well? You know, as he was growing up, was he always a bit of a Popeye style human being, or has he kind of worked on it since he's grown up? Prasath, 8 off 11. Hasn't been able to get going yet. Hardeep gets a second over. This time they're happy just to concede the single. Yeah, it's a pleasure. Always happy to see some new names in the chat as well. Right on the money this time. Kutan. Well played though. They get one. I think I know the answer to this one. The question was, who played Test cricket from Papua New Guinea? I've got some bad memories of this cricketer as well. Pulled away. Just a single this time for Prasath. Prasath, one boundary in the 13 balls he's faced. Matthew, the 4 and a 6 in his 20. More or less a running ball. It's a good teaser in the chat. I won't give it away because I think I know who it is. Oh, looks like Luke's already got it. Geraint Jones. Matthew again pushes runs. Broke the heart of all the Australians with that catch down the leg side after he pretty much fumbled most of the balls that came his way for that series. Remember, he's kind of under attack. England kind of, for a while, they went through more wicket keepers than I've had hot dinners. Prasath goes to the skies, hangs up a long time, just away from the field. It does really well there, Henry, to bat it back into play. Oh, they almost run him out. Coming back for the third. Check this out on the replay. Firstly, excellent stop. You can see he just kicks the ball in bounds, but then the throw came whistling in. Prasath, that's him running too many threes. Classic bat plug. I think the bat came down inside the line, but maybe just after the ball arrived. Long way across there. This time, Matthew. Ball slightly hidden down the leg side. It'll be the end of the over. Kutan keeping it reasonably tight. End of the 12th over, and the score is 87 for 5. Quick look there at the fixtures today. Of course, big one tonight. We'll say it won't really change too much as far as the tournament goes, with Portugal taking on Belgium. But of course, there are ranking points up for grabs. These two teams pretty close together. Hash is back. Matthew works it away for another single. Yeah, I like some of these ideas as well. And Chris saying, yeah, he did actually go back to play for Papua New Guinea as well. Make Argentina cry again. That's a very good one. There you go. Prasad's had about enough. He wants to go big. Make Costa Rica rich again. Yeah, Rica meaning rich. Costa Rica, rich coast. Make China collectible again. That's also good. Hashu, it's been good. Raw pace. Maria, you're not shocking me with the news you've just dropped in the chat. Maria saying that the Chad is a personal trainer and does bodybuilding. Bodybuilding, cricket ball destroying. You don't get too many bodybuilding / cricket crossovers, do you? Nope. But get through for one. 136 expected at the moment. They will have to still bat reasonably well to chase this Portugal, but they've looked pretty assured in that department so far. 2 successful chasers, one against each of their opponents in this tournament. Into the 13th over, Hashu, once again, keeping it pretty tight. He's got none for 11. It's 92 for 5 after 13 overs. We haven't seen Jeremy Martins with the ball. I wonder if he will bowl. I know he's coming back from that injury. Maybe they are wanting to play him just as a bat, or maybe they will bowl him only if they feel they really need him to bowl. Quite a nice afternoon, considering early in the tournament. Had some issues with rain and gloomy skies. Hassam gets a bowl here. All right, let's see what he's got. Not bad. Rolls a bit of off spin. They pretty much as about yesterday, but with no Sherman Vaz in the side, no Mohamed Ziraj Nippo in the side. They're going to turn to him for some spin. Matthew tries to take it on. Good goalkeeping from Henry down there. Wayne's got an idea. Scott Van Breeder, is he a bodybuilder as well? Well, it's pretty solid. I just think he's a rugby player. Some big boys in Jersey, weren't there? I think they like the matchup of the off spinner to Varun Prasath as well. He's at the crease. That's the thing. You look at these two. 39 of 46. And I know there's still time to go. But if the whole team went at the rate that they're scoring at, then you make 102. If they batted that speed for the whole innings, that is 20 overs. Beautiful bowling. Oh, this is a nice one. Comes in, actually grips and turns away. Watch it go off the surface. And Prasath, noted many times, doesn't move his feet a lot. A bit quicker this time from Hassam. He looks a good bowler to me. Pretty confident. Matthew lets this one hit his bat. Scott Van Breeder scored 100 actually during the recent ECS Liberation Series. Helix is off for the night. Hopefully you have a good night. Helix, thanks for joining us once again. See you tomorrow for the final. And this one does come in. Prasath is after it, and he's going to get it just over the head of Gomes. Maximo by the barest of margins. He was worried there, everyone. It was a great effort from Shan. Couldn't really do any more. Creeps over him. 100 comes up for Malta, end of the 14th. 101 for 5. Oh, this is also a good one from Monty saying, make chili spicy again. It's got to be more. Make Greece a musical again. That was a pretty good one as well. Faf Stoneman is going to be brought on for another over here. Oh, excellent keeping. Wonderful work from Carlos Nunes. Matthew trying to force the issue. Lurched onto the front foot. He missed it. And Nunes had the bails off in a flash. Top class stuff from the Portuguese skipper. Fittingly wearing that famous number 7 shirt. That back foot just crept out. Never got back. Not even close. In fact, even when he did try and get it back, still just out of the crease. So Matthew sticks around for a while. 4 and a 6 in his 26 off 31 balls, but he's a 6 to 4, 101 for 6. Wonderful keeping. Very solid base. Accepts the ball. Catches it first. Faf Stoneman takes the wicket. Although, I just wonder how Faf feels about that. I know from experience, sometimes if you stump people off medium paces or quicker, they get a bit funny about it because they feel that they're too fast and you shouldn't be able to do that. So maybe a bit of an identity crisis for Faf. But still, I think he'll appreciate the wicket. He's got 2 for 13 off 13 balls bowled. His Jasmine to Singh. It's one of these ones, it's kind of It's not even a full charge, so you didn't gain too much out of it, Eldos Matthew. Probably just running out of ideas, to be honest. Jasmine has a look at the first one. Batting still to come. After this, Amar Sharma went first ball in his only outing so far. Jamshid Kunin Chirako and David Marks, who worryingly for Malta has batted in every single game so far. It was a bit straighter, almost chips it to the mid-wicket there. Yeah, Hardeep's lurking. Yes, I mean, it was a partnership of sorts. The partnership just broken was worth 49, but it was worth 49 in 47 balls. Little up job there. Oh, close to a goal. Hits the back of the other one, but nice shot from Jasvinder. Just seems to have a way of playing above his level, Jasvinder. There's not much of him, but he just seems to step up where a lot of his kind of teammates with higher billing fall by the wayside. And come back from Stoneman. A lot of people appreciating that stumping from Carlos Nunez. I mean, the thing is, on an artificial surface, normally you are more comfortable to a higher speed of bowler if your technique's there, because the bounce is so consistent. It's one of the things that if it's a turf surface, can make it a bit more difficult. Clipped by Jazz to retain the strike, and after 15 overs, Malta 106 for 6. Let's have a peek at the Premier Division of the ECC. Belgium in Group A, Portugal in Group C. So if they are to meet each other at the ECC, they'll both have to win their group. Of course, 3 groups to start the ECC window, 4 days each, 6 countries per group. And only the group winner will get to come back at the very end. That's after the Challenger Division, which is the middle 9 days. The very end, England, Netherlands waiting for the 3 group winners. So join us for the 5th, that's right, the 5th edition of the ECC coming in September 2025. Hassam's back, hunting for his first wicket. Yeah, so yeah, Wayne, and I'm hearing you, Wayne. He said he was medium pace at best, but he hated the keeper standing up. Even though being a swing bowler, the keeper was helping me. Having the keeper at stumps always put me off a bit. I had my strategies to deal with bowlers that were unhappy about it. Good turn there from Hassam. I normally just said, pretend I'm not there. Honestly, that was my number one tip. I said, just pretend I'm not there. Sometimes that worked. Sometimes I'd say, I'll give you 1 ball. Remember, I kept up to Big D. And he said, no, go back. I said, all right, I'll give you 1 ball to impress me. Next ball, I was up. Big D from Austria, of course. Dan Eckstein. But then you've got the other issue of the slips, and that's actually a good point. We finally worked it out. I mean, at the level I was playing, when I was playing first grade, I was keeping up sometimes to people that were bowling around about the 130, maybe even higher, maybe 135 Ks on good pitches. Just found it was a good tactic to force the batter to bat in their crease and just get them in their head a little bit. But we kind of finally worked out, the first slip needs to be very fine. And I'd say as fine as they can be, but as long as they can see. Seeing is actually even more important than anything. End of the over. Hassam. Been very tidy so far. The score is 107 for 6. Yeah, so there is a way to put a first there, and I remember even with my slip saying, yeah, we've worked it out, we've cracked it. And if you can set the first slip right, then you can set the other slips based on that. Yeah, Wayne saying he understands Faf's identity crisis. Good question from Jacob. G'day, Jacob. Good to see you. Here's Faf. Brilliant keeping again. Might seeing this from side on. This is one that he knows if there is a stomach, he has to rush. The one before, he knew he just had to catch it. It's a slight different technique. This one, he kind of, I call it like sweeping the gloves in one motion. But yeah, excellent work from Carlos. Just misses the mark, but getting that good outswing at the moment. Yeah, Jacob saying, how quickly do you need to react when it's silly point or short leg? Well, depends how hard it's hit. But yeah, you want your fielder with the best reactions. I mean, sometimes your body will do things before your brain registers. If you actually look at some of the best short leg catches, there's no way there was a conscious effort from the fielder. But there's been a couple that are quite amazing. Back away and miss from Jasvinder, who started reasonably brightly, but finds himself in a bit of a hole here. Yeah, so, yeah, fraction of a second. Probably sometimes about 0.2 of a second. There's a certain amount of time that, your reaction time where you cannot possibly even send a signal to your body to do anything. Try and work out that is in seconds. Stoneman meets the bat again. The thing with Carlos, he's got a bit of physicality about him. I know that's something that helped me sometimes. About 6 foot, reasonable reach, and you can see even the way he takes some of those balls when they're wide, goes one hand, just confident, especially on this surface with the consistent bounce. And he's very good at judging the height of the ball. So despite being big and kind of what's the word? Like spider-like. He can get down. He's got very good flexibility in the knees. Gets down, stays down. Good player. Captain's Twickenham in the UK. Their first 11. Jasvinder finally gets some bat on one. He'll only get a single here. Oh, well, he won't even get a single. Prasath's had enough and says, right, go back. No interest. Prasath's feeling starved of the strike. It's the second last ball of the over. Prasath basically whispers the sweet nothing from about 11 meters saying, nope. Which means I don't think this will be a single either. So if Jas wants runs, he better hit a boundary. Last ball to 17. No, he doesn't hit it anyway. So Stoneman, how many off that? Any? Just the wide off the over. Geez, one off that over, one off the over before. Oh, pick your poison. It's been tough for Malta to compete at this level. End of 17, 108 for 6. Still think it's a bit light on. Maybe heading for 120s, maybe 130 if they're lucky. Portugal happy where they are in the game, I think, at the moment. Straight up in the air. Carlos going to swallow this one. 7 down. Oh, no. Well, you can excuse me for assuming. Instead of 7 down, it's catch down. That one was almost 2 straight up for Nunez. And I understand this as well. Under their helmet. Just didn't pick it up straight away. Gets in a bit of a muddle and down it goes. For South, super lucky the ball before. Now, a little bit less lucky than good as that's up and out of the ground. Maximo. Rubbing salt into the wound straight away. Something for Malta to get excited about. Now, so Jacob, going back to your question, what is the minimum reaction time? Look, they do tend to think that your reaction time, the best you can do is probably between 0.1 and 0.2 of a second. And they say elite human reaction times. It's about between 0.1 and 0.2 of a second. A more typical reaction time would be kind of 0.2 to 0.3 of a second for someone that's not really maybe an elite sports person. Jasvinder unloads, and he's going to get it. And I think it could be a goal. We'll have to go to the VAR again. But it certainly appeared to me that it might have gone through. Firstly, Jazz unleashes. Good footwork, confident footwork. Hits it straight, picks out that short boundary. I think that's a goal. I think I'm going to have to give it. Goal to Jasvinder Singh. Beats the keeper. Now he's going to get a bit funky. Dabs it, beats the fielder, and well, I think that's okay. The Chads caused a mini earthquake down there at deep third. Let's have a look at it. I think he accidentally stops it with his body, with his plenty of it. Taps it onto himself, yeah, and then, yeah, stays inside. Really, the way he planned it. You can see they've decided, right, now's the time. Not too worried about the 6 wickets anymore. So, end of the 18th over, 124 for 6. Pretty funny old over. We'll forgive Carlos that one. Been very good. Created a dismissal out of nothing before as well. $16 kind of came out of nowhere. Sometimes I look at kind of 5 over patches. 30, 42, 34. Just a little bit underwhelming still. Having said that, they've kind of been underwhelming as a team. It's not like there's any one player that you could say had a good series with the bat for Malta. I actually like to go back and see what their highest individual score is for the whole series. Push Parajan top scored with 26 in their first game. Srijay Patel with 31 from number 10 in their second game. Rocky with 21 off 35 in the third game. And then here, at the moment, Prasath with 28. So the highest score is Srijay Patel, 31 at number 10. That's concerning. Prasath swings this off middle stump. Can only get a single. Shantu's back. He's got 3 wickets already. Yeah, Adian saying a reaction time of less than 0.2 seconds used to trigger a false start in a running race. Now it's actually 0.1 seconds. And they do say you can train yourself to have faster reactions. So maybe that's why they've reduced that now. Ten balls to go. Still think this is a wide. This is why the rule doesn't work. Show me this one again. Okay, yes, he's moved, but it is so wide. Look, yes, he's moved, but look where it is. And this is why I like the line not moving. It's a perfect example of one that There's no way he can hit that. I know he moved, but it was proportionally even wider. Anyway, Jasvinder, he's going to go to the skies. He's going to get dropped next ball. Portugal just having a bit of an off few minutes with the catching. But yeah, I know some people are a bit critical in ECN T10 cricket with the white line not moving, and I can understand that. But this was the issue with these wide. As soon as the batter moves, they're still entitled to a wide if it's out of their reach, or if it's wider than they've moved. That one was about half a metre off the pitch by the time it reached the crease. Anyway, let's add that to the things that haven't gone right for Malta this week. Yeah, Jacob saying any game that has positions named silly is being very honest. Yeah, true, Jacob. The position names are a whole other conversation. Gundy ball that time will be called a wide. I suppose that's the thing. Some umpires, as soon as the batter moves, they basically in their mind think, oh well, you can't get a wide anymore. And that's really not how it's meant to work. Also, I think it's a really defensive tactic from the bowler. It shouldn't be encouraged to follow like that. Makes for boring cricket. Pulled away by Prasath. Straight to the fielder, though. End of the 19th over. Prasath reaches 30. Only the second Malta batter to do that in this Mdina Cup. And after 19 overs, 129 for 6. Hey, Trip. Great to see you. Hopefully you're well. Excited to see you once again. Let's have a look at this worm. Fairly consistent around the 6 to 7 and over. A little bit of a boost there in over 18. 16 came off that one, couple of Maximos, but then just 5 off that over. So, 20th over to come. Malta, can they push up maybe 140s here? I mean, still given about a 1 in 4 chance of winning this game. Hello to Ken once again. Nice to see you're back as well. Prasath. Takes this on, wants 2 straight away. Didn't hit it that well. Jasvinder was down, but Prasath knew his limits, knew he wasn't going to get back. He settled for 1. Jasvinder. It's the thing, he's tried to attack, but you actually look at the strike rate, 17 off 22. It's the story of so many of these Maltese bats. Not able to crack that run and ball barrier. Guide away this time. Happy with 1. I think Prasath wants to be the one to try and whack a couple out of the ground. It does get it, but not too far. The Chad will end Prasath's innings on 31. Hashu with the wicket here in match 5. And Malta lose their top scorer in the last over. 131 for 7. Never really got the blade on that. It was up towards the top, towards the gloves. And Hotkeeper does the rest. So Malta, I mean, some sort of score. If they bowl and field very, very well, who knows? But Prasath walks for 31. The score 131 for 7. A shout out to Jasvinder as well. Just checking the stats. That 6 he hit was his first ever 6 in T20I cricket. So congratulations to him. And it was a goal. Three to come then. His Jamshed Kunal. Happy to take the one. Jasvinder. I'll have to get one out of the screws here. Huge swing from Jasvinder. It misses. Yeah, Monty talking about Shantu and his consistency in the series. He's got 2 for 23, 2 for 22, and 3 for 23. So it's a very good return. 7 wickets in the series. Still a game to go. And the final. Last ball. And they'll only manage 1. So very good last over from Hashu. Only concedes 4. I mean, Shantu, the over before, only concedes 5. So, and Malta, well, positive is they do bat out the overs for the first time in the Mdina Cup. But still, I feel they're a long way behind where they'd want to be. This is their top scorer of the series as well. They finish on 133 for 7. So that target for Portugal will be 134. So Malta, well, it's the best chance yet, isn't it? Well, it's their only chance now to secure a win and maybe a boil over that could send them up the rankings a few spots and probably throw a spanner in the works to this Portuguese side that is undefeated so far in this Mdina Cup. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights. Shantu, once again, wheeling and dealing. They sent out Lala at the top of the order. Played some good shots, played some average shots. Was a bit unlucky, though, as Hardy pulled off an absolute stinger, running back with the flight. And if you thought that was good, just wait till you see the next one. Lala, frustrated, but not as frustrated as Pushpa Raj, and an unbelievable piece of fielding by Jeremy Martins, one of the catchers of the season. Martins didn't bowl, but he certainly made a big impact with that one-hand stunner. Sudasanam was the other man they sent out to open. He tried to be attacking. You could see that. Trijay Patel got an opportunity. Wasn't really able to cash it in. Went for 3 off 8. Rocky had a different kind of feel about him in this one. Batting number 5. Tried to be attacking. We had a bit of a stuck in the quicksand situation over there. So yeah, Rocky went on this kind of mini run. 2 4s and a 6. But then got a long way across and was plumb in front to Faf Stoneman. Matthew played some nice shots while he was there as well, but against like so many of the Malta batters, despite that, it was a classical cover drive. Just wasn't able to beat the run of ball barrier. Finished 26 off 31. Prasath came out eventually. Saw him at number 7. Lightning stuff from Carlos behind the stumps to stump Eldos in the end. And Jasminder came out. He was there for a while as well. Maroon inexplicably dropped by Carlos on the pop-up fly. But he had to have a little bit of a laugh out. A little double tap on the captain's helmet as well. That was the only goal we saw. The Chad putting all of him behind it, which is a lot. Another drop. So I suppose it wasn't a bad time to spend your drops because they were well on top. That wasn't dropped though. Okita getting Prasath in the last over for 31. And yeah, it kind of says it all that the top score for any individual batter in this series for Malta is 31. I mean, if you go all the way back to the first game they played as well, they had 3 batters in the 20s. They just couldn't go on with it. Prasath with that top score, 31 of 29, even that strike rate, a bit less than what he'd be hoping for in this format. 26 for Matthew, 17 for Mehboob Ali, opening up before he was caught in stunning fashion by Hardeep. Not as stunning as the catch from Martins, who got the dangerous Pushpa Rajan first ball. Good team effort bowling once again. Good to see Hassam getting some overs there. I actually really liked his off spin, but the plaudits went to Shantu. Very consistent, even a 3 for this time 3 for 23, including 1 maiden. 2 wickets for Vaf Stoneman, just conceding 19. Singles for 1 Henry. And Rahul Kumar Hashu as well. Everyone reasonably tight in there. And so that's where it sits at the halfway point. Malta 133 for 7. Portugal requiring 134 for victory. Just checking what time we will start again. Looks like we'll be back in about 15 minutes with the restart. Portugal hoping to make it 3 out of 3, and Malta with 1 more innings to try and impress and maybe grab an improbable victory. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. I hope you're enjoying your Saturday afternoon. And the action continues shortly in Belgium with more Mdina Cup T20 International.
and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. We're in Belgium for the Mdina Cup, and we're halfway through match number 5 between Portugal and Malta. We do know for Malta this will be their last innings of cricket, as they will not progress to tomorrow's final. We know it'll be a Portugal versus Belgium decider, but still plenty to play for with Malta hoping for a win that could certainly give their ranking a bit of a boost. 133 for 7 off the 20 overs, Malta, after winning the toss, electing to bat here in match 5. And so Portugal going out there to chase 134 for victory. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a sunny Saturday afternoon. And it will be the regular openers, Davao Kumar, Norotam, and Sean Gomes to go out there for Portugal. Left-hand, right-hand combination. Hopefully you enjoyed a little break there, about a 15-minute break, but now we're ready to go. Warm welcome to everyone in the chat. Hello, Steve McVeigh. Good to see you. Following Portugal, no doubt. Lala looks like they're going to stick with him opening the bowling. And he has had a bit of success against some of the left-handers, particularly just trying to get them to reach. He's been swinging the ball a lot kind of left to right. Setting the field there with Priyan Pushparajan, who got out for a golden duck, but it was a ridiculous catch that got him from Jeremy Martins, who's into the side for the first time for Portugal. Wonder where he'll bat, and wonder if they want him to bat. Porquita listed at 3, but it's got a feeling, depending on the situation, they might send Martins out there, bearing in mind there's only this game, the next, and then the final tomorrow for Portugal. So 134 to win. 6.7 and over required. Norotam on strike. Here we go. Almost nicks that first one. Lala gets that to come back just inside the wide line. Watch it here. Davao a bit lucky to survive first up. Norotam not able to get this one off the square either. Lala, he's had a disappointing series with the bat. Bit of a reality check for him at the T20I level. Did start with back-to-back half centuries against Estonia. Will tuck away this time, but finds marks. Norotam off the mark. Mebu Bali recently qualified under the residency criteria to play international cricket for Malta. A player we have seen for quite a while at the domestic level. Gomes ready to face for the first time. And a bit of an off innings in his second innings yesterday, Gomes. It was very good against Malta, compiling a half century. Last time. Oh, pretty good shot. Pretty good way to start. Just caresses it through the covers for 4 runs. Going 67 off 41 in the corresponding fixture yesterday. Funny one, this one. Not going to be called a wide. I'd love to see this one again. Where does he step? Goes, yeah, maybe. This is a grey area, isn't it? Maybe steps 1 stump outside off, and then that was about 1 stump outside the wide line. But again, normally on the line, they've been calling them. So if it's on that imaginary line, probably is a wide. Gomes isn't too worried about that. He will work the next one for a single. Hello to Tarek Sandu. Nice to see you in the chat as well. At the end of the over. 6 without loss. Tarek Sandu with the question. Who is the greatest ECN player so far? Well, I'm not going to answer that. I don't want to lead the witnesses. So you tell us in the chat, who is the greatest ECN player so far? I'm not going to give you any notes, any criteria. It can be even someone that's only played on ECN a couple of times, played most of their cricket elsewhere. It could be a kind of an ECN specialist. Tarek with the big question. Who is the greatest ECN player so far? Lucky Corey's not here. I know Corey would vote for himself on account that he has a career strike rate of 414 and took the first catch ever on the network. I'll leave that open to you. All right, here's the marksman. Coming round the wicket to the left-handed, Sean Gomes. Marks, he's played every game. He's bowled all his overs, pretty much every game as well. The first one goes quite wrong with Sudasana doing a good job springing down the leg side to save the boundary. Gomes still pretty comfortable batting, a bit out of his crease. Jumps and knocks this one away to the leg side. Well, looks like the Rad is in the chat now. Conrad Greenshields, hello to you. Conrad, hopefully you're well. No, we had the big controversy yesterday. Team Rad or Team Chad? Who should be batting 3 for Portugal? Let us know. And Conrad could be in your list of ECN greatest ever. Who is the greatest ECN player or players so far? Waiting for your suggestions. ECN European Cricket Network. You don't even have to give reasons, but feel free to. Norotam, he'd like to bat a bit of time here, I think, as well. I know he's attacking, but he's never really got in the whole series. Getting suggestions coming in from all media, actually. Already got 1 vote for Zach Tribe in Jersey. But if you know Zach Tribe, you might even have to suggest Julius Sumaret. He's already won the ECL this year as well as the Western Shield. He's won 2 Western Shields, actually, Julius. But they're just a couple of names that came down, a couple of Jersey names there. I mean, would you say Harrison Ward? I mean, he certainly took a brilliant catch. Lost his draws as well. If you saw, he caught Kane Williamson in the blast. Playing for the Sussex Sharks. Of course, Harrison, someone we know very well from what he's done for England at the ECC. Can they sneak a single here? And frustration for Marks. Feels there shouldn't be a single there. Mehul Palmer saying, lots of love to Conrad from the UK. Who else would be in your conversation? I mean, you've got names like Ross Taylor, but Ross Taylor, great. I don't know if you'd say an ECN great, essentially. We'd love to have him back, Ross. It's a slower ball, a rolling cutter from Marks. That'll be the end of the over. Pretty good one from David. And at the end of 2, 12 without loss. Some of our fans like Mabu Bali as well. Lala. I'd put him in the category. Maybe he's got his own category, but let's just call it the Burley category. And I think Mohamed Babar has got to be in there. Babar with some of the stuff that he's done. Leading his club to an ECL, Packer Care Badalona back in 2022. But then you look at leading run scorer ever, Mohamed Ihsan. You look at leading wicket taker, Mohamed Atif. And Atif going places. Went to play in England this year, which I think is great. Combs chases a wide one. We've all been there. Lucky he doesn't get into trouble. Now, he does get to the pitch of this one. He puts it up and over the top. It's good hitting from Gomes. In fact, it goes all the way. Maximal. Shan on. The difference here, it gets closer to the bounce of the ball. We know the straight boundaries here are short. So players do want to drive up and over the top. He's already stealing about half a metre. It's a genuine skip step down and plays it impeccably. Now plays this off the back foot. In control at the moment. They're going to come back for two. He is very fast as well. Sean Gomes. Longish boundary out there as well. Yeah, Tarek voting for cult figure Pavel Florin. I was on the phone to Pavel the other night. He's been playing in the Mediterranean Cricket League down in Split, Croatia. And Conrad saying Mohamed Atif's got to be pretty high up there. Yeah, people often forget about the bowlers, but he's forged a brilliant career and he's got more wickets than anyone on the network. Decent location, this from Abu Bali. It gets through one fielder, but not the second. Alta clinging on to 8% here. Bit of a banana peel game, really, for Portugal. And they know that kind of whether they win this one or not, or whether they win the next one or not, they are going to make it through to the final. But it's not just about that, isn't it? It's about trying to win every single T20I you can, as far as where you sit in the rankings. And there's a lot of things tied to that. All right, hasn't quite got his mojo. I'll get one there. Well, Jamie Olfson, thanks for jumping into the chat. And he's put a vote in for Chad Potkita, the Chad. I got to admit, I was wondering where the Chad came from. It was somewhere dormant deep inside the recesses of my mind. But if you cast your mind back to Charlie's Angels, the early 2000s, it's got to be a wide and is. And you know, Tom Green played a character called Chad, a.k.a. The Chad. I suppose that's where it came from. Let's just say slightly different physique for this, The Chad. Premeditated cross swipe from Gomes that time. It wasn't the option. Probably feels he can't be OBW with what's happening here, so he takes his chances. Misses out, though. Could still be caught behind. Still could pop up. Flicked away. Will be a single, though, and the end of the third. Portugal 25 without loss. I love this from Monty because it's a great callback to the ECS in Portugal. He's asking, does getting a Code 1 violation for misconduct over a decision which went his way disqualify a player from the ECN Greats shortlist? And what Monty's talking about there is Conrad did get a violation for, what's the word? Not accepting an umpire's decision or Essentially misconduct towards the umpire for a decision that ultimately was given his way. He appealed for LBW. Umpire took a long time. It was John Foster, the umpire. Took a long time. Conrad abused him just before he gave it out. But the abuse stood, and so did the wicket. That'll do. As Gomes goes up and down the ground. Maximo pitched up and marks. That's it. Straight back over his head. Bit of a return fire there. I just feel if they don't make something happen soon, Portugal could be a bit of a grind once again for Malta. Again, they'll learn from this, no doubt. I mean, they might look at their team selection, their order, what they're really trying to do. It's like slower ball this time. Yeah, Conrad, that was humorous. The first time we've ever seen a level 1 misconduct violation for something towards an umpire where the umpire actually gave the bowler the wicket and the bowler got the violation anyway. Impatient. Noritam, this is what he can do. It's more in his zone. That's the power that he brings to the table. Maximo. Again, kind of half volley-ish from Marks. Look at step hit kind of length. Step hit. Hold your shape. Thanks for coming. 6 runs. And Conrad, I know you'd be pretty impressed that the viewers remember. Monty remembers. I mean, that's good. 2 months ago now. What were you thinking? Now, can we ask you? A bit like what Jay Leno asked Hugh Grant on The Tonight Show. I'll clean it up a bit. But, Conrad, what were you thinking? If you know that reference, you're doing pretty well as well. Short. Noritam can't resist trying to go after it. It'll be the one for the over. Tarek has a follow-up question. What's the best match on ECN? Are there any games similar to Australia versus South Africa in the 1999 World Cup? Well, probably about 50. Tell us your favourite match if you have one. I know I've got a few. Again, this is your time to give us your opinion. Slower ball, Noritam stretches, picks, and dispatches. Sticks it right over the crossbar. Maximo. And more trouble ahead. This is actually too powerful for a goal. Picks the speed of it, saw the slower ball. Again, short boundary straight. Marks going the distance this over. That's the third 6. It's gone for 19 now. Conrad saying it took 5 minutes for the decision to be given. Oh, I loved it. We had an even slower one, I think. Conrad, I'll have to send it to you. Oh, it'll pop up. Noritam gets away with it. 19 off the over. Portugal 44 without loss after 4. $11 and over, well above the required rate. As you can see, required rate 6.7 at the start of this innings. It's come down already. Yeah, I'm making a bit of an effort to attack this power play as well. I know they've got batting to come. Martin's in the lineup. It strengthens their batting even more. Essentially brought him in for a bowler as well. Vass stepping out of the lineup. Mahboob's back. Miscue from Gomes, but still will get the 4. It just shows you what a good player he is. Again, by showing the full face, does allow himself to just slightly miscue the ball and still get the result. Big gap in that part of the ground. Again, the contact points, good 1 to 1.5 meters out of the crease. Yeah. Bit of a weird one. Sean goes and meets it, actually lodges in his pad, so the ball's dead when it lodges anyway. I've seen some. Here's a moment that I enjoyed because it was weird. I'm just trying to think where it was. It might have been in Bologna. Was it France? All right, it's nicely cut away, and that's going to be 4 to go. Moves up to 33. Here's the thing. In this innings, he scored more runs than any Maltese batter in any match in the series, and he's only just getting started. It's just a confidence thing. Hey, I've just remembered, I think it was actually Portugal. Confirm if I'm right. But the ball lodged in the batter's helmet, and the keeper tried to rip his head/helmet off. Joking/not joking. And then the batter basically tried to get out of the headlock. Good cricket all round. 50's up, by the way. And the 50 partnership for Portugal. Make that 53 now. Yeah. Those of you that remember, it escapes my mind right now, but it was a bit different. Maybe I can find it in my notes, but something you see every day. In fact, yeah, found it already. It was day 3 of the Challenger where the ball was lodged in the batter's helmet. Keeper, of course, the natural thing to do, rather than just recognize the ball being dead, is to go for the catch and try and, well, either take the ball or the head. Very medieval. Up and down the ground. So just cruising in the chase at the moment, making light work of this. Almost chops on there, Gomes, but he survives. Yeah, hello to Stefan Gooch, who's tuning in as well, saying, yeah, Conrad, don't forget rule number 1. It's a different rule number 1 than the commentators. I'll leave you guys to discuss that in the chat. Into the over. It's 55 without loss after 5. Quick look at the Challenger division. This is where Malta are this year. I do think they've got a slightly easier draw than some of the teams in Group 2. But still, check out a side that made the top 4 in the Challenger division last year. Cyprus, Bulgaria, Croatia, and Slovenia in Group 1. Guernsey, the other relegated team from last year, with Estonia, Isle of Man, Luxembourg, Serbia, and Turkey in Group 2. Now, how that works is after the 3 days of round robin, after 15 matches, the top team is automatically through to finals day. But then the next best 4, so teams 2, 3, 4, and 5 will play in a playoff day, a bit like our finals day runs. But instead of winning group, they're winning the other spot on finals day. So the 2 top of the tables will go through, and the 2 winners of the playoff day will go through, and it'll be a straight finals day, 1 day with the top 4 on Wednesday, the 15th of October. And of course, the next day, 16th of October, we have our championship group for the ECC Premier. Oh, this one knocked down. A bit of a finger buster for Varun. Jasvinder's come on. I don't know if the high 5 helped or hurt more. Was belted. Yeah. Smashes into the hand. Down it goes. Good luck there for Noritam. That's a very optimistic appeal for something. Don't know who it was. Naratam, it's got a bit of a base to work from here. It's got a feeling, especially with that one going down. Might be his time. And he's going to kick this one away nicely. And he's going to get 6 runs, gets the Maximo. Jaswinder gets walked at. He's medium pace at a push is Jazz. Naratam looks in a hurry. Certainly not a troubling pace, Jaswinder Singh. He has had a fair bit of success in the series. Good comeback from Jaswinder. Yeah, give us your favourite cricket grounds on ECN. That's another question. Or maybe your best cricket ground in the world. There's plenty of good ones. A bowled. There's no time to play away from his body. Just can't seem to get an extended run. Taval. Almost halfway there already, Portugal. We're not even out of the power play. That will be the end of the over. Naratam will retain the strike, which has been not the worst over. With 8 and a leg by off it. And after 6 and the end of the power play, Portugal 64 without loss. A good question here. Who is the tournament referee in Hornchurch? Got to say, top of my head, I'm not sure. But I definitely can check. I mean, got to be honest, with everything I got on my plate, sometimes I don't know who's working an event until I get there. Hello to Miggy Stoneman. Hopefully you're all well. You seem in good shape. Nice to see you obviously using a phone. It might not have been so easy given your circumstances leaving Estonia last week. But nice to see you in the chat. Right, so the first spin option they're going to is Amar Sharma. Came into the side earlier in the day after not playing yesterday. Not exactly one for the mantelpiece for him, though. As he went for a golden duck, took none for 20 off his 2 overs. But let's see if Amar can come back. Amar's been involved in a fair few good moments on ECN. One of my favourites is when he was keeping. Come back to that in a second. Here we go with over 7. Too short, and Naratam can launch, although he's going to be gone. Well, there you go. Sharma gets a wicket. How about that? With Amar Sharma dropping that one, a filthy half-tracker, really. Eldos Matthew takes the catch, but that's the longer boundary. Naratam, and he'll be so frustrated. This was there to put over the fence. I think he's right to try and hit it for 6. Eldos Matthew takes a well-judged catch. And so out of the power play and into the action. Amar Sharma with the wicket, the first ball that he delivers. Naratam out for 25. And it's 64 for 1. Sharma, he'll be the first to admit, wasn't exactly where he wanted it to land, but Suppose he did force the batter to hit to that long boundary. Anyway, here's Chad Potkeither, a.k.a. The Chad. And it is very alpha to have so many red cherries on your bat. And it kind of establishes that you do play a good level of cricket. The red ball sphere. Yeah, Miguel back on the beach, enjoying life. You've heard the weather is pretty good in Portugal. The Chad will tap down the ground for one to get him going. Gomes drives. Can't beat the fielder. Lala does the rest. Bit straighter this time. Gomes turns it around the corner. Sharma just pushes that one a little bit too wide. Well, he's a pretty clever bowler. Fairly friendly full toss. Potkeither knocks him down the ground for another single. So in the end, pretty tight over from Amar. Takes a wicket first, ball just 4 off it, and after 7, it's 68 for 1. Bali, 3 overs, none for 30 marks, none for 25. Jasmine to just the 1 over so far. Portugal really had to dramatically collapse, I think, to not chase this down comfortably. Yeah, Monty's saying Gomes got it waiting for the ball to come to him. So, yeah, I think he knows. That's the thing. You're not really under a lot of pressure run rate-wise here. 5 and over required. See what kind of Chad we get here. I thought maybe, given the situation, they might have batted Martins in this spot just to give him a hit. Chad batted well yesterday. He was player of the match, actually. Goes after this, but a bit lucky for the Chad. It was a miss hit. Didn't carry out there. Could have easily gone to the fielder. Bit of a boundary drought at the moment. It's 12 balls without a boundary. Gomes won't get one here either. Geez, that looks nice. Didn't see who was in the background there, but I like the little sitting under the umbrella, the sunbrella. Ella. Prasath comes on, so Jazz just getting the one over. Does a bit there. Actually, then beats the fielder. Some thought it too, but it's not really there. Probably didn't cost him a run at all. That slight fumble from Marks. Yeah, a few comments about the Chad, but I mean, that's where I want to be. Give me a Grimbergen and get me under that umbrella. I also like that it's in the shade anyway, but they've still stuck with the umbrella. Get him a cocktail or a mocktail or something like that. Just bleeding away at the moment, aren't they? Malta. Having said that, a couple of decent overs. Back-to-back overs that have only gone for 4 each, and at the end of 8, it's 72 for 1. Still ahead, even with the comparative. Hear the train going past there. Probably can. Sharma continues. Comes, drags it, finds the gap, finds the boundary. Again, he eyed it up. Sharma hands on heads, thinking, how did he get it over there? But he's got the happy knack of finding gaps. Sean Gomes. Malta haven't got him out yet. Scored 67 unbeaten in this game yesterday. He scored 108 now. It will be a wide despite the slight cross step. Again, happy to play it with a straight bat. Just take a run of ball more when you feel like it's on. Well, that was the wicket ball before, wasn't it? This time it does get fielded again, this time on the bounce by Eldos Matthew. I could see Gran Maria in the chat again. Hi, Gran. And yes, just in time to watch your grandson. And I do like some of the comments in the chat. It's become a cult figure pretty quickly. Big full toss. Sharma can't quite get the length right. I know he's gotten away with it at times, but that is asking for trouble. Now, is that a goal or is that in between? So high controversy here. There's 2 goals there, and I feel it's pretty hard to miss. Let's have a look. I was late to recognize there's goals in that area as well. What? Oh, no, we've missed the critical moment. Oh, no, I'm going to have to go back and look for it. Might have hit the post. That's what I'm hearing. Expansive kind of drive from Sean down the ground. Another VAR. I'm going to have to go myself. Work out what happened there. Last ball of the over. Oh, tempting the Chad. Full toss again, to be honest. Doesn't middle it at all, but still will go to the boundary. So Sharma will be disappointed. Can't get the length right. Goes for 3 boundaries in the over. 16 off that. And it's 88 for 1 after 9. Thought for a second he might have miscued it towards the fielder, but it was in the gap. Taylor 2 innings, hey? Far too many low overs, especially overs, what's that, kind of 8 to 17, that 10 over period. And he scored, I think, 43. Prasath coming on. He's going to bowl this spin again. He actually switched back to pace and was pretty good in the last over. It's Belgium. Gomes just continues to pick him off. Moves up to 48. All right, I'm going to the VAR. I'm checking my secret screen. Is that a goal or not? So, I love that there's so many goals around the ground as well. I'm excited. Oh, controversy. And Alex, who's pushing the buttons, he's spot on. It's hit the post. There's 2 goals there, and it hit the left post of the 2 middle posts. So, Gomes, he should have had a goal, but he was denied by the woodwork. It took a little hop and just got kept out. There you go, a poster. Chad's seen enough. He's just going to lift it up for 6. And that's how to do it. A maximal for the Chad. And with hitting like this, I could very quickly be converted from Team Rad to Team Chad. Hashtag Team Chad. Bang. There's a splash down there as well, looked like. Look at those arms. We need more close-ups of the Chad. Look at that. Indulge me. Let's get close up on the Chad and have a look at the kind of unit that he is. Come back to that in a second. Well, we've got 10th over drinks coming up. We can just have Chad Cam. Sorry, the Chad Cam. But I mean, he looks big from this distance, but when you see the close-up, he's an absolute cube, isn't he? Oof. That'll be the end of the 10th over. I'd say halfway, but something tells me we're over halfway. I'll stop for a drink, though. End of the 10th. It's 97 for 1. Malta on the way out, I think, of this tournament, winless. See good weather and hopefully it continues tomorrow. Maybe it's a good chance to have a little peek at the forecast for tomorrow. And there's a chance of a thunderstorm tonight. Well, hopefully it doesn't interrupt us. We can handle a little storm. Hopefully it clears by tomorrow. Be a bit cooler after it's around about 25, 26 today. Tomorrow, 21. Maybe a bit of cloud cover back, but hopefully no rain. We can finish the tournament. Where's Chad Camp? What do you think he drinks? Do they just send out just maybe the protein powder and he just has it straight out of the spoon? I mean, Gomesy, he's pretty solid as well, but next to the Chad, he looks like a twig. Now, what are these snacks that are coming on now? Is that Carlos coming on with, are they peanuts? We need to do a deep dive on kind of what the snacks that are going are in this series. You got Mebu Barley, which is the straight water. You can understand that. There's Wazim. Unfortunately, not fit to take the field today for Malta. Carlos has definitely got some sort of snack game going on, and he's still going at it. A little chip away. He's probably just giving a little tap, well done. Part of his strategy might have been to get away from people in the bench that were wanting to steal some of his snacks, or some sort of nuts or seeds. I'm sure somebody will be in the know. Well, there's the scorecard. And only 37 required for Portugal to go a perfect 3-0 in the series so far. And there's the bowling scorecard with Amar Sharma, 1 for 20, the only wicket taker. I would say I'm a bit disappointed with some of the balls he's delivered. Jaswinda just the one over before they went to Prasath at that top end. Hello, SkyQuest watching from the USA. Nice to see you. I love these comments as well. Monty saying he should carry a chainsaw or something, chopping continents into pieces. A Chaximo. We now have a Chaximo. It's getting a bit of airtime, but I think when you work that hard on making your arms thicker than a regular person's legs, I think you've earned it. Pushparajan comes on to bowl some offies, but yeah, just 37 runs away. Next game coming up an hour and 25 minutes from the start, which means about 55 minutes from the coin toss. Portugal versus Belgium in match number 6. Gomes on 49. I'm sure he got the message during the break. Not that he'll be too worried. Not his first rodeo. And still on 49. Pushparajan. So disappointed. He hasn't been able to make more of an impact. 50 for Gomes. Brings it up with a little sweep. And he'll come back for 2 as well. 33 ball half century. His second of the series. Very, very polished player. Leading from the top. And surely leading Portugal to another victory on the international stage. Survives the glove punch from the Chad. And you can see there he scored all around the wicket. Fairly even split of leg side and offside runs. It's just very well organised. Now cuts away a classy shot, and that'll be 4. So Shan, again, it's very good eye, very good technique. Just one, he knows he can wait for it, lets it come to him, hits it at the precise moment, gets it into the gap again. The placement's been good from him in this innings. He's having a good tournament. Maybe a bit of an off one last night against Belgium. He'll want to rectify that. Another one that's going to go to the same direction, but Matthews crept around a little bit. Yeah, against Belgium, he looked a bit off, but to be fair, he did just cop a ball in the leg, and he didn't quite look himself. The timing escape didn't got out of the bottom of the bat in the end, popping up a catch. Up in the block hole. You can tell, not to know the game's gone now. It's been a tough couple of days for them. I mean, you reflect, what could they have done differently? I mean, I don't know. I mean, do they think that there's other players that could compete better at this level? I mean, the biggest issue they've got is they are playing 2 teams that are well above them in the rankings. It's not often you see teams playing that are 30 spots apart. Oh, rare fumble, but costs them a single. Yeah, so, I mean, there are some teams also say the rankings are just a guide. I mean, it's not a perfect system, the rankings. I think it kind of holds up if you look at this tournament and who's been competitive with who. End of the over as well with the score 106 for 1. You can have a look at the table there. Portugal go up to 6. If Belgium beat them, probably a good chance that Belgium will finish top. Not that it'll really matter unless there's a washout tomorrow. But just Belgium absolutely belted Malta by over 100 earlier in the day. So their net run rate's looking pretty healthy now. Start of a new over. Prasath continuing. Good to see some new names in the chat. Stephen Muhat has come in saying, just found us. Thanks for the great cricket. Hard to find in the USA. Well, that's true. I've actually called the USA. USA and Canada toured Netherlands last year in August. I had the privilege of calling those games. And Stephen, let us know where you're watching from. He's watching from Arkansas. Okay, I can't think of any viewers from Arkansas we've had before. But my question to you, Stephen, this is Vinny here, by the way, that's talking to you. Uh-oh, Chaximo alert. It's short. It's out of here. The umbrella is upturned, which is a sign that Malta are on borrowed time. Maximo! 6 carreras. Oh, power. Yes, I'm Vinny here, commentating, and you'll see me in the chat as well from time to time. Arkansas cricket fans. And I'll ask you 2 questions then, Stephen. How did you find the channel? And what got you into cricket? Do you have a background in cricket? Did you live somewhere they played cricket a lot? Have you been involved in the US at all? Tell us a little bit about you. Sometimes I think about it as if this is kind of like a little cafe or a restaurant where, you know, you get your regulars, but then occasionally people just kind of come in, happen to be in the area, happen to found you. And then it's a really warm and welcoming community to get to know a bit about you. The Chad glances, just a single. And I know we might not have too much time together right now because this game could be over in a couple of overs, but we'll be back with the 6th and final game of the qualifying stage, which is starting in about an hour and 20 minutes. Easy pickings at the moment for these two. Bit of sting out of the game, you can feel it. I know I had a question before. Who is reffing in Hornchurch? Well, I've got the answer. I'll get to you in a minute. 115 for 1 after 12. Yeah, if you want to come back, and why wouldn't you? Because I think we'll have a very competitive game in match number 6. And it starts in about an hour and 20 minutes. It's 3:45 GMT. It's 5:45 in Central Europe, and it's 9:15 p.m. in India. And I'll even give you that it is 10:45 a.m. in Arkansas. So there you go. Trying to personalize it for you. We use the GMT as a guide because most people know what time their time zone is compared to GMT. It's why I always show that one. Then Central Europe, because we are the European Cricket Network. And then India, because we do have a huge following in the subcontinent. Hello to everyone watching on Fancode, by the way. Yeah, I feel like it's, you know, like a little, like a bar, restaurant, kind of little, like a place, or a trattoria, maybe if you're in Italy. But it's very open. It's open plan. We want people to talk to other people. We want people to learn about other people. We're all cricket lovers here. We love the fact that cricket in Europe's on the up. Karen ball there. Hold that one well. Pushpa Raj. He's added that one into his arsenal. It looks like another 60-something for Shan coming up, maybe even a few more. And the other thing about ECN, if you subscribe to the channel, make sure you do. We have live cricket every day. Every day. Unless something crazy happens like wild weather. But even now, there should be 2 locations. We just got this one up. And typically, we have the European Cricket Series, which includes plenty of destinations, a fair bit of T10 international cricket, T10 domestic cricket, night cricket. Exciting cricket. It's different. We do cricket slightly differently. So Steve just searched for live cricket and got lucky. Sure did, Steve. All right, so here's my challenge in the maybe 10 minutes or 5 minutes before this game's over. Those of your regulars in the chat, Stephen's new. He's just walked in. 13 overs down, by the way, 118 for one. Describe in one message what ECN is, what it's about, what it's like. Describe ECN to Stephen. Give him the feel. Give him the vibe. Okay? Because I will say that these games, they're T20 internationals, and they're a slightly different feel for what the majority of cricket we have on ECN is, which is T10 format, smaller boundaries, lots of sixes, lots of fours. But anyway, yeah, Jamie saying that, that's her fiance, killing it. Hashtag the Chad. Was it the Chad? That's the famous quote when we finally looked up where the Chad came from, the reference. Oakley, over number 14, 16 to win. And that to me looks like it's Eldos Matthew getting a bowl. Yep, it is. So Eldos not a bad bowler at all. Haven't seen too much of him or any of him at the crease so far in this series. Yeah, so thanks for the info. Stephen said he doesn't play and there's no cricket anywhere where he lives, but he fell in love with it when he had an Australian friend long ago when in the military. Is that right? Well, I'm actually Australian originally. I'm Europe-based now for quite a few years. Yeah, let us know. What is ECN? Describe it to someone that's just walked in the door. Rather than just kind of walking into a bar because you're thirsty. He's thirsty for cricket. And trust me, you're going to find plenty of it here. I like that Monty's saying we'll chant, ooh, Steve Muha. Ooh, Glenn McGrath. If you don't know the reference, maybe you don't. Very, very good. Hello, Robot, as well. Nice to see the Robot taking the time to send an emoji. Pretty well bowled, but Gomes is well in at the moment. Dave Owen saying T10 is carnage, but great entertainment. Yeah, true. What do you think of my analogy, though, about that? I know, Cheers. For some reason, I was watching a Cheers reunion show last night, and, you know, where everybody knows your name. Got me thinking of that. Maybe that should be our new theme song. A little dab here, and that's going to get away. To come up. Oh, well, and it's a goal. Marks tries to keep it out of the back of the net. Almost clotheslines himself on the goalpost. I love to see that, though, from Marks here, and that sums him up. And this game is deader than a doornail, but he still wants to save the boundary at the risk of permanent head damage, and it is a goal. And really, that goalpost probably shouldn't be so close to the rope, but maybe they just ran out of room. The marksman almost getting himself into mischief. A little dab away again. This game's on borrowed time. It'll be back-to-back boundaries for the Chad. Well, I know who we had in the chat a moment ago, but maybe he likes to finish quickly. The forward press, lets it come, gets the gap. Look at Lala, not too plussed about it going past him. No chance to pull it back. Yeah, I agree. We've got Robot in the chat, but what about Robot Dog? That was from last week as well. There's plenty of non-cricketing things to happen on ECN as well, such as a Robot Dog being on the ground, which I've never seen before. Right, 5 to win. Well, the Chad finish it with a Chaximo. Well, he won't here. That'll be the end of the 14th over. It's 129 for one. 5 runs required. 6 overs remaining. Gomes has batted well, says Ken. A few 6s and 4s, but seems to get a ball. Yeah, seems to run a ball. Is that what you're going to say? Yeah, one of the cool things as well, Stephen, good to have you, by the way, is that you get to have a bit of a two-way conversation. And there's not too many sports broadcasts where we have a direct line. So yeah, quite often there's two of us. The T20 typically will just have one commentator, but I know that tomorrow, if you tune in, be probably middle of the night your time, but when you wake up, you'll see there's probably two broadcasts on Romania happening tomorrow as well. We just have the one game that's going to be pretty early for you if you're watching from Arkansas. Because that'll start about 3 in the morning, the final. Maybe tonight for you. But even if you're up late tonight, I think it'll be 1:30 a.m. your time. We should have cricket in Romania. And that is the Helter-Skelter T10 format. Tournament actually was postponed by rain. It's going to start 6 days after it was meant to. But then it'll be double trouble. And actually, that'll suit you a bit. I know American viewers love it when we go quite late in the day. And we have a tournament in London starting on Monday. That'll run for 2 weeks. So, yeah, that one will be maybe a bit of a better time for you. Anyway, have a look, and there'll probably be cricket on. The Chad could finish it. Doesn't. Instead, he's finished Lala with the consolation wicket. He wasn't in the infield, and he wasn't really in the outfield. He was maybe in the Goldilocks zone. I would actually classify him as out of position, Mehboob Ali. But the ball comes to him like a guided missile. Watch this one. He's halfway between the circle and the boundary. And I think Mehboob just couldn't be bothered going to where he should be. That's such a weird way to get caught. He probably knew, maybe messed up, was meant to go back, just couldn't be bothered going back. And in the end, he's going to see the end of the Chad. Out for 34, 130 for 2. Well, it means maybe we'll get to see Martins. Bit unlucky for the Chad. Look at him. He said, all right. And he's laughing because he knows that where he caught it isn't really a position. But he just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Well, something going right for Malta, but maybe a little bit too little too late. Not maybe. Jeremy Martins comes out. I wonder what his approach is here. He could be showy and try to finish the boundary for. Anyway, good to see quite a few Americans in the chat. Martins gets his first hit of the week. And I thought he might take this opportunity just to tap a couple of balls away and get some sort of practice. A question from Sehan, who's playing tomorrow? Well, it will be Portugal versus Belgium in the final, but they still will play tonight. They still have a match before the final. Oh, should have been stumped. And instead, it's going to be a missed opportunity. I don't think there was any bat on this. It's a rare miss from Sudasanan, but did get big on him. Look how much it bounces. Probably goes over his shoulder. It does. Not an easy one. But it's one that you would hope to get, especially against good player Martins. Got impatient after one block. Yeah, so Belgium versus Portugal in the final tomorrow. But also we've got ECS Romania starting tomorrow. So don't get too worried about the times. Just turn it on. You'll see. And between the hours of kind of, what would it be your time? Kind of 3 a.m. to 3 p.m. in North America. Typically, give or take, you're going to have some cricket on ECN. Sometimes more than one choice. And hopefully the weather permits, as Luke says there. Luke's in Bruges, which isn't too far away. But I think there's a chance of a thunderstorm tonight, but hopefully it's gone by tomorrow. Hit down the ground, and it's game, set, match. Martins with his first runs of the series, and it's the last runs that we'll see here in match number 5 as Malta will leave winless, going down in 15 overs exactly to Portugal. Disappointing couple of days for Malta, even being that they are kind of a long way below Portugal and Belgium in the rankings. But I think the way they played, I think they'd still be disappointed, even given that I know it was always going to be tough for them to win a game here. But at least, it gives them information. It gives them an idea going forward, what they want to work on, what their actual approach is going to be. And well, certainly we will follow their story with interest. But it is the Portugal side that come through with the win. And Gomes follows up his 67 not out yesterday against Malta with 65 today. So it's 132 runs without being dismissed against Malta. So back to the drawing board for them. I know we'll see them later in the season as well, or even have another European cricket series there later in the year. But I mean, it just shows you, what's the answer for Malta? Do they need kind of a more like an elite program, with less teams, maybe more games against higher quality opponents in internal games? I don't know, but they do need to try and find a way, I think, to level up against teams that are kind of a level above them. Belgium, Portugal then, and that's coming in pretty much exactly an hour. We'll come back 5 minutes before the first ball, with the toss to come in around about 35 minutes. Keep your eye on the screen for that. But let's have a look at the highlights here. And Portugal, once again, it was a kind of calm chase, wasn't it? I mean, they never had to chase the game. They obviously wanted something a bit more out of Norritam. He'll probably get another shot tonight. He'll be annoyed the way he got out, I think, in the end. Filthy half-tracker, really, from Amar Sharma, but just found the fielder. One of the longer boundaries on the ground. But Gomes, again, just kind of robot-like himself, the way that he picked the runs off. Then it was Chad o'clock. The Chad kept that number 3 position, so they wanted to get more into him. 50 for Gomes. This game was on borrowed time already. It was a glove punch that I would have been a bit nervous about. Chaximo time. Malta could see the writing on the wall in huge font. Despite Marks almost breaking his collarbone for no particular reason towards the end, couldn't keep the ball out of the back of the net. Meanwhile, Lala found himself not in, but out, but not out, but in. Creating an out in the, I won't say the infield or the outfield, just the field. Martins came out. Probably should have been stumped for a duck, but instead he ends proceedings. And Malta will finish winless. We know the finalists, who the finalists will be now, but we also know essentially we've got a kind of a 2-game mini series now at play between Portugal and Belgium, starting with the final match of the day here in about an hour's time. 65 not out. Sean Gomes steers the ship to victory. 34 for the Chad. Poquita of 26 balls. Again, gave us some great close-ups. Norritam, again, promised, didn't he? 25 off 18 with 3 large ones, but again, disappointing for him the way he got out. 2 for 26, Sharma steals the wickets, but not a lot to get excited about in those bowling figures. Prasad number 22, Pushparajan number 12 of couple. Matthew with a decent over towards the end, but really it was all academic. We'll take a break then. Don't go too far. Keep it on. We'll be back in exactly an hour's time. If you have to set an alarm or set a stopwatch, do what you have to do, because we will be back and it's going to be lights, camera, action as the host Belgium take on Portugal in a preview of the final tomorrow. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a break and see you shortly. For more live cricket from Belgium, you're watching the ECN Mdina Cup T20 Internationals.
Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back to Belgium as we get ready for the last game of the day, and the game of the day really, match 6 between Belgium and Portugal. These two teams occupy the top 2 positions, and that won't change no matter what happens this game. But what I can tell you is that Belgium can take top spot off Portugal if they can get a win this game, although it is, I suppose, in name only, as these two will battle for the Mdina Cup tomorrow. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with you as we get into the third T20 International of the day. Some toss news a little bit earlier on. Belgium won the toss. Ali Raza leading them today and electing to bat. And an interesting decision, given that when these two teams did meet last night, it was Belgium that batted first. Weren't able to bat out the 20 overs, all out for 162 after 19.2 overs. And Portugal chased it down with 8 balls to spare. But despite that, Belgium happy to bat first again. One change for each team for Belgium. They leave out Alokazai, who actually was pretty impressive in his T20I debut earlier. They welcome back Munib at the top of the order, so they get that left-hand, right-hand combination back. They have listed Kel to open and drop Ali Raza to 3. Let's see if they end up going with that. Ali Raza leaves the side in the absence of regular skipper Sharaz Sheikh. For Portugal, they welcome back Mohamed Siraj Nippo, who is back in the side. Hardeep Singh Kutan sits out this one. So they do bring in an extra spin option. I've got to say that Hassan was pretty impressive with his offies as well. Jeremy Martins was welcome back earlier into that side that ended up sweeping aside Malta. Malta, unfortunately, they are finished in this tournament. They finished with an 0-4 record. Now, this time last night, I think the percentages were 52-48. Now, today, they're 47-53. But it does tell you that there's not really too much between these two teams. And although this won't affect the makeup of the final tomorrow, what it will do is it may affect the rankings, the T20I rankings of these two teams. Very, very close at the moment. And also in the off chance, and hopefully it doesn't happen, the off chance that there's rain tomorrow morning or there's some reason that the final can't be played, minimum of 5 overs each, then whoever's top would win the Mdina Cup. And whoever wins this game will be top of the table. Can't tell you that much. Yeah, these two teams on the rankings. Portugal 43 and Belgium 45. So easily a result could flip those depending on what happens. But Portugal, I think there's better balance playing a spinner because they have so many pace options. And interesting, they've gone for Nippo, who's left arm orthodox, and he will turn the ball away from the right-hander. Sherman Vaz, I thought, bowled really well yesterday, and a bit unlucky not to play more. And he Here's 12th man. And it's kind of similarly for Belgium. A very impressive left-arm spinner for them. Taplial, he's 12th man, preferring to go with just the one specialist in Nadir Ekrami. So they do go as listed. Mohamed Munib to open up back in the side. Sat the first one out there with Omid Kel. So in the 160s was kind of the going rate last night. Maybe the par then would be 170, 175, given it was chased down. Shantu, big lefty to get us going. Here we go with match 6. Swing and a miss, but will be a wide first up. Well, welcome back to all of our viewers, especially those watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and of course everyone in the chat. Paul thought Portugal slight favourites. Well, that's what the supercomputer thinks. But one thing we haven't seen, given the fact that these boundaries are very short straight, I am got to say I'm a little surprised that we haven't had someone make a big score, kind of dominate the bowling. It's been bowling heavy kind of series, really. Gomes, I think if he had more time, he might have been able to make one against Malta a couple of times. Streaky one from Munib. Gets away with it. There's Nippos back in the lineup.
Good boys, good boys. Lovely, lovely. Good up,
Can they get through here, Portugal? Oh, it's gone. Looked a pretty good shout. Got that front leg in the way and had to play across his front pad. And there is the early strike. Munib back in the side, but it does long. Out for a 3-ball duck, and it's 1 for 1. Let's see the impact here. Where does this hit the pad? Yeah, I think that's out. I don't see how it couldn't be out. Didn't see it going over the top. I think it hits him in line. I think it's going on to hit, and Munib gets himself in a tangle and goes without scoring. It's 1 for 1. Shantu once again with the breakthrough. He's been so consistent in this series. One more time. But really, you can see he played across that front pad and it's lights out. Shantu, it's his 8th wicket of the series. What a performance. What a breakout series for Upen. Interesting as well. Ali Raza was listed at 3, but they are sticking with their regular number 3, Burhan Niaz. Again, great time for him to step up and score a few runs. Disappointing from Munib. Just technical there. He was a bit streaky the ball before, inside edge one. Next one. His pad blown off. Niaz, a bit of a journeyman as well, but born in Antwerp. Learned all his cricket in Belgium since then. He's been selected to play in high-level tournaments in Pakistan. He's played at a good level in Australia. Now he's apparently going to the US very shortly. What a start. Solid drive there. Finds the fielder. Martins. Remember the catch Martins took earlier to get Priyan Pushparajan as well. Send him packing for a golden duck. It was an unbelievable catch. One of the best you'll ever see. Disappointing for Munib. Takes a rest, comes back, gets more of a rest. And Burhan backs away slightly, misses it. What a first over from Shantu. 1 for 1. And the score is 1 for 1. Amazing. Now, what about Shantu? I'll take you through his figures in the series. He took 2 for 23 first game they played. Then he took 2 for 22 in the second game. Third game, 3 for 23. Not bad. So now he's got 8 for 69 off 13 overs. So that's about 5.5 and over. He's giving away. But again, the power of taking wickets. And he bowls early, so he's bowling at the top order. Generally speaking, that's where he's done his work. Juan Henry gets over number 2. Interesting, we didn't see Martins with the ball earlier. We know he did get injured in quite a nasty collision in the first T20I against Norway. It's around about 7-8 weeks ago now. Could see him back in the side. Yes, pushes nicely. And that could get to the boundary at will. The first one, badly needed for Belgium. Belgium kind of had this middle phase earlier where they kind of cruised, didn't try and force the issue. In the end, it was plenty of runs against Malta. Not a bad-looking shot either from Niaz. There's Gomes, who's in the runs. The only time he's missed out was against Belgium last night. Yeah, Harrington, by the way, he was the player of the match earlier on. And I suppose he deserved it. I would have thought, I was still thinking maybe Zach Hill had a bit more of an impact. Although I think Ollie was given it partly for his bowling and also the fact that he set up the game so well. Again, I think the players individually in good teams don't worry too much about who gets the player of the match. Well, Burhan seen enough, and he's going to launch it. Maximo, biggie from Burhan Niaz. Takes on that straight short boundary and absolutely nails it. 6 runs. Now, gets a bit shorter and Niaz won't get this one away. Beautiful sunny afternoon out there, as you can see. Almost makes me want to pull the old shirt on. Beautiful conditions. A bit of a hesitation here. I think rightly, Burhan sent back. That'll be the end of the second over. It's 12 for 1. Half those runs coming off a lusty strike. Well, Finley, see your comment there. I'll see what I can do. I know he wants to have a look at the Euros of cricket, which I'll try and get up for you shortly. So Malta, obviously, you can see that they finished in 3rd place and played all their games, weren't able to get a win. And particularly with the bat, I think they were disappointed. They couldn't quite match the level. I suppose that's cricket. They'll go back. They'll work on a few things. Belgium, with a win here, any win, they actually would take top spot because of their superior net run rate. Shantu comes back for a second over. 8 wickets in the series. Get a feeling he's not done yet. Yes, I'll see what we can do there for you, Finlay. Guess the always question is how hard do you go when you're batting first? That's the $64,000 question, really. Hamid Kell impresses me, but definitely could use a few more runs. Half an appeal. I don't think the umpire's convinced. I don't think I was convinced either, if I'm completely honest. Maybe just the natural movement there that takes it away. I think the umpire gets that one right. Kel, I mean, a bit of trouble getting started. How brave are they going to be in the rest of this power play before the field goes back? Bold. Now, again, I think this is almost carbon copy. Nunes sells it a bit better this time. He obviously heard something, but no way did Shantu. Look at Shantu. He's late to appeal. And then says, hey, how about it? Looks like he missed it by a way. And then sees Carlos appeal. Shantu tries to basically about face. I've got to say, I think the umpire's got both of those right. Again, we'll never know. Little edges. Anyway, Finley, I'm on you. Don't worry. I should have that information for you pretty shortly, and you can take a screenshot. Just got to get a few things in the background sorted. Oh, it's good over, though, isn't it, from Shantu? It's a maiden, actually. Stays at 1-1. And Belgium go nowhere in the third. It's 12-1. All right, well, what do you want to see? Here's the Premier Division. So this is how it will start. The first 12 days are groups A, B, and C, 4 days each, 6 nations. All these games at the Carter Oval in Malaga. And then England and Netherlands are also in that division, but they'll be there at the end. This is the Challenger Division. So after Group A, B, and C, we moved to the Challenger Division, a 9-day window with 2 groups of 6, so 4 days, Group 1, Group 2, 8 days there. The 9th day's finals day, the top 2 from each group. There's even a bit of a summary. There you go. So this is how it'll run. 12 days of Premier Division, group play, then the whole Challenger Division, 9 days, and then the championship group of the Premier Division featuring England 11, the Netherlands 11, and the Group A, B, and C winners. So the whole thing runs in that window, 25th of September to the 18th of October. But I will also say that before that, so 10 days before that, so from the 15th to the 24th of September, we will have the Shields, where you'll see the British and Irish Knights, Team Europe, Team Asia, and the World 11 doing battle, men's and women's T10 cricket over 10 days. Nippo. Well, was there a little edge there? Judging by Nippo's reaction, he thinks there was. Again, hard to tell from behind. One of those ones, if there is a deflection, might go away from the keeper's gloves. You can't really blame the keeper too much. Well, down to our crew at 2 circles. Ah, well, classic chat. Muhammad Ishaq saying, hello, everyone. But it was in all caps, and the message got deleted. I'm going to say hello back anyway. In the air, just creeps away from the fielder. Bit of work to do on the boundary. Henry does it. Yeah, Group 2, Turkey. Sihan in the chat. Turkey, they had a really memorable game against Croatia last year. It's the first year last year where we did break it up into divisions. Almost leading edge, Nippo. He's been itching to get back out there. Emotional character. Maybe he played in the golden ball for Gorka 11 back in 2020, where he delivered the golden ball. He was able to get the ball dismissal and then jumped 4 or 5 times on the spot. I mean, Kel struggling to get going, though. 1 off 9 now. Straightens down the line, but Kel good enough to get bat on it, but only a single. He's batted himself into a bit of a corner, 2 off 10, but he will have the strike. And at the end of 4 overs, Belgium 14-1. too much happening on the worm. Anyway, Ishak, where are you watching from? Let us know where you're watching from. I tell you what, this is what I'm going to do right now, because it's the last game of the day. We like to have a bit of fun. Let's do a lurker call out. So all the lurkers out there that don't normally jump into the chat, let us know where you're watching from. Jump on ECN European Cricket Network. Let us know where you're watching from, and maybe even how you discovered ECN. But yeah, we want to say hello to you. Ah, it's not a bad shot. Up and over the top. The counter-attack comes from Kel. And Shantu had only gone for 1 run in 2 overs. He goes for 6 in 1 ball there. Maximal! Beautiful looking shot. Again, Kel just in a bit of a rut, but you know, if he can get in, he's so dangerous. It'll shuffle forward, straight through the line of the ball. Yeah, the game I'm talking about, Sihan, Turkey versus Croatia. Actually, Turkey won it. They chased 60-something, but made hard work of it. And it was a famous game, actually. As you know, one of the players actually threw the ball to his teammate, but missed and threw it over the boundary in the first innings. But then he became the hero late in the piece with a couple of key boundaries. It's a beautiful game, actually, that one. All right, Maria's back. Good to see you. Hello to Tommy Thomas. Nice to see you. Where are you watching from, Tommy? Let us know. Okay, I'll just angles this away. We'll get a single back to Burhan Niaz. Okay, Maria's back to follow the Chad. Funny, we've got a lot of people that sometimes follow because they've got a family member or friend playing, but they do end up sticking around because we've got so much cricket, of course. Romania European Cricket Series starts again tomorrow in conjunction with the final here. Good Yorker wants to go. Gets sent back pretty quickly by Omid Kel. What time there is an edge, no doubt about it. Niaz flashes outside the off stump, maybe targeting that straight boundary again, but the natural angle of Shantu. This is the recipe for another dismissal, and it's the 4th consecutive game he's taken at least 2 wickets. His 9th wicket of the series. He has been absolutely outstanding. If you had to call for an MVP, I think he'd be the one. The fact he is bowling up front, he's bowling to the top order, he's never gone for big runs. Niaz disappointed to nick off for 11, and it's 21 for 2. Yeah, unfortunately for Niaz, just not able to turn this into a score. Get onto the feet, don't really go anywhere. Nunes does the rest. Portugal looking like a confident side. They're doing the little things right, aren't they? Belgium, that's the thing. If you have batters that kind of make a conservative start and then get out, it just hurts. I mean, 11 off 13. Okay, we've seen worse. But Niaz takes up a bit of that innings that might have gone to someone that does find their rhythm. Jerry Butt comes out at number 4. Bring in the slip here. I don't mind that. Natural angle. You can see Nunes, he's got a good position here. He's very wide because that's the natural angle. He's actually 2 feet off the pitch. You can see Nunes. Goes very close to taking another one. Yeah, you can see that the position of the keeper, kind of showing you the extreme angle that Shantu's getting. Kind of 1 foot on, 1 foot off by release. And then slip even wider. End of the 5th over. 21 for 2 after 5. Tommy saying he's watching from all the way from Sierra Leone. Well, hello. I know we've got viewers all around the world. Hello to everyone in Romania as well. I know a fair few have been tuning in. They would have liked to have been watching their own series, but unfortunately due to the weather there, it's starting 6 days later than we thought, but it will start. And it starts tomorrow. Nice and early as well. And that will be a really good series. Nippo's back, by the way.
Good Nippo, good Nip.
We have 4 teams there. And I suppose half of the teams, half out of the 4, are essentially new teams. Start tomorrow at 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, noon in India. Nippo. Won't be too happy about being left out a couple of times.
Nippo, good Nippo.
Yeah, so we start about 90 minutes before the final here. So you can start watching Romania, and about the end of that game, it'll be about the start of the final. So you can flick over, or you can multi-screen it. I want to run here, but there's never one there, really. Portugal fielded so well. Created this pressure in this series, haven't they? Stopping everything here. You can hear the chat.
Nippo, good Nippo. Nippo, boy.
Played away very, very well, actually. Belgium. Hasn't quite been Belgian ball we've seen from them today. It's a bit more like it from Sherry Butt. He loses patience and tries to launch this one. Probably picked a tough one to hit, though. I'm a bit full. He does get some bat on it. And it takes us to the end of the over. So the score is 25 for 2 after 6. Again, pretty quiet power play, wasn't it? 1, 4, 2, 6 is in it. And I think you do just stick with it. Why don't you go with Shantu? One more over, one more time. The curtain call. But I suppose I'm not a captain. They're going to go to Faf Stoneman. It's also bowled pretty well in the series. And I suppose they keep Shantu up their sleeve. Keep her up. Again, been very skillful doing that in the series as Carlos Nunes.
Lovely, Papi.
Oh, they like it. It's caught behind. Very good hands. Well, he had to pause for a second. He was lightning behind the stumps. Took a little feather, and Sherry Butt's going to have to go. The late movement. Bowler heard it. Umpire heard it. Keeper heard it. And Sherry Butt has to go. Again, can't get anything going. It's a fraction of an edge there. And Sherry Butt looks up. Has to accept his fate. Looking a little bit puzzled as to what's happened there. That's the Mike Gatting look, 1993. It has been given. It was definitely given caught behind, given by the standing umpire. Sherry Butt out for 3. Belgium in early trouble once again with the bat, 25 for 3. Again, must have been a little edge. I mean, there's nothing will ever pick up. I mean, you could see the confidence, spontaneous confidence in the bowler and the keeper. So, what a change from Nunez, resisting the urge to bowl out the big left arm of Shantu, bowling Faf Stoneman and picking up that big wicket of Sherry Butt. Sometimes you do go on the reaction. Must have been a noise. Had to have been. Faf Stoneman, dream start for him. Harrington comes in under the pump again. Wow, he jumps up. You see, he's just... Yeah, octopus is probably a good way to describe Carlos Nunez because he just rides the bounce so well. Been a pleasure to watch. Ollie kind of showed last time. He was quite comfortable taking his time early and catching up later. I thought he batted very well. Player of the match performance. Oh, it's really getting that ball to move around. Well, that's you learned something here from Stoneman. He's really getting this newer ball to dance rather than waiting. Testing deliveries. Getting that ball to shape in and then leave the right hand to Harrington. He's got his hands full right now. Meanwhile, that score's not really going anywhere. Excellent over. Wicket maiden for Faf Stoneman. Portugal well on top early. 25 for 3 after 7. Just bowling with good rhythm. Keeper ups creating that weird dynamic. I remember when I was playing, and it's a tactic we use quite a lot. We called it putting the squeeze on. You kind of squeezing the air out of the batter, just getting him feel a bit claustrophobic. No one could really understand it, but it just seemed to work to certain bowlers. And Nunez, he spotted that to Stoneman. He can do that. Stoneman's also helping him out with pretty predictable offerings. 25 to 3. 25 for 3. A little bit of a discussion here. Nippo would love another over, but I think they're going to save him up. Looks like they're going to go to the off spinner, Nateem Hassam. And Nippo trying to talk the ball out of his hand. I don't think Nippo would want to come off at the moment. Hassam impressed me a lot with his off spin. Didn't see him bowl until that previous game. Like 2 righties. That's why I think I would have been tempted to go Nippo, but can also understand gives them more options down the stretch. thing is, I think these Portugal bowlers know that Belgium aren't really going to take a few risks. I tell you what I might have liked to have seen in this situation is just throws a kill out there now. Because you're really limiting the ceiling of what you could get. And we already saw last night 160 wasn't enough. And maybe you throw the bull in a china shop, so to speak. Because I think, yeah, it'd be a risk, but at the moment, there's a risk that you're never going to get airborne in this innings. Assam gets through a quick one. 3 off that. And a 0 off the one before. That's the other thing. They're hustling through these overs, and the innings time is just evaporating. That's 8 overs they've bowled in half an hour. It's a good rate. Belgium struggling here against Portugal, but there's still plenty of cricket to be played. Yeah. A lot of chat about the Portuguese. Understandable. Snowman's back. Excellent bowling. Draws him forward into a false shot. Once again, Nunes very sharp behind the stumps. I said this earlier, but it kind of helps him that he's a big man, Nunes. He can own the position. He's got natural kind of reach. His position I know very well. Umpire has a good look. It's just a bit of bat in this. Also, I thought the height might have been questionable. Harrington tries to get a bit funky. Maybe got a little bit of the bat in there. It was the umpire's signal. Portugal just seeming calm, seeming in control. That's why I think maybe you need to throw someone out there to scramble the circuit. It's a bit like what Zakir would do last night. Again, good outswing it. Outside half of the bat from Kel. Still there. A forgotten man, I suppose, with wickets falling around him. Harrington using it fair bit of the strike at the moment. I mean, looking at the batting to come, Ali Raza still could bat. So as a Zakil could still bat. So they haven't batted Raza in the top 5. Okay, it's a bit out of nick maybe, but these are both genuine hitters. And I just don't think with the run rate at 3.5, you can leave them on the bench for too long. Even though it's a risk, it might blow up your innings. But what's the risk of continuing at this pace? It's kind of certain doom. Genuine edge this time. That'll be a bit of luck. It's away from the infield. And Nippo does well to his wrong side to make the stop. I'll get through for 2. It wasn't too far away from the fielder there, kind of hovering at backward point. Probably was a chance, to be honest. Good fielding / goalkeeping down there on the boundary. Again, well bowled. It's been something that I think we talk about a lot in European Cricket Series cricket and cricket at the domestic level is how tough it is for the bowlers. But I think what you're seeing here is if the bowlers get it right, it isn't a walk in the park for the batters. Accuracy, accuracy, accuracy. I mean, Soma's been a really good example of that so far. Really giving nothing away. Wants a run here. Stoneman's all over it. Almost creates a run out. In fact, he'll create an overthrow. It'll just be one in the end, but not a lot happening. 5 off the over. One of them was just given away. And after 9, 32 for 3. Because there's no one in that part of the ground. That's why it was a tough one to back up. So I've got that as 33 for 3 after 9 overs. Hello to Wazza and congratulations on your 30 months as an ECN member. He's saying g'day all. G'day Wazza, nice to see you. Always happy to see those come up. Thanks to everyone who chooses to spend a small amount of money as it's kind of token contribution to the European Cricket Network. We really do appreciate it. Right, about enough for Harrington. It says now it's time to hit the go button, and that's a good shot. Maximal. I think he knows. I know he's still fairly young in his international career, but this is a matchup. The ball's turning into him, suits him, short boundary straight. And even if you get out, it's not all doom and gloom because you've got Ali Raza to come, you've got Zakil to come. And he batted with Zakil earlier, and he saw exactly from 22 yards away what Zakil can do. So I think it's time to go. And probably goes for Omid Kell as well. Got to attack. Comeback, though, from Hassam. Yeah, Steve. I know he always has his loyalty split between Portugal and England. Got that famous England hat that he always wears. Goes for it again. And that one, I think it might have bowled him. I have to see this from side on. We'll have to check it out. But I think it might have kissed the top of the stumps. Again, we're behind with a look. So this might tell us how slow can we get this. Here it comes. Ball. Clips the bails. There it is, as we suspected. So, unfortunately, for Harrington, he will be dismissed. Trying to up the ante. Hassam with his first wicket. Big moment for him as well. The fourth wicket falls 39 for 4. Now, interesting who they send out here. Is the informed Zakil or the generally higher batting but slightly out of form Ali Raza? And the answer is that looks like Zakil to me on the right to come out to bat with Omid Kell. So he comes out. They're going to take drinks here. 39 for 4. But I think it's a move they had to make one way or another. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Great to have you with us. I know we've had a few new viewers today. It's always great to see that. Congratulations once again to Wazza for his 30-month membership. And my challenge actually to Steve McVeigh is find a Portugal hat, bucket hat, and try and wear it out so that it ends up looking as tatty as your England one. There's a challenge for you. Let's have a look ahead to what's coming up tomorrow. And of course, we do start with the European Cricket Series in Romania, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. Bliss Warriors and Phoenix, 2 new teams to the European Cricket Series, will join the established sides, Royal Eagles and Bucharest Gladiators, in a 4-day series, a rescheduled series, after the whole week was washed out there due to ground conditions and heavy rain. But it's good to be back with some ECS cricket, T10 cricket. It's our bread and butter. Rico Full and Philji standing by on ground in Romania. And they will be well rested, surely. They've been there for 6 days, have not called a single ball of cricket. I can't wait to tune in tomorrow for that. $39 for 4. Not quite at the halfway point, but not far off. Zakil comes out. A few laughs. I mean, you can't not love Zakil. Doesn't matter if you're playing against him or not. This guy has been through a lot in his life. A lot of these players have quite amazing backstories, but he loves playing cricket. It's a joy for him. He's fearless. He's just so thankful to be able to play the game he loves, and he plays it in a different kind of a way. Kind of mentioned he doesn't really experience emotions the way that others do. I will say he does get a bit jumpy earlier in his innings, and that normally comes out in over-aggression. funny as that sounds. So even this situation, I think you'll probably be trying to knock it out of the park. Yeah, it's exactly what he tries to do, and he does get that first one. Maximo! Once again, I think they miss a bit of a trick, not batting Zakil up a spot. And he likes this matchup against the off spinner, and it's that Belgian ball mentality. So there's a few people that were waiting up around the world, particularly in Australia and New Zealand, and waiting for Zakil, saying, I don't want to go to bed until this guy's batted. Well, now you get to see him. Faster false shot up in the air, but flying straight to Stoneman. 6 and out. Zakil is put to bed early. Hassam with a double strike, and that's a big one. They rolled the dice with Sabah Zakil, but he goes second ball. That one was flatter. It was slightly more outside the off stump. The hanging edge came, and Stoneman does the rest. Hassam, 2 important strikes. Again, wasn't as easy to hit that one. It's pretty unclear where he was trying to hit it anyway. So disappointment for Sabah. Has to trudge off in Belgium in real strife, 45 for 5. Disappointment for Insana. That's the way he plays. Sometimes it'll come off, sometimes it won't. It's definitely worth a try to bat him in that spot. Surely now Ali Raza comes out, batting 7, the regular opener. But yeah, Portugal, that's the thing. They have taken chances. That's the thing. They've caught most of these key catches in the series. Different batting position for Ali Raza. Does it change his luck? Turns the first one round the corner. That will be the end of the 10th over. So 46 for 5 after 10. Johnny Heesam saying no one would recognise Steve McVeigh if he wasn't wearing his tatty English cap. Go on, find a tatty Portuguese one. Little bucket hat. Gotta love a bucket hat. Our European cricket bucket hats, by the way, they are amazing. And we're working. I know they're working in the office. I think it's the same team that are working on the duck situation, but they're working on a way to merchandise and get some of this stuff available on the internet. Well, Sihan said he's gone. Good night. Yeah, he's waiting for Zakil to bat. But yeah, he only lasts the 2 balls. Ali Raza, though, he's box office when he gets going. Fraction short this time. Raza's all over it like a cheap suit. Smacks it away in front of square for 4 runs. Great shot. First time, really, that Stoneman has gotten short at all. It doesn't matter if it's his first ball against the new bowler or whatever. Raza happy to play that shot back himself. 50 comes up for Belgium. Oh, what a ball. What a ball. This actually swings too much. And Holly's saying, hey, what happened there? Love to see this. Can we really slow this down? Have a look at the curve. Oh, it's angling in. Really, to be honest, where he put the bat looked exactly right until the last moment. That's late movement from Stoneman. He'd probably want to take this ball with him wherever he goes. It's really working for him. Can't say the moustache is, but getting the ball to dance and almost cleaning up a very good player in Ali Raza. Gives him a bit of width this time. But yeah, that ball swinging and missing off. Again, it's the kind of one that if it hit him on the pad, you would have sworn it was going to hit the stumps. It just did too much. And Mikel at the other end. He's faced less than a third of the bowling. Let's face this one. Gets it past the fielder. Chases on. Should get a couple. Stoneman. I think when he's getting the ball to do these kinds of things, you don't break up his spell. I think you keep him on. Was is keen for some merch. We'll see what happens. Maybe I'll try and have a go. Wayne, you're spot on. Thick edge and another wicket. And this time Juan Henry takes it, gives a little kiss and throws it back. And Francois Stoneman has bowled some sort of a spell here. Gets the dangerous Ali Raza. He's bending it like Beckham. Here's the Portuguese pacer and a nice catch taken low down. Raza just gets done by the movement, not for the first time in his brief innings. And Belgium in even more trouble now at 54 for 6. Thick edge flies away. Ali just gets done by good bowling. Again, you know, might be limited overs. To be honest, the boundaries here, they're not too far off ECS boundaries. But then you look at when the bowling's good, you can actually make it tough for batters. And that's what it comes down to. Limiting those bad balls, maybe readjusting the goalposts of what your expectations are as a bowler. But Stoneman, 2 for 13, finishes his over. 54 for 6 after 11. Hassan continues. And, oh, Ekrahami. I'm pretty sure he's not 11. There's a few gremlins in the scorecard at the moment, but he almost gets run out without facing a ball. I like it that they've just given him 11. Whose spot has he stolen? I think he's stolen Harrington's runs. I know there could be a bit of training going on in the technical scoring room today, so we'll cut him a break. There's a lot that happens in there. Scoring's one of those games, one of those jobs that is easy 95% of the time and impossible 5% of the time. So yeah, I think we'll see Harrington get his runs back. I hope he gets them back. Ekrahami gets off the mark. Good spin, though. One thing I like about Hassan, he actually spins the ball. Yeah, he's able to get a fair bit on it. Doesn't try to really keep it down. Ekrahami's a pretty good spinner in his own right. It's flatter from Hassan. A little bit quicker too. Let's see if we can get the scoring catching up. I have full confidence. I haven't gone for my pen and paper yet. Sometimes if everything fails, then I have to go manual. Excellent ball. Excellent delivery. Oh, this is a picture perfect off spinner. Watch it come in. Love to see this one from behind because it comes in, jumps away. Have a look at the spin. Have a look at the sideways spin. Maybe get it after this ball. And maybe we can go back to that previous one because it really did turn and bite and bounce. And it was very, very tough for the left-handed Ekrahami. This time trying to work a one. Won't get it, despite Shantu not picking it up cleanly. And that'll take us to the end of the over. Don't have my pen and papers. I can't tell you, but I feel like they're about 3 off that, give or take. There's the ball. That's the one I'm talking about. Drawn in. And Krami sees it move. That's the thing. They're moving the ball off the straight as well. That's actually 12 overs down now. I'm going to say 57, but it's an unofficial total. Right, if I don't have much movement, I'm going to have to start keeping score myself. Here's Stoneman. Up in the air, hangs off the end of the bat, just out of the grasp of Noritam. And they come back for 2. Oh, that could be out. Very close. I don't think it's given. This will be a very interesting replay. Maybe just gets home, but I'd love to see a freeze of when the stumps are knocked over. Is he out? The umpire has to call this live. There's no technology, but I just got a feeling. Got him off pretty quickly. Go back one frame there. Bat goes out. Would have been, well, can't really call it live, but it was out by a frame. And because he doesn't ground his bat. A bit of luck there. More than a bit of luck for Omid Kell. The first thing that's gone right for Belgium in a while. Probably not really a second run on there in the first place. Great work by our friends at Two Circles as well. Give us a good look at exactly when the bails were broken. It would have been 7 for. And Paul saying he was a bit of a plonker there. Well, he did plonk the bat over the line. Getting the ball to the lefty now, and he adjusts well. This is Stoneman's last over. It's been a great spell. Even the fact that they decided to bowl him before Shantu was bowled out, which I thought at the time, probably not what I would have done. Probably would have given Shantu the chance to finish, but Stoneman just had the ball at the right time. It was doing enough for him. He knows exactly what it's doing. It's one ball he bounced a bit short. That's about it. Can't remember a false move from him. He digs this one in. Get another crack at Omid Kell. Yeah, funny thing, there's been 76 balls in this innings. Kell has faced 25. So he's faced, on average, 2 balls and over. That's the thing. He hasn't been able to do a lot with them either. It's on to his 7th batting partner. He's hit 1 6 and no 4s in his innings. Expect to score 97 at the moment. It's very light on the ground. Portugal, I know with the side they've been building and putting together, they've got ambitions of heading into the 30s in the rankings. Really, performances like this are going to help. Again, sent back. I won't get a run there. And that will be the end of Faf Stoneman. I think we might have even caught up. Maybe we have. End of the over. 62 for 6 after 13 overs. And, hey, my hunch-based scoring was right. There were 3 runs off that 12th over. There were just 5 runs off that over. And Faf Stoneman will finish with figures of 4 overs, 2 for 18, including a wicket maiden. 7 overs to go then. Hassam's been a bit of a breakout story today with his off spin. He's enjoying this matchup as well against Ekrami. Beats the man again. Hello to Yanni as well. Good to see you in the chat. Hey, that trips in there as well. Not the Belgium we've come to know, really. Portugal just playing so well. You know, the confidence he can get that ball to grip off this surface. He doesn't mind pitching the ball on the stumps. Bit of chat about flag football in the chat. I think that's going to be Olympic sport in 28, believe it or not. Or at least a demonstration sport. That'll be the end of the over. Hassam very tidy, 2 for 22. Including his first wickets in a T20 International. And the score is 65 for 6. Another failure to launch, really, for the Belgian batting lineup. They just haven't been able to withstand the pressure. Hassam, I'm sure he'll remember those wickets for a long time. Six overs to go. It's just where, okay, Zakil, and I did agree it was the time to bring him out there. The fact that he went pretty much straight away, you don't have that ace up your sleeve anymore. I mean, Kel is strange. The way he started the series, and obviously saw him in the night series as well, but he's almost batted himself out of form the longer he's batted. It's a weird thing to say. But he's never... He's just kind of allowed the game to drift. It's not his fault. He hasn't had a lot of the strike. But it's just... It seems... Normally when you bat longer, you kind of click. He's kind of unclicked. It's just how it's panned out. He's Hashu. He hasn't even had a bowl yet. Yeah. Just as well. It's been no ball. Very good fielding down there to stop it from going for the boundary. Hashu. We're going to need a wider pitch. He missed this by a lot. Hits the edge, and Carlos doesn't offer a dive. Probably the only good thing about it being so wide is it gave Henry a chance to stop it. A free hit coming up then. That one comes back. Might have been a slower ball there from Hashu. Doesn't need too many slower balls because he's got raw pace on his side. Cracked away. No mid-cow. That's more like it. That'll be a boundary and breaks the shackles. He's batted almost 15 overs. It's his first 4. He hit a 6 a little bit earlier on. It's a cracking shot. A lot of foot movement. Just flays away, finds the gap, finds the boundary. Can that get Omid going? Not too much time to bat. 34 balls to be exact. Shoot. Pulls this one back a little bit. Happy with a single. Ekrami. 3 off 11. Again, testament to the pressure that's being applied by the Portuguese unit. Bowling and fielding. They're backing each other up. Ekrami works away but doesn't get past Sean Gomes. Nice little push from Ekrami. We'll get through and almost beat the Chad. Hasn't had much to do. Hasn't been that many balls hit in front of the wicket, to be honest, in this innings. Ekrami will come back for a deuce. Just beat the fielder. In the infield. Yeah, the pace is back. Seemed a little bit off. See, batter not too happy. I might seeing this side on, maybe front on as well. And by the end of the over, where does it get him exactly? The forearm. And we had a good look at Hashu's action yesterday. And really, when we slowed it down, it's got a little bit of a kink in it, but it's nothing really that when you actually slow it down, I don't think he ever fully kind of straightens his arm. It's always kind of bent. Anyway, let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. And of course, it is the final. Portugal versus Belgium. Don't know quite yet who will finish first and who will finish second, but we know that these will be the two teams in the final. And you can join me, Mr. Maximo, from 8 a.m. GMT, which is 8 o'clock in Central Europe, and 1:30 p.m. in India for the final day of this Mdina Cup. It's been great. 5 days of cricket. Great 4 days of cricket. I'm sure the 5th day will be good as well. Bit of a nasty one for Ekrami there. Yeah, but Hashu, I know he's got an unusual action where it does look like his arm's a little bit bent. It's got a bit of a kink in it, but I don't think, even when we really slowed it down, you couldn't really pinpoint a straightening, which is what would cause his action to be questioned. I think it's just that weirdness adds to the fact you just don't pick it up as you might a more regulation bowler. Here's Nippo. They decide to stick with finger spin at that end. Left-hand, right-hand combination. Nippo, imagine he'll go around the wicket to Omid Kell. They can renew their rivalry. Nippo bowled the second and the 4th over. Kell was there at the time. Still there. In the air. Not quite. Good effort there. Dive into the dirt. Nateem Hassam came forward. Just get this on the full. Couldn't really tell at the time. Not really a full chance. Good effort. Bowled well, did Hassam. It's been good with the bat as well. Ekrami punches it through point, punches it pretty well, but again, fielding up to the mark. This is where I wonder, does Ekrami bite the bullet and just kind of go for it? Try and get across and hit Nippo to the leg side, being a left-hander. He's got that natural advantage, even though, okay, I don't want a 7th wicket, but really, need to try and make something happen. Need a big over here. Can Omid Kell get something going the righty? Nothing to work with. Nippo gets, to be honest, I'd like to see this in slow motion. I think it gives him a bit of a shove. honestly, I know he's wanting to field the ball, but have a look. Oh, I don't like that. Let me show that one more time if we still got it. There's one thing, I don't think you're making a push on the non-striker who really isn't doing anything. That's a bit of an ugly incident for me. Definitely barges him. Yeah, right. I'd be annoyed too. Maybe instinctive. I mean, I know this. It's not really like sports where you're contesting physically for the ball. I mean, it's just one of those incidents where I think he apologized straight away. That's good. Because I know it was an unnecessary act from Nippo. But I'm glad that he's apologized at the end of the over, and it seems like the apology was accepted from Ekrami. So all's well in love, war, and cricket. End of the 16th. It's 81 for 6. Hello to Fahim Udin. Oh, nice to see you, Fahim. How are you? He's got a question for me. I'm looking forward to it. Hashu's back. And Ekrami misses. 105 expected. And what's your kind of best case here? You get to a ball from, let's say you get 12 from the start of this over. 12 and over. 129. Still. Portugal never really seemed flustered in a chase, even when they were chasing a bunch last night. 163 was the target last night. They managed their chase well. Well, there you go. That's a brilliant shot from Omid Kel. Good goalkeeping out there as well, but the result will be 4 runs. Bit of width. Hashu just seems a little bit off. Has bowled kind of maybe one ball, I would say, add a bit of spice on it, but otherwise he's looking a bit like he's into his 4th game. It's T20 cricket, though. I mean, only have to bowl 4 overs a game compared to some longer forms. Just doesn't quite have the same zip tonight, Hashu. Slower ball. I wonder if maybe he's not quite 100%. Steve Hogg thinks me saying a bit of a shove was an understatement. Well, I mean, I come from a land where Australian football, you get bigger hits than that. So I would call that a bit of a shove. I'm glad he apologised, though. And it was accepted. He was just impulsive there. I mean, really didn't want to give away the run. Well, it goes for it, leg side this time, Ekrami after the long boundary, but it's going to be a simple catch taken out there. Hashu with the wicket, and Belgium do lose the 7th now in the 17th over. It's 87 for 7. And that's the difference here. Trying to hit square, you got to hit it further. And that one, not even close to carrying. So Shantu takes the catch. Hashu with the wicket. And Mumu has to go. Murid out for 9. It's 87 for 7. You'd be better off probably trying to hit that straight over the bowler's head if you're determined to premeditate a big shot rather than trying to hit square. Easier said than done, though, I know. Khalid Ahmadi, and a smiling assassin comes to the crease. Still no Jeremy Martins with the ball, so I assume he's just going to play exclusively as a bat in this series. See if Amadi can move the needle with the bat. Gets that slower ball first up, guides it away into the over. Hashu, well, despite maybe not having quite the top gear, still very good couple of overs, 1 for 13 at this stage. 87 for 7, 3 overs remaining. Eighteenth over then is Nippo. Covered out there, just a single. I like that Paul Kemp thinks that Vinny and Rico is the true VAR. Very good. Amadi takes no prisoners. Swings hard, gets the thing under edge and gets a single. A question from R. Ali in the chat. What's the boundary size? Well, 60 metres is the standard minimum for a T20I. And so it's 60 on the sides. But I will say the boundaries down the ground, they're low 50s or even 50 straight down the ground because of the restrictions in the size of the area. I mean, Kel, again, finds the fielder. Still can't quite beat the runner ball barrier. Yeah, so you can get an exemption from that minimum distance if, I mean, the most obvious reason being, the ground just doesn't have that kind of area. Like, you can still certify the ground. All right, well, full toss, but Amadi gets it wrong. Oh, well, it's going to be out of the ground. Maximal. And if you do get it wrong to Amadi, he's actually a pretty good hitter. See that? It's an awkward one to muscle up. Now he's going to go again. He likes that one. Amadi making a difference. Back-to-back maximals. And here's the intent coming from Belgium. This is more like the Belgian ball we know. The 100 comes up. Now he wants to go again. And Khalid Amadi, 3 times not the charm, unfortunately. 6-6 and out. And he goes down having a dip. Nippo will take a wicket with his last ball of the spell. And that'll be 8 down now. Nippo is second wicket of the series. Amadi, at least he has something to show. Probably 1 metre away from a third consecutive 6, but instead it's 6-6 and out. And at the end of the 18th over, it's 102 for 8. Well caught there by double Kumar Noritam as well on the boundary. Okay, new batter coming out there. Zaki Shah isn't facing at the moment because it is the change of over. 102 for 8 after 18 with 2 overs remaining. Hashu coming back to bowl over 19. And you've still got Shantu to come back as well in the last, maybe from the other end. To be honest, I probably would have bowled Shantu this over and maybe Hashu from the far end, or I think he's bowled better in the series. Low full toss. Kell's after it, but he's going to go as well. It's 9 out now. Might not even have a 20th over the way things are going. And Kell, his laborious innings comes to an end. Watched plenty of players come and go. He went pretty close to carrying his bat, actually. He had 9 different batting partners while he was there. Omid Kell, but finally drills a full toss. Hassan does the rest. He's out for 36, 102 for 9. Could we have yet another instance of a team batting first, not batting out? Hit 20 overs. Kell comes out at number 11. Probably a 5-run penalty risk in T10 cricket. He's not quite ready. Looks like there's a kill helmet he's wearing. That's the thing. This Belgian side, I bet you they don't have 11 bats and 11 helmets. Let's see if he can channel some of his inner insana. Well, kicks first one out. Good enough. Portugal. I'm feeling very confident here, but I suppose Cup's on the line tomorrow, so Belgium. Yeah, they'll want to defend this. It's the first thing. One block was enough for Kell. Swing straight through the second one. Good helmet shoe coordination for a number 11. Look at the tape and the blue shoes. Swings hard and misses. Yeah, still, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a likelihood that they defend this, but I'll still get another chance tomorrow, even if they don't. Oh, what a teaser. Slow ball from Hashi. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, it's going to be a sad ending, I think. Well, let's see this from the main camera, and I also want to see it side on. I mean, it's picture-perfect defense, except it pops up, and then he runs it in. Zaki saying, let's go. I don't know if they're coming or going. I'd love to see a bit of freeze on that as well to see how far he was out by. Let's have a look. Oh, missed it. Yeah, it's a good decision. He definitely was out. Good throw, actually. Had to hit one stump after taking a few steps. And then have a look at the wipeout after this. The stumps were knocked over by the ball. They were also knocked over by the bat. Roll that through. Let's have a look. We can watch it from here. Watch out. Bang. And yeah, good decision. Umpire in good position to make it. So it's going to be all over. And once again, the team doesn't bat out the 20 overs. They're all out for 102, Belgium. Disappointing batting performance on home turf. But I think those men in red, the Scarlet Warriors, they certainly have performed well. They've built that pressure. They've done half the job. They'll be hoping to make it 4 straight in this. Again, they're building something, aren't they, Portugal? It's very clear by the way they're going about it. Got a good keeper, got a good mix of bowlers. They've fielded well. They just seem a bit more composed, and that goes in all aspects, including the batting, in which they haven't messed up a chase yet. This one looks elementary. Now, early on, Mdina came back into the side, but he was LBW early. Burhan, he put that one up and out of the ground, but it's a bit of a false dawn, wasn't it? Meanwhile, Omid Kell, that was his only boundary for about an hour. Meanwhile, it was more of the same. Shantu breaking through. Stoneman was the real breakout, though. I think he was brought on and over before. I thought that they might bring him on, but he really got that ball to dance. He got a little edge there. Sherry Butt had to go. This almost went to hand, but he just seemed to have it on a string. Wicket made amongst it. Harrington came out, and as he tried to accelerate, he would go soon after Zakil. Well, he was thrown out there mid-innings. He was the bit of the wild card, but the wild thing had to go. 6 for Insana. Again, Portugal creating and taking chances. That one did go to hand. Well taken by Henry. Blew the ball a kiss as well. Ekrami tried his best to keep the game moving. Marty did go 6 and out. So again, getting something, but just a bit of a malaise through this Belgian innings. I almost feel like they weren't allowed to bat well, though, by this Portuguese bowling and fielding lineup. Some good catches taken down the stretch as well. That finally was the end of Kel. Had a long time for his 36. And then, very ECN type finish in a classic tail-enders running. And pretty good stuff, actually, by Noritam, who just kind of judged the time to throw well, stole a bit of ground. I think he was originally thinking he was going to go the full Jonty Rhodes 1992, but didn't have time because the batter was approaching, and that run out signaled the end of this innings, with Belgium leaving 8 balls on the table on the way to their 102. I mean, it was Shantu at the end that executed it. A bit of a disappointing one for Belgium. 36 for Omen Kel, who batted the distance almost. And apart from that, next best was Khalid Amadi with 13 off only 5 balls. It's 11s for Burhan Niaz and Harrington. But yeah, just the amount of batters in there that don't beat the run of ball barrier. And if that doesn't happen, it's going to be a struggle. Who beat run of ball? Let's have a look. Zakil 6 and out. Amadi 13 off 5. And that's it. Only 7 extras as well, so pretty disciplined stuff from the Portuguese bowling lineup. Speaking of that lineup, here it is. And for me, Stoneman was my pick of the bowlers. 2 for 18, including a maiden. Remove some real key batters in there. Shantu might have something to say about that, though, because remember, he was wheeling and dealing. 2 for 8, including his own maiden. So maybe I'll change my mind just on those numbers. But Hassam with 2 wickets, Hashu with 2 wickets in there as well, Nippo with 1, Henry with a solid over and a run out in there as well. But very good team performance from the Portuguese, setting up a fairly elementary chase of 103. But hey, this is short form cricket and anything can happen. Join us in around about 10-15 minutes time, probably to the first ball, when we will see Portugal chasing 103 for victory to go clear at the top of the table to keep their undefeated streak alive. Or can there be a bit of drama? Can Belgium put a cat amongst the pigeons, maybe take some of those key wickets and throw this game into a bit of chaos? That would be very Belgian ball. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. See you after the break for the final innings of day 2 here in the men's Mdina Cup.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back as we get set for the last innings of the day here, day 2 of the Men's Mdina Cup, with Belgium taking the field, the hosts, underwhelming to say the least in their first innings of this match, match number 6. They were bowled out in the 19th over for 102. So Portugal 103 for victory. Business as usual here. They'll stick with the combination that has been working for them. And for Belgium, well, they need some wickets. They need them quickly. So it is a combination of Sean Gomes and Tavalkumar Norotam to open up for Portugal. Welcome back to all of our fans all around the world, of course. Great to have you with us. Belgium, a bit disappointing with the bat, say the least. I mean, they will get another opportunity tomorrow. This game, I'm going to say it's a foregone conclusion, but you have to see something pretty dramatic to see Portugal bowled out for double digits when they have just been so professional with the bat so far. Ekrami to get going. Bowled well earlier. Here he is. Decide to go first ball and they'll get off the mark. So, Norotam, see how he takes this on. Grami's fast for a spinner, isn't he? It's really fast. I always have to play him like a medium pacer, but the thing is he can actually rip that ball, can get it to go. Throws this one a bit wider. Norotam's ready for it, and he escorts it up and out of the ground. Maximo! Decent start for Portugal. Look at how he collapses his back leg and stays in perfect position to play it with the straight blade. Speared in again from Ekrami, but Norotam intelligently just works away for a single. Ekrami, 8 already. Again, it's that intent, that kind of fearlessness that you normally associate with the Belgian batting. It's kind of fearlessness combined with just cricketing skill and technique that we've seen from the Portuguese bats against what is a very decent Belgian bowling attack and they've met so far. Good chase down there from Omin Kel. This is probably the shot that's got him in trouble at times. Sean kind of committing to that leg side. He wanted it. Probably feels it's a shot that's unlikely to get him out, but it might bring him runs with the angle that Ekrami is bowling. But it will take us to the end of the over. And the score, 10 without loss after 1. No drama so far. Welcome back to all of our viewers. And hello to everyone in the chat as well. News around the world. Hello to me. Hello to you. From me. Hello to AI Jigasha as well. Up to 700 XP. And the XP, what do we think of it? Wonder how long it'll last, to be honest. Hello to Colin Mustafa for SkyQuest as well. Hello to you, Johnny Heesum. And when Johnny Heesum couldn't get into the chat, eventually he did. And we're glad you have. Hello to Paul Kempen as well. And Trip. Cankill gets the ball over number 2. Noritam hits this clean as a whistle. That's a biggie. Maximo. Step hit length. He loves this length, doesn't he? And he backs himself to make clean contact. And if he does, he knows this field ain't going to hold him. That's more like it. Anything with Noritam hasn't batted too long in this series at all so far. Gets a little bit of a kind of anti-sledging. Can't say I ever played in the game where someone would congratulate me for playing a shot like that. They'd probably tell me I was lucky and where to go. But nice to see sportsmanship's alive and well. Comeback ball's a pretty good one from Cancock. Doesn't let him get on that front foot too easily that time. Portugal. I'll be very happy with how they've played so far. Again, I want to go home with the Mdina Cup. First time we've seen them in it. And considering these two teams playing neck and neck on the rankings, Portugal seem to have had a certain composure that's been lacking at times from the Belgian side. Now, Noritam once again gets that length that he likes, and he sends it miles. Maximo. Yeah, good enough to get a thumbs up from Sean. Again, you know from a batter's body language straight away if he gets it, and he gets that. Keeps the head down, watches that ball onto the blade, and it's still going up. 22 already. Played away. But only a single this time. That's a good finish, though, from Canco, but he has work cut out from there, didn't he? And it will take us to the end of the over, so 23 without loss after 2. Portugal with a win here. Academic, really, at the top of the table. Where all games have gone to form. Portugal beating both the teams above them. Belgium beating Malta twice, losing to Portugal twice. Malta, of course, still yet to open their account. And in fact, they won't, because their games are now over. They've got some soul searching to do. But I will say, you know, credit to them. They did come out. They're a team in the 70s. They played two teams in the 40s. They decide to open with Amandi and put him up front. Well, not open really, because it's their third over. Krami technically open, but they're bowling him essentially as another opener. Bowling the third over. Trying something different here. Noritam, though, I wonder if this is innings where he's going to break out. That's a great attempt. I wouldn't mind seeing this, though. Harrington hurls himself, takes a huge divot out. Was he inside the boundary? I guess so. The divot's inside. Let's have a look at it on the replay. I'll try and see where when he slaps it. Yeah, seems clean to me. Excellent work. Marty sneaks that through. Also, I think he's gone up a yard with his stock ball. Oh, well, he's going to get a thick top edge here, and that's going to fly. And, oh, I hope he's all right here. He's wiped himself out, and I'm kind of glad that's just out of the camera shot because he's going full belt, and I think he's run straight into the sight screen there. Yeah, I hate to see it. I hope that's not a serious injury. You can see it's a very short ground, short boundaries here because there's no space left, and bang, cleans himself up. I hope he can walk away from that. Yeah. Looks like he's all right there, Cankel. Good to see. He's had a pretty good series, the youngster. You could hear the sound, couldn't you? Well, this is going to fly as well. So 4 more coming. Noritam off to a flyer. Top edge 4. There's a late squeeze 4 as well. And there's an air of inevitability about this chase already. He puts pace on again. Noritam sitting waiting for it. And he's going to slam it for yet another boundary. This is what they wanted out of Duvall at the top, and they want it for a bit longer. As it'll be another 4 to finish the over. 37 without loss after 3. Good massages happening in the background as well. You want to check out that in the sealed section. But anyway, Amadi's over, ends up going for 14 as well. Already eating a fair bit into this target of 103. Looks like a completely different game when Portugal have the bats in hand. Looks like Zaki Sharp is going to get the next over. Kanka went for 13 in his, so they make a change. Gets that to bend a little bit. It's the first time we've seen Zaki Sharp bowling from this near side end. Bit of news as well. Brahan Nia's not taking the field. Ravi Tapliel, 12th man's on for him. Bit of movement there for Zaki Sharp. They're going to hustle through. They're going to get the single, not picked up cleanly. Munib not having a great game. Out for a duck on his return after taking the last game off and fumbling that ball. Gomes is just going to play his natural game here. Defend the good ball, attack the ball he thinks he can go after this Sherry Butt. A bit disappointed he hasn't been able to go on, make a big score in this series either. And now he does feel that's one he can go after, and he scores a goal. Oh, Gomesy, he's probably the top scoring goal scorer of the week. Check this one out. This was a no-doubter as well. And it goes, just confirm. Oh, yeah. That's gone straight in. Portugal winning everything, I think, in this game. Now he will get that kind of cross swipe on, and it's going to be another boundary. Just this shot hasn't always worked for him this week. That time he does time it nicely. His big gap over there, and he targets it, gets 4 more. Off to the races, Portugal. There's the goal. She goes in 2 goals. She'll get a double goal for that. And the very next ball steps across. And whacks it to the leg side for 4 more. Although that one's a false shot, and that could be out, you know. It has been taken, so Gomes will have to go, and Zaki Shah will get a wicket. Although almost halfway there already after 4 overs. Portugal 49 for 1. Well taken as well. The smiling assassin, Khalid Amadi. Gomes, you'll be a bit disappointed, but still, he knows he's having a very good series. Would love some runs against Belgium. Maybe we'll get them tomorrow in the final. Wonder if they send Martins out in this spot. Probably what I would do. That's exactly what they'll do. Send out Jeremy Martins here at number 3. Get some batting into him. Barely got a chance to bat. I think faced 3 balls in the earlier game. I'm just looking at what we knew that Malta had a higher score of an individual of 31 in the whole series. And one of those was by a number 10. Also by Prasath today. Belgium, I suppose they got that 65 from Sabir Zakil, but he wasn't even batting in the top 6. So let me dig a little bit deeper here into the numbers. Amadi's back. Noritam uncorks one. And that is going to be 6 more. This is what he can do and what we have seen him do before when he gets going. Maximal brings up the 50s well for Portugal. Not really dying of grief since he's lost his opening partner. Picks that out, swing it, and slams it. I wonder if Amadi goes to the slower ball now after that. That was an authoritative strike. Yeah, so put it this way. For Belgium, nobody batting in the top 6 has scored a 50 in the series. They did get 3 40s earlier on. But again, that was against Malta, who have been struggling anyway. He tries to go faster. This one swings away for a wide. .56 already. This could be a real early night. I'm sure the crew will appreciate that. I've been putting in the long days. To give you an idea, the crew leave the hotel 8:30, get back around about 9:30. Well, outswinger, tempted, but just swings into the pads of Noritam, and he is making fast work of it. We should get extra points for hitting a cone as well. If you get points for a goal, this is kind of like golf, closest to the pin. Nice little flick away and hits it flush. Noritam to 45. Oh, wow. He's timing the cover off the ball at the moment. Not fielded by Harrington, though, out there. But Noritam, this is why they continue to bat him at the top. They feel he's the man. And the thing is also, he rarely wastes time. It doesn't always come off, but he's attacking the power play. If not, they know they've got insurance. They've got the Chad. If you want to bat him 3, you've got Martins here. Hassam looks well put together when he's batted. Nunez obviously had a key role last night. Oh, Martins, though, he's going to get dropped. And Muneeb's having an absolute shocker. Puts down the catch. Jeremy just doesn't read the pace of this. He's early, and he pops it up. And to be honest, he should have been gone. I know he had a bit to do there, but he's able to get two hands to it, Muneeb. Normally such a good fielder. It's kind of the batter misreading the pace and the fielder misreading the pace as well. Now, Noritam picks another one up. Going, gone, and 50 to Davil Kumar Noritam. And brings it up off just 19 balls. Well, there's Alex. He's out from pushing the buttons in. He's doing the fielding. What a fantastic knot this has been from Davil. And, well, even Alex had to appreciate that as it ran away to the boundary. 52 off 19. What a knock. This has been 5 6s, 4 4s. Still not really going to this slower ball. Maybe feeling like there's no point at this stage. Plus, it's a newish ball still. It's a ball that might never go the distance. It's 5 overs down and Portugal 68 for 1. Let's have a quick look at what's coming up tomorrow. And of course, we have the final here tomorrow. But even before that, you can tune in for the first day of the European Cricket Series, Romania. Starting with Bliss Warriors taking on Phoenix. 2 new teams to the network to do battle in the first of 5 matches. And it all starts with Rico Full and Phil G on the ground at Moravlasia Cricket Ground, just outside Bucharest in Romania. 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. And then just as the last match is finishing, well, you flick over and you can catch the start of the final. Can Belgium rally? Haven't been able to beat Portugal in 2 attempts. Assuming this one goes the way it's going. Well, in the air this time, does get over the field, and Martins has his first boundary. It's the thing with Martins. Not the greatest throw by the Vest Brigade there, but yeah, Martins, and we saw him actually having a key role for Team Europe with the bat as well. That he just has a way of elegantly timing the ball and getting it to fly. Can come out there and hit 6s straight away. Works this one away for a single. And it's only a positive that he's out there, I think, in the end. Even though I know Gomes will be disappointed to go the way he did. But you bring Jeremy, you want him feeling good, feeling in form. We know he had a little bit of time out of the game after that collision. Only about a month ago. Month and a bit, maybe. Noritam. One of the really nice times to bat, actually, where you got zero fear of being out. I don't think there's any chance that you're losing the game. Well, this time, I think could be in trouble. Martins to the sky, and he is gone. So, yeah, that time just got a bit bigger than him. He's never found the pace of this pitch, did he, Jeremy? And so he'll have to go. 74 for 2. That's dismissal that we can't even show you. We're going to have to go to purple. We'll be back. Unfortunately, Jeremy won't be until tomorrow. He's the second to fall, and it's 74 for 2. There you go. Told you we'd be back. I want to know what camera is covered with a purple filter and why. Maybe the Two Circles crew can tell me. Might have been Alex's work. Anyway, let's chat it up. He comes out at number 4. Martin's trying to go over the top in the power play, but again, it's getting that contact point wrong. It's way too early. It's a bit like he probably should have been caught by Muneeb earlier when he was early on the ball. If you're late, you'll hit it into the ground. If you're early, you'll hit it up. I'm surprised that when the Chad puts on his batting gloves, they don't rip in half. Zaki Shah. Well bowled by him. He's fighting. Got 2 for 18. Ekrami with the catch to dismiss Jeremy Martins. A bowl, but also respected by Potkita. End of the 6-over power play. Portugal flying to a big win here, 74 for 2 after 6. Yeah, a bit of a milestone. Apparently, we've reached 457,000 followers now on YouTube. Subscribers, I should say. So, thanks to everyone that does subscribe. Tell your family, tell your friends. I always do say this, because I think they're going to love it. If they love sport, if they love entertainment, who doesn't? ECN gives you plenty of it for free as well, if you choose. We absolutely love what we do here, and yeah, we're always pushing the envelope about what's possible. I like this from Paul. Here's Ekrami first, though. Well, he's overcommitted here. Almost creates a run out. Wasn't the greatest throw. Noritam probably doesn't need to push singles the way he's going. Fielder had a bit of work to do there, but you can see Potkita didn't fancy carrying those arms to the other end. This time, wants to straight off the bat, Noritam. And he's going to get it. Good running. Yeah, Paul Kempen says, if you hit a cone, you should get a free ice cream. And that is absolutely what should happen, Paul. Thank you. Wayne, I'm not even going to touch your response. Most people won't get that, though, Wayne. They don't always use that language. Well, Noritam finally, false shot from him. And, oh, well, it's going to go down Harrington. It's a good fielder, but really should have done better there. I suppose if you're going to have a goober drop, better now than maybe in the final tomorrow. But Noritam's golden at the moment. A couple of times today, I almost haven't believed my eyes. Some good fielders put catches down. I mean, Nunez dropped one with the gloves earlier. Again, I don't think they've been result changes. Great take by Ali Raz, but it will be called a wide. Yeah, thanks for keeping track of that. I've got so many things I'm keeping track of, but I don't normally keep an eye on the subscriber count. So yeah, I'm going to call you guys the K Brigade. Dave and Johnny He. It does get past. Yes, and anyone else that would like to be part of the K Brigade, you're welcome. Let us know when we hit another K. We're 457,000. I would love to be 500,000 by the end of the year. Or even ECC would be even better. But hey, I don't know how often we get a K. Maybe we can keep track of it. Don't really want it on my table because my desk is pretty full most of the time. But yeah, K Brigade, let us know how long between Ks. Apparently this was a bit of a slow K, slow 1,000 subscribers because the Romania washed out. Appreciate it. Ekrami, pretty cheap over there. Should have had a wicket, really. In the end, it goes for 6. And the score is 80 for 2. Yes, I'll say thank KS to all of the K Brigade. If you choose to accept the mission on our target, I suppose, if you want to call it that, of 500,000 subscribers, 500K. We'll say, though, you'd be amazed with some of the viewing numbers in the subcontinent. I think where it's not on YouTube, it's on Fancode, and we do appreciate the support of Fancode, of course. here at ECN. There are some ridiculous numbers. And we're talking millions. You heard me. Anyway, here's Zaki Sharp. Oh, pretty well bowled. Getting the ball to zip through, isn't he? A little bit of away movement as well. He's been good, I think, whenever we have seen him. Give 100% no matter what the game situation. Again, a little push. They should come back for two. They will. Zach Hill. He's must watch TV, isn't he? Sabah Zach Hill. I mean, I'm really happy to see him looking just physically fitter than he has been. I know it affected his cricket for a couple of years there. I've seen him back bowling without too much discomfort. Up and out. Amadi takes the catch, and Noritam's going to have to go moments after he gave a chance at the other end. He goes over the top. It doesn't quite get enough bat on it to get it past Amadi. So Belgium with another consolation wicket in the 8th over. Score is 82 for 3. Well caught by Amadi. His second catch of the innings. In Noritam, still very good innings from him, 59 of 28. He's built a base very quickly, and even if they were batting first here, you know, it's a lot for Limilor to work with. Guys like Hassam Nunez, Hashu, Faf Stoneman as well. Dave saying on the K speed, this K was about 6 days, but it's normally about 4 days. Well, okay, well, let's work that out. So what are we at? Let's say it's every 5 days even. Let's be conservative. And we're at 257. Well, then we need 43 more K. That's 215 days away. Okay, it's literally the 1st of January 2026. So I think the end of the season is a good, ambitious target. And if you went at one every 4 days, and I say we need 43 times 4. 172, and that is 19th of November. So yeah, okay, end of the season, that's our target. Okay, K Brigade, get people involved. Hashtag move the K. It's not something, again, because the YouTube audience, which we absolutely love, by the way, like I said, if you knew that the global numbers across all platforms, your eyes would pop out of your head. But anyway, it takes us to the end of the over. 83 for 3 with 20 required for victory from here. All right, now I'm invested in the K. Steve, cryptic kind of comment. Maybe you can clarify it. Got to say, well done. In the XP count, well done to AI Jigasha in number 1, Johnny Heesum in number 2, and Pedrick in number 3. Every day is a different day. No dice on that appeal. Nice to see different names getting it every day. I think it's partly how much interest you have in winning it. I think there's a clear correlation. It's a bit short and wide. Hassam gets the nod at number 5. He's just happy about a bit of time. Yeah, I like that. SkyQuest saying, make sure ECN gets 3 subscribers from my house. Move the K. The Chad pushes, runs, and you think that's going to be out. Yeah, his bat's plugged there. We'll see this from side on. I don't think the foot ever got down in time, and Hassam's going to be run out. There's a quick bit of work. Could pick up from Ali Raza as well. Might need to see this from both angles. Have to go a bit slower. I mean, I can even tell from there it's out. We need those a bit slower to try and get the moment here. Bat plug. Would he have been out anyway? Maybe. But, yeah, we'll say this. I've said it before. If you're playing on an artificial surface, run on the pitch. Don't run off the pitch because your bat will jam into the surface. It's different on a turf pitch where you've got the other turf pitches around and it's generally a much harder surface. But I'd say run on the artificial, run on the edge of the artificial so that you can get a decent bat slide in, maybe even a dive. Good fielding though. Let's go to his wrong side. Picks it up. Cherry Butt to his left and then fires into Ali Raza. Had the bails off in a flash. I can't remember who sent me this, but I finally got around to watching it. And apologies, I can't remember who it was that sent it to me. Nunez. This is the first one. We're bowled by Akrami. But someone sent me some instructions to watch the video of a horse race. And the 2 horses that came first and second were named. I'll wait for this ball because it's worth the wait. Down leg side. And that will be a wide. It will be rebowled. So, yeah, the 2 horses in the first 2 places were called My Wife Knows Everything and The Wife Doesn't Know. And they're going neck and neck. Imagine that. Uh-oh, that will be extras. Luckily, it stopped just inside the infield, so it'll just be 2 wides. So that'll take us to the end of the 9th over. And the score is 87 for 4. It does have a kind of late afternoon feel to this now. Just bang, 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 bang. Really, only power play we've seen really get away. And they did it because they were trying partly, but also because they're very skillful hitters of the cricket ball. $16 to win then. Izaki Shah. That'll be another for Zaki Shah. Nunez goes without scoring. But do you believe in miracles? 5 more wickets and we'd have one of the most remarkable T20I wins ever. But well done to Zaki. He's got 4 for 21 now. And he's hunting a 5-wicket haul. And just driving on the up. Cherry Butt. You saw him pull a run out in the last over. Now, takes the catch, clean as a whistle. Nunez will have to go. Disappointment for him, but again, he's going to get a duck. Well, today's the day, not tomorrow. Portugal in a winning position, 87 for 5. We are getting into batters that haven't really had a hit, though. Players are taking drinks here because the wicket falling in the 10th over. So, yeah, Romania coming up tomorrow. It'll start about 90 minutes before us. Right here, we've got Portugal versus Belgium, and I think we can confirm, barring a dramatic collapse, and Portugal will finish in top spot, Belgium in second, but the final will decide who walks away with the Mdina Cup, and it starts at 8 a.m. GMT, 10 a.m. Central Europe time, and 1:30 in India. It'll be our last T20 we show until next Sunday, where we'll have the CE Cup. That's the Central Europe Cup, which is held annually in Prague, in Czechia. And once again, we'll have the men's and the women's CE Cup. In fact, last year, I think we only had the women's. The year before, we had the men's. So now, I think it's the first year they might have had the women's and the men's. And it's great that we're able to broadcast both. Zaki Shah. Right, it's a pretty remarkable individual performance. 4 for 21. Hashu comes out, gets a hit at number 7. He'll get one first up. Good question from Johnny Heason. Do those two horses I mentioned come from the same stable? I don't believe so. I think it was just a coincidence. Long way down, heading down the leg side anyway, I think. Well, maybe not the very quick finish we thought. Looked like they were going to do it well inside the 10 overs. Potkita. Surprised the handle doesn't snap in his hands. Just dabs this one down for a single. So I think they're going to go the cruise mode. What do you think about the final tomorrow? I think no doubt Portugal have to head in as favourites now, but what chance do you give Belgium of coming back? I mean, it would be very Belgium for them to drop both games to Portugal, then come back and win the trophy. He's just missing. Does swing in a fair bit from Zaki Shah. He hits him in line, but I think was just going to miss the leg stump. Good umpiring. The umpire's been good. They've had long days as well. Look at the curve on it here. Genuine swing bowler, though, Zaki Shah. Can swing it both ways. Very skillful. Last chance for Zaki to get his 5 for, though. Ken tries a big innie. Doesn't get a run. And still doesn't get a run. So at the end of 10 overs, the score is 90 for 5. What a great spell from Zaki Shah. Finishes with figures of 4. 4 wickets for 24. Great effort. Another look at what's coming up tomorrow in Romania. So even before we start, we'll have the Bliss Warriors taking on Phoenix. 2 teams that are new to ECS. Although I think you'll see a fair few of those players you will know from representing other teams. Royal Eagles and the Gladiators, the other 2 teams there. And it starts nice and early. 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe. Noon in India. So you won't have to wait so long for your ECN fix. Zaki Shah, once again in the wickets. Marty comes on. Let's not forget he took 4 for 27 earlier in the day, and he's taken 4 for 24 here. And remember, he didn't even play yesterday. So his 8th wicket of the series. He's shot up. Second in the most wickets now. And Marty comes back. Flirts at that one. I think the Chad needs a bit of danger. I think the Chad's a bit too comfortable here, knowing that they've got what seems like forever to score these 10 runs. Sometimes you got to twist the old Chad's arm, but it's going to take more than one person. Oh, well, let's try to get on with it this time. We'll get 1, so 10 to win now. Hashu. Plays it softly. Gets 1. In fact, Sakil fumbles the unfumbleable. You almost get 3 here now. Oh, wow. They will get... That sums it up. And that's what happens also when you attack and you take on fielders. He just took his eye off the ball there, Zakil, and then he was running in so fast he couldn't double back and the ball was still rolling past him. In the end, it was Manib that had to come clean up from the other side of the field. Potkita gets 1 out to the leg side sweeper here. So now they can end it with 1 clean hit. Long day's cricket last couple, but tomorrow's short. It's winner takes all. 1 match here to decide the Mdina Cup. Make that 5 to win down the leg side. Asher again, soft hands. Wow. Well, direct hit. Get home. Again, I'd like to see this from side on with the freeze when the ball hits the stumps, because I actually think with the replay, we might see something else. Umpire has to make a decision real. Let's have a look. Here comes the ball. Oh, no, he's home. Gets home fairly comfortably. Umpire gets that absolutely right. So well done. Will be the end of the over. 99 for 5 after 11. I like this with SkyQuest saying, you tried twisting Chad's arm and then tell me about it. I did say it was more than a 1-person job. Portugal are going to finish on 8 points. Belgium on 4 and Malta on 0. And what do you say? You know, Malta will learn things out of this. I wonder what those exact learnings will be. I suppose you learn also from the teams that have beaten you. And I think you take a look at the top team in this tournament so far, Portugal. Look how they've done it. Look kind of technically how tight they've been. Kankel gets a bowl here. Only 4 runs to win. This could be the last over. But again, Malta, I'll say it again. They are ranked a long way below Belgium and Portugal. Having said that, they have wins against Belgium for sure, I remember. Goes after this, and that will do it. Hashu finishes things off. And it's game, set, maximal. Actually, just carries all the way. Hit very hard. It just creeps over the line. So Portugal do it. And they do it in 11.2 overs. They bring up the 100 with that shot as well. Portugal go a perfect 4-0 to grab the top seed for tomorrow's final. And for Belgium, we're back to the drawing board for them a little bit. But unfortunately for Belgium, it wasn't to be, but they'll get a chance tomorrow as well. Well, Portuguese happy, although a couple of little wobbles late in the chase. Let's go back and have a look. It was Noritam that absolutely blitzed it in the power play. This is what you expect out of power play. A confident batting. There's no real gremlins in the surface either, really. Bounce has been pretty consistent. Harrington put himself on the line, which you always love to see. He wasn't the only one. Gomes looked on again. Scored that goal. But then trying to nurdle this to the leg side. Skied it. And Khalid Amadi had him caught. But there was plenty of big hitting. Jeremy, though, hit that 1-4, but then once again, just done by the tennis ball style bounce. So a bit disappointed he wasn't able to make a bit more of an impact. Harrington will be disappointed he put that one down. The Chad, unfortunately for him, he ran out his partner, though. The bat plug was pretty relevant. But I think Zaki Shah deserves a lot of credit. Took 4 wickets in both of the games that he played today. That was pretty close to a run out, but you could see he was just home. But that was what would be the last ball of the day. Hashu whacking his first and so far only 6 of the tournament to send us home here on day 2 after about 10.5 hours of cricket. 59 for Daval Noritam. Really took the game away very quickly from Belgium, considering it was an underwhelming target. 14 for Gomes before he fell, and a few wobbles there. Martins did hit a boundary out soon after. Assam got run out, Nunes out for a duck. The Chad not really getting out of second gear. And Hashu sent us home with that Maximo over cover. 4 for 24, an amazing individual effort from Zaki Shah, really. And he took 4 wickets in each of the 2 games he's played today. And don't forget, didn't even play yesterday. There's something to that, though. He was getting the ball to move both ways, seemed to have good control, good knowledge about what the ball would do when it would leave his hand. Very skillful swing bowling from Zaki. But Portugal, they do get the win. And they bring it up with 52 balls to spare. So once again, we now know how the table finishes. Portugal on top with 4 wins. Belgium with the 2 wins. Malta, unfortunately for them, no wins at all. Reminding you of the start time tomorrow here in Belgium with the final getting underway, confirming it is Portugal versus Belgium in the final. Hopefully no rain. I know there's a little bit in the forecast for tonight, but hopefully it's light. Hopefully it doesn't come at all. But we will start with our match at 8 o'clock AM GMT, which is 10 o'clock in Central Europe and 1:30 in India. And don't forget, even before that, we've got Romania, which will get going even earlier than that, 6:30 AM GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe and in India. Just confirming the fixtures tomorrow in Romania there. First of 4 days rescheduled tournament starts tomorrow. Will culminate in a final on Wednesday night. Wednesday late afternoon, you'd say. Piss Warriors versus Phoenix, they're first up, but also Royal Eagles and Bucharest Gladiators. All teams will play some cricket on all days there in Romania. 4 teams in that tournament. But now, I want to say big thanks to everyone out there. Thanks so much for your company. I don't know if we've got the slide for tomorrow that will show us what's happening here in Belgium, but you can see that Romania will start on a 6:30 GMT and then 8 o'clock GMT will start. So it'll be 2 streams running currently, at least in the first part of the day tomorrow before Romania takes over. And then the next day, of course, Hornchurch starts. So plenty happening. Just if you haven't already, liked this video on YouTube. If you are watching on YouTube, subscribe to the channel. Be part of the K squad. Let's get those Ks going towards 500,000 by the end of the season. Don't forget also to thumbs up the video if you haven't already, as I said, as well as our social media. You can follow that. I wonder what the play of the day will be today. Maybe Jeremy Martin's catch. That was quite amazing. There was a lot of action here on day 2. Don't forget also our website, EuropeanCricket.com, for all the stats, scores, fixtures, everything else you might want to not only this tournament, but also the tournaments upcoming, including Romania tomorrow and Hornchurch, which starts on Monday. But for now, this is Vinny sounding him, Mr. Max, on behalf of ECN and the European cricket family. Stay happy, stay safe, and well, let's get ready. It will be a rematch in the final. Can the hosts finally get one over the Portuguese tourists, or can it be a clean sweep for the Portuguese? We'll find out tomorrow. Until then, enjoy these best bits of day 2. We'll see you tomorrow right here in Belgium for more ECN Mdina Cup T20 Internationals.
Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body. Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body back.